streamer. The left's new golden boy Twitch streamer doesn't even try to hide it. 34-year-old Hasan Piker not only hates America, he's hinting at a civil war.
A noted far-left influencer is declaring the Republican Party the biggest terrorist on earth.
Brett, good evening. Hasan Piker is unapologetic for his controversial comments on a range of issues.
An anti-American far-left commentator who is named Hasan Piker. Now that he's being highlighted, Democrats are flocking to him.
She's not out there on Hasan Piker's show, right? For example, right?
The man to his left is a very controversial guy. Hasan Piker insults just about everyone. Where if you go back and listen to some of the things that he says, Carl, this guy's not going to wear well.
Their so-called Joe Rogan of the left, Hasan Piker, is back in the headlines, this time for calling Republicans terrorists.
Piker has a controversial history, and we've been showing you this all week.
You don't give somebody like Hasan Piker this kind of attention, this kind of platform. It only rewards the kind of rhetoric that I just described.
Hundreds of students lined up and packed into these rallies, and they ate up the anti-war, anti-capitalist, and anti-establishment messages.
That's him, Hasan Piker. They should stay away from him.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasan Broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, folks. It's Monday. New intro, morning boss man. You already know what it is. We're live. We're alive. It's Monday, April 20th, 420. Blaze it. 420, blaze it, ladies and gentlemen. We're live. We're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. It is 68 degrees and sunny here in California, Los Angeles on stolen Tongva land. We're coming to you live. Whoo! Goddamn. I'm in a pretty decent mood. I just got done filming another episode of the Fear and Podcast. We had the bank one for next week, even though you're watching the last episode of the Fear and Podcast, which we filmed the other day. And that's the reason why I'm late. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan Piker in between the time period where I pressed the stop streaming button and pressed the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. You already know what it is. A lot's going on in the world, but in my life, as far as personal news goes, I'm a chud-ass loser, so there is not much happening. I got a decent amount of rest. I ended the broadcast at like 5 hours and 30 minutes or something like that yesterday, or 6 hours. I'm not even entirely sure. And you might have been asking yourself, what the hell is that about? What the hell's going on? I've been more tired lately. I don't know what it is, but you know, I downloaded this video game, and I know a lot of people wanted me to play the video game, but I never ended up playing the video game. I never ended up talking about the Strokes at Coachella because I'm an old man. I'm an old ass man, and I'm a fat ass chud. And yeah, you're getting old, Unc. I know everyone always says that. It's true. So what did I do last night? Hung out with Austin and my dad. We watched another episode of Neighbors. That was fun. But also, I watched an episode of Beef. The season 2. I hadn't watched season 1, but a lot of people were saying it was really good. But I watched season 2. I started off season 2. It's pretty good. Season 2 is ass. Wait, really? People are saying season 1 is really good. Okay, well, in any case. You're already yawning. What the hell? Maybe I'll watch season 1 as well, bro. Neighbors is so funny. The QAnon horse guy is literally Hank Pecker. Yeah, there's a lot of guys like that. There's a lot of guys like that on Neighbors. I went to bed, woke up early. You already know what it is. Lifted some weights, got that out of my system. Perhaps the reason why I'm, finding myself more tired by the end of the broadcast is because I do wake up quite early. I wake up at like 5:30, and then I go and work out in the morning, and then after I work out in the morning, I end up doing a podcast in the morning as well, and I'm trying to download all this information into my mind, doing 24/7 politics. There's probably good reasons for it, right? There's good reasons for it. Jet lag catching up. Maybe it's all the work catching up. This has been, thank you, Druko. I have the blast off memes. There has been a lot of news. There's been a lot of news. How do you stretch your shoulders and shit for push days, bench, etc.? I have a lot of activation workouts that I engage in before I lift. Anyway, you still working out often? Yes, very, very often. You got Silicon Valley trying to monitor the situation like you, Lamau? What do you mean? You have to step up your mustache game like this man. Oh my God. A Turkish official has become a social media sensation. Orhan Avcı gained fame after news of his appointment as head of the district branch of the Huzur Party. However, people ended up discussing not so much the appointment itself as his photo. There's a face on his mustache. Users joke. I've never seen anything like it. That's an unbelievable mustache, man. That is comical. Let's be real. Why don't you have a workout pic daily anymore? It's because I'm not working out at my friend's backyard anymore, and I don't want to like place a camera in a public gym and like take creep shots of myself and possibly others while I'm working out. So that's part of it. Yeah. He looks like you just a little bit. Okay. Thank you, Themasius, for the playlist. But yeah, we're out here. We're live. We're alive. As someone who works in news reporting, I get it. I feel drained every day. Yeah. Buna solcu diyoruz biz. Evet. Aynen. But yeah, that's it. That's all. Are you not friends anymore? Wait, what? No, dude. We're adults, dude. We're adults. There's a PT gym. I'm pretty sure the owner would be fine if you record yourself. Thanks, chatters. Thank you for giving me advice on which gym I should go to so I can keep recording my workouts so that I can post them on Instagram. Thank you. Do you see Chris Rabb appreciate it / clip the shout out? I did. We're going to collab with Chris Rabb as well coming up. There's a lot going on in the world though. Trump campaign mentioned you. Team Trump said Democrat Senate primary in Michigan is between a radical leftist aligned with Hassan Piker and a theater kid who thinks she has McMentum. The entire bench is cringe. Okay, you can't on the one hand call me a terrorist and then on the other hand be like he's cringe. It's one or the other. Am I scary? Am I a dangerous radical or am I cringe? But any more college talks in the future? Yeah, there's plenty of stuff going on. All right, so you on that Trump radar, GG's? Yeah, it's going to happen eventually. Let's be real. I mean, get ready for it. It's going to happen at some point. But, it's I don't know when it will happen, but it will most likely happen. And when it does, my life will probably change for the worse. Okay. Blast it off, ladies and gentlemen. $166 billion tariff refunds, ceasefire to end tomorrow. Hormuz status is currently closed. Situation status is currently monitored. Epstein's Fury Day 52, Pragmata later, get in now. You already know what's up. Let's, none of the frills. We're just going right into it. We're going right the frick into it, folks. Trump's Truth Social post in his washed era not going to hit the same. Yeah. That's true. WAPO investigated Nick Fuentes' super chats. Yeah, I saw it. This motherfucker makes just off of super chats alone like hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. It's pretty crazy. It is kind of unbelievable how much money this guy makes. But hey, guys, it's fine. He's not a socialist, so I'm sure all of the quote unquote leftists who constantly yell at me will not have an issue with this because. He's not a socialist, and also he's funny. Sometimes he says things that are funny, where he like yells at Nazis in his audience, and that's really funny for everybody. And then they highlight that stuff. Had someone tell me you were a Mossad agent yesterday, so that was fun. Yeah, it sucks because like no one can be fucking objective or normal about the space that I occupy in this otherwise unbelievably reactionary landscape. It makes you wonder what he does with that money. I can't tell how much he's actually ideologically committed, so I don't know. Maybe he'd be backing PACs and stuff. Silicon Valley, MTS, monitoring the situation. First timeline native news network that's always on, monitoring tech, finance, geopolitics, and culture as it happens. We are live now. Encountered anti-communist European who hates you, fun stuff. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of those as well. Did you see the Diabolical Lies Girlies did an ep on you? Wait, no. Who is the Diabolical Lies Girlies? Are we talking about the Platinum mandatory military service thing? What? I didn't even hear about that. Why do you save all your fun for your end and make streams boring as hell? ASL, do okay, buddy. This is the meat and the potatoes. Okay, that's the dessert. Oh, you don't mean Plattner, you mean Palantir. I was like, what? Graham Plattner said that there needs to be a mandatory draft? I was like, that's crazy. Yes, I saw the idea of smashing the figurine of Jesus, which is, of course, once again, crazier in its reception. The story in and of itself is that, like, that is getting more of a negative reception than the idea of literally killing Christian Lebanese people or just Shia Lebanese people or just Lebanese people in general or Palestinian people or blowing up mosques, blowing up churches. I mean, they've done it all. And it's crazy that, like, the only thing that people are frustrated by, oh my God, wait, what? Trump says he's not controlled by Israel. I didn't see this one. And if Iran's new leaders regime change are smart. Israel never talked me into the war with Iran. The results of October 7th added to my lifelong opinion that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon did. I watch and read the fake news pundits and polls in total disbelief. 90% of what they say are lies and made up stories, and the polls are rigged just as much as the 2020 election was rigged. Just like the results in Venezuela, which the media doesn't like talking about, the results in Iran will be amazing. And if Iran's new leaders, regime change, are smart, Iran can have a great and prosperous future. Oh my God. God, he is in his washed era. He's chopped. He's chopped and he's unk. Also, you know, good luck convincing people that Israel doesn't control you, okay, or your cabinet. After you literally came out of the gate swinging with the Israel is the reason why we had to bomb Iran. It's not going to happen. You know what I mean? Oh my God. And he keeps writing these long ass fucking truth social posts. He's so fucking washed, dude. He's washed as hell. Did you see the super pro Israel comment by the Democratic leader on New York 12 on the I've Had It podcast? No, but we're going to start with Iran threatens to retaliate after the U.S. military seizes Iranian cargo ship. We're going to get into all of that and all. We'll look at the Trump responses and more, but I got to pee real quick.
Not be over soon. This video provided by the U.S. military appears to show Marines seizing an Iranian cargo ship near the Strait of Hormuz, a first in this war. We have learned more U.S. forces are headed to the region, including an additional aircraft carrier. And Iran now says it never agreed to a second round of negotiations, despite claims by President Trump. Charlie Daggett has been following every twist of from Tel Aviv on this story. Charlie, good morning. There's a lot of twists and turns in this story. More to come, I'm sure. Good morning.
Good morning, Gail. More to come. Now, with the clock running down on that ceasefire, tensions are only cranking up. Iran shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, opening fire on passing oil tankers. And U.S. officials I spoke with this morning say the crew of that Iranian ship just ignored warnings after a 6-hour standoff. First, the U.S. Navy destroyer warns the crew of the Iranian cargo ship Tosca.
Motor vessel Tosca, vacate your engine room. Vacate your engine room. We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
Several rounds are fired toward the vessel. Later, under the cover of darkness, U.S. Marines launch a helicopter raid, rappelling onto the deck of the stricken ship, which is now in U.S. custody. Central Command said while more than 24 commercial vessels have been turned back, this is the first seizure since the U.S. blockade was imposed last week. U.S. officials said that Tosca, headed toward Iran, failed to comply with orders despite 6 hours of warnings.
It's so funny to celebrate being the military force and the naval force that's supposed to keep all of these waterways open, and then to turn around and do this, and then, you know, literally be like, yeah, we're pirates now. If Iran can do it, why can't we? It's cool, I guess. Like, we've just decided America is in its fuck it stage. Okay? America has decided to take a different approach nowadays, where it's like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, we've decided we're gonna fuck around. Okay, hopefully we don't ever find out. But it's very mask off lately.
Iran has threatened to retaliate, the most serious threat yet to the fragile ceasefire that expires this week. While the U.S. military presence in the region continues to grow, officials tell CBS News the USS Gerald R. Ford, which has now undergone the longest aircraft carrier deployment since the Vietnam War, has rejoined the fight, transiting the Suez Canal to the Red Sea. More than 50,000 U.S. troops and the USS Abraham Lincoln carrier remain in this region, and more are on the way. A third carrier, the George H.W. Bush, is due to arrive by the end of the month, to be joined by thousands more Marines sailing from the Asia-Pacific region.
This morning, Iranian officials described the capture of that merchant vessel as a hijacking and an act of piracy. Now, we know that ship had been identified under U.S. sanctions, but it's not exactly clear what it was carrying. Matt?
Charlie, thank you. Now to the latest on those peace talks.
I love watching CBS News, Israel's favorite news broadcast. Like, their coverage on this is somehow even worse than CNN. This is obviously the post-Ellison purchase CBS News. CNN pre-Ellison purchase is doing its very best to also broadcast as many pro-Israel positions as possible. Yeah, I mean, what do you say? What do you say? What can you say about everything that's going on? The idea that a double blockade is actually somehow going to open up the Iranian blockade, which the Iranian side said would actually release in good faith, specifically so they could continue along in their in the ceasefire process, only to have Donald Trump decide, no, actually, we're blockading extra hard. I don't know. I don't know what to say about it. What can you say about it? The art of the deal, baby. That's where we're at. It costs $8 million a day to move a fucking carrier group, and these clowns think that we're going to intimidate Iran by doubling down. Yeah, to move a fucking carrier group, and these clowns think that we're going to intimidate Iran by doubling down. Yeah, I mean, Iran is obviously gearing up, it seems, for a war posture. And you can tell that they're doing that because the American side has decided to claim that there is a lot of instability on the Iranian side, which is not the case. The Tasnim news agency said, oh, your stupid tweets are not going to change anything. And then the American analysts were like, see, they're dunking on Abbas Araghchi. And it was like, no, they were dunking on Trump. That's another thing that I've seen where people are trying to claim that there's a lot of like conflict and instability internally on the Iranian side. And I think at the end of the day, the guys who are, pulling the trigger are the ones who are in control of the show. So
we're expecting as soon as today. The Trump administration announced the meeting would take place in Islamabad, Pakistan, but Iran says that's not happening. Nicole Killian is at the White House. Nicole, good morning. Now, the talks are on, then they're off. The Strait of Hormuz is open, then perhaps closed. So can you help us sort this out?
Hey, good morning to you, Matt. It's really hard to tell exactly where things stand given these new tensions. Right now, the U.S. and Iran can't seem to agree if new negotiations are actually taking place, and that is casting greater uncertainty over what could happen as a fragile ceasefire is about to expire within days.
Sources tell CBS News Vice President J.D. Vance is expected to lead the delegation President Trump is dispatching to new talks in Pakistan. But so far, Iran says it isn't ready to commit, citing Washington's excessive demands, constant shifts in stance, and an ongoing naval blockade, according to Iranian state media.
The president's... I mean, look, I can't speak for the rest of the world, but like obviously the American government's assessment here is going to be pro-America, and they're basically going to shift the blame over to Iran, even though Iran has been the stable partner, the reliable partner in this ceasefire process. They've been a lot more invested in maintaining some semblance of stability and also following the escalation ladder as America and Israel keep keep going up the escalation ladder, opening up civilian targets and all this stuff. Like, I know it sounds ridiculous to hear, but especially if you are, especially if you've seen a lifetime of like pro-America sentiment and that Iran is like dangerous and a malignant actor, you're going to hear me say that and go, that's an insane statement, right? But it's not an insane statement. It's just the truth. And the reality of the matter is, if we had more honest global leaders, they would say the truth. Like, this is why yesterday I brought up the fact that, like, Russia could be considered a rogue actor, for sure, like a rogue state that doesn't abide by the same standards. But America and Israel are on a totally different level when it comes to being a rogue state, a rogue actor. They have been unbelievably belligerent. They are so destructive, not just destructive towards loss of life, targeting civilian infrastructure, but also destructive as far as like international human rights goes. They violate it with regular frequency. All of the rules of war, all of the standards that were previously placed, created by the United States of America in large part, have been violated here, where the attitude is might makes right. It's the law of the jungle. Whoever gets to enact the maximum amount of damage gets to do so with no pushback whatsoever. That is the American assessment here, right? That's the American standard here. And now Iran has shown that it has the capacity. Iran has shown that it has the capacity to fight back. And that has kind of ruined the might makes right politics of the United States of America, because when you have a country that's crazy enough to actually withstand tremendous attacks from the United States of America and willing to commit to creating a military deterrence, well, we see the results, right? It's complete chaos, complete instability. And now America is the party that is forced to be restrained, which they refuse to do so. I mean, the host said that the talks failed because of criteria according to Iran. Not that you give an insane statement yourself, not that you don't do that.
Prepared to escalate, to de-escalate.
On Face the Nation, UN Ambassador Michael Waltz said if Iran doesn't make a deal, the president is prepared to follow through on his renewed threat to knock out every single power plant and every single bridge in Iran. Trump added, no more Mr. Nice Guy.
Anybody who has dealt with the Iranians will tell you it is often 2 steps forward, 3 steps back.
With the ceasefire due to expire this week, both the U.S. and Iran accusing...
It's really funny. Everything that we say about Iran is everything that we say about Iran is actually about us, right? Like, if we're looking at the situation seriously, conducting sober analysis, it's so obvious that we are the belligerent party here. And we just keep saying, we just consistently project the things that we are doing onto our foreign adversaries. It's very, very interesting. Like, oh, you can't deal with these guys. They're madmen. They're insane. And it's funny to do that while the news coverage, like the anchor literally reads, Donald Trump said he's going to blow up all the bridges and all the power plants. And then, boom, you go to the American envoy who's like, yeah, Iran is crazy. You can't deal with them diplomatically. They're crazy. It's like, well, you just described us being crazy. We're the crazy ones. We're the ones who you can't really deal with. I mean, the whole point started, this whole conflict started because there was already a negotiation. There was already a negotiation process. And instead of going through the negotiation process, we decided to use the negotiation process to start bombing Iran with a decapitation strike and blowing up, double tapping a school with little schoolgirls going to it in Minab. It's just, we are a malignant force in the world.
Each other of breaking the agreement by blocking the Strait of Hormuz, despite both sides declaring Friday that it was completely open. Iran's new supreme leader, who hasn't been seen publicly since the start of the war, warned in a weekend statement that Iran is ready to, quote, make its enemies taste the bitterness of new defeat. At home, Democrats are demanding a quick end to the conflict.
The president launched us into this war, and now he really doesn't know how to get out of it.
The president's energy secretary previously pledged gas prices would fall below $3 within 3 weeks. Now he says it could take a lot longer.
That could happen later this year. That might not happen till next year.
According to AAA, the average price for a...
It's just crazy because, like, this is the only thing that Americans give a shit about, too. Like all the instability that we're causing around the world, all of the death and destruction, none of that matters as much as, like, how much more an American is paying at the pump, you know? I mean, I guess you take it wherever you can, right? I guess if this is a radicalizing moment for the average American, you use that to your advantage. You explain to them that, like, it goes beyond this, you know? Foreign policy is interconnected with domestic policy. What you don't have here is because of what we're wasting over there. You know, this is an argument that you can present to people, and should present to people. I just, you know, it's crazy. Like, from the perspective of the average American, all the stuff that Israel did in Gaza was, you know, it was bad. It was fucked up. Sure. Some people saw it. They were like, oh, that's gross. I don't even want to think about it. Right. But that was still happening over there. It was happening with our tax dollars. Some people paid attention to it. Some people were frustrated. But the real reason, as I always said, the real reason why, like, a lot of Americans hate Israel now isn't just because Israel was committing a genocide. The average American hates Israel because they were committing a genocide and being really fucking annoying about the whole thing. Oh, Jesus, that was crazy. That was wild. M. Israel Chai, I apologize. I apologize. As always, M. Israel Chai, M. Israel Chai. That was, Israel is a tiny nation, size of New Jersey, should be the size of the tri-state, in my opinion. It's too tiny. It should be larger. M. Israel Chai. Okay? Yeah. Now, I'm glad that we got that out of the way, though. That was good. Should be fine going forward, hopefully, inshallah. Okay? And, yeah. All right. Where were we? All right. News. President Trump just told me over the phone that he disagrees with Energy Secretary Chris Wright's assessment that gas prices may not drop until next year. No, I think he's wrong on that. Totally wrong, Trump said. When I asked how soon we can expect to see prices come down, Trump said, as soon as this ends. Cool. When will it end? I don't know. Anyway, as I was saying, the only thing the only thing that the average American cares about is how hard their wallets are hurting as a consequence of this. And, you know, we take what we can get, I guess.
Gallon of regular is $4.04, up nearly $1 since last year. Secretary Wright says he believes energy prices have peaked and will come down once the conflict ends. Nate?
Nicole, thank you. Yesterday afternoon, and the Iranian-flagged cargo vessel Tuska apparently ignoring warnings by klaxon and then radio to stop from U.S. Navy destroyer Spruance.
Motor vessel Toska, vacate your engine room. Vacate your engine room. We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
The U.S. Navy said this shows the destroyer firing 3 small munitions designed to stop Tuska, but neither sink her nor set her ablaze. They also released what they say is video of Marines from another ship abseiling to the deck of the Tuska and seizing control of the vessel. Tuska had left port in Malaysia bound for Iran, attacked, immobilized, boarded, impounded on approach to the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump said the ship tried to get past our naval blockade. It did not go well for them. But what now? And that's a question being asked ever more loudly of this war. Another rally in support of the regime in Tehran last night. Iran accusing America of an act of piracy.
Yeah, it was coming back. It wasn't even leaving the strait. We have not stopped. Okay. Iranian tankers, for the most part, are going to China. So we haven't really stopped any of the Iranian tankers that have crossed the Strait of Hormuz. A couple have in the Shadow Fleet. we haven't really stopped those because those are going to China, and that would be a direct, I guess, a direct military intervention against Chinese interests, and we don't really have the smoke for that. But this one was coming back, okay?
For firing on and seizing the ship, it will be avenged, they said. And those peace talks in Pakistan, well, the security cordon is in place in Islamabad. The Americans said they were going yesterday, then didn't, because Iran says there's nothing to talk about, accusing the US of making unrealistic demands and contradictory threats.
As of now, as I'm speaking to you, we have no plan for the next round of negotiations. No decision has been taken in this regard.
Last time out, Vance, Witkoff, Kushner and team got precisely nothing in Islamabad. Tonight, Trump said they're heading back for round 2. Iran is said to be looking positively at the latest.
Yeah, so this is also a little bit inconsistent. America says they're sending their envoys, whereas Iran says they're not. Iran has stated, at least like the last time I checked in, before I went to do the podcast, Iran was like, we're not sending our envoys because you haven't shown good faith. And what's interesting about this, of course, is that the ceasefire was a 2-week process and it's supposed to end tomorrow. Also, yes, JD did say in Islamabad, this is the final and best offer, which obviously goes again. Like, I mean, it shows America's hand once again. For Iran, though, they want the American blockade to end, and they thought that the American blockade would end. So the fact that American naval assets are still limiting transit implies that America is not abiding by what Iran thought was going to be good faith initiatives. There's already very little trust between the Iranian parties and the American side for understandable reasons. I mean, this is what, the third time that the Trump administration, Trump directly has like fucked them over. The first was when he first came into office, destroyed the JCPOA, added additional sanctions onto Iran, even though Iran was following the negotiation in spite of the fact that Donald Trump said JCPOA is over. The second time was obviously leading up to the 12-day war, where Donald Trump said, oh, let's get to the negotiations. And then in the negotiations process, Trump used the negotiations to start the first strike that Israel committed to. And then the last instance of perfidy, of course, was 52 days ago, Operation Epic Fortnight, the start of Operation Epic Fortnight. This was when Iran had conceded to many of the maximalist demands that America was making as far as what to do with the enriched uranium and all this stuff. So, I mean, it's understandable that they would be a little bit reluctant to engage America in the negotiations process. But I guess they're going back to Islamabad. The American team is going back to Islamabad, and they're just going to talk to Pakistan. And then Pakistan will relay the information to Iran. As far as I understand, Iran is not going to show up to this, but that might change.
Deal, but they're still not yet ready for the boarding passes to Pakistan. Once again, the Americans look like the ones in a hurry. And Pakistan looks like the one doing a lot of the spade work. Its interior minister meeting and being seen to meet ambassadors from the US and Iran today to try somehow and get Islamabad too on the road. So if today should prove to be the eve of talks, what of the commanders who have now unleashed war upon Gaza, Yemen, Syria, Lebanon and Iran? Both today somehow smarting. Trump on social media berating his current abysmal poll ratings, dismissing it all as fake news, lies. Netanyahu speaking on Israel's Remembrance Day, claiming humanity's moral high ground.
But the world already recognizes our determination to defend ourselves. Not only to defend ourselves, but to defend humanity from barbaric fanaticism. Small Israel and our great friend, the United States, carry the entire Western civilization on their shoulders.
Some claim from a man who remains indicted by the International Criminal Court for crimes against humanity.
Alex Thompson there. Well, the US president insisted again on social media today that the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, did not talk him into the war with Iran. Our US editor, Anushka Astana, is in Washington. Anushka.
You know, for a moment, we thought that Donald Trump was having a quiet day. He's certainly not speaking in public today. But as usual, his frustrations have bubbled over into a stream of social media posts. And through them, we can really see what is bothering him. The first, what you just mentioned, that critique he's getting actually from the left and right, the idea that Israel talked him into this war. He insists that's not true, that this is...
Yeah, it's, you know, that's a little difficult. That is going to be a little difficult for Donald Trump to deny at this point, right? I mean, Benjamin Netanyahu, Mike Johnson, Donald Trump himself, Marco Rubio, virtually every Democrat that was in the Gang of Eight meetings, pretty much everyone from the start was like, oh my God, you're doing this because Benjamin Netanyahu convinced you. Lindsey Graham openly admitted that it was Israel that gave him the talking points that he could use with Donald Trump. Don't know why they were so excited to reveal this information. Now that I look back at it, actually, 52 days in, I think they all, including Israel, legitimately believed that the Israeli intelligence was solid, was reliable, that like they would be able to do a quick in and out Venezuela style regime change operation, and that Iran would never attack the GCC nations. Iran would never actually close the Strait of Hormuz. Iran would never have enough striking capabilities to continue pummeling Israel and the GCC nations and do a tremendous amount of damage to not just the global energy markets, but also to all of these countries in this neighborhood. And I guess that's the reason why they were so forthcoming about how, you know, Israel gave us this awesome info. And of course, we were going to go in and we're just going to fuck shit up. Like, it's just, it kind of feels like they were so forthcoming because they thought that this would not be a 52-day quagmire at this point with no end in sight. They must have assumed that this would be a very fast operation, that Iran is very weak, right? The CIA director and Joint Chiefs allegedly said the Mossad intelligence is dog shit, but Trump went with it anyway, according to that leaked story. Yes. I mean, this has been a common thing. This has been a common theme with Israel. Israel greatly overestimates the might of its espionage capabilities, the might of its intelligence. Maybe they're even aware of its shortcomings, and yet they make it seem as though they're just like super capable. This is a common problem in the intelligence community. This is something that people yell about all the time. So that's not surprising to me. What's surprising to me is that America was stupid enough to believe it, and we're so forthcoming about the fact that they got this information from Israel and they were goaded into doing this for Israel. Like that part is actually pretty crazy. I assume, thinking about it now, I assume the reason why they were so open about it early on was because they thought they were going to succeed. Fast and easy, rapid in and out campaign, regardless of what the general said would be the worst possible scenario, which we're living currently, regardless of what the American intelligence assessment was, which was that it would be the worst possible scenario, which we're living through currently. It must have been that it must have been Trump's assessment that this will be fast and easy and good, and everyone will celebrate it, and they'll cherish him as the guy who finally ended this 47-year regime, right? It has to be that. Otherwise, it makes no sense to just come out of the gates swinging about how Israel goaded me, the president of the United States of America, into engaging in this unbelievably stupid first strike.
Something he has wanted to address for his entire life. The second one is the critique that he may end up with a deal that is no better or even worse than the one that Barack Obama got in 2015 without a war. Again, Donald Trump says absolutely not true. The third is about the timing of all of this. He's put out a post in which he's talking about World War I lasting over 4 years, World War II over 6 years, suggesting that it hasn't been that long here. And he is also really frustrated with the overall narrative. He's hitting out at the media. He's even hitting out at the polling, saying that polling is rigged. And I think there are two types of polling that will be bothering him. There's global polling. Public First in recent days put out something that suggested in Canada, in the UK, in Germany, in France, the public are more likely to say their country should depend on China over the US under Donald Trump. But also here in the US, domestic polling shows 2/3 of Americans blame Donald Trump for the rise in petrol prices.
So is it panic stations in the White House?
Oh, I think they are pretty worried about it. You know, Donald Trump is talking about winning in Iran, but they're worrying about whether or not they can win in Congress in the midterms that are coming up. And there is a belief that petrol, gas prices are absolutely critical to how the Republicans can do. Politico are reporting that Donald Trump's chief of staff, Susie Wiles, is holed up in a Washington hotel with Republican strategists trying to discuss how they can get the messaging right about all of this. And for all the president says that he's not worried about all of this, it is pretty clear that he is. And there is some confusion at the moment about what is happening in terms of the delegation, the US delegation going to Pakistan. He said they'd already gone. We're now told by sources that they're going to go soon.
Anushka, thanks very much. Well, earlier I spoke to Hamid Reza Azizi, an expert on Iranian security and former lecturer at the University of Tehran. I began by asking him if he believes the Iranians will show up to the talks that, as we've been hearing, are due to begin in Pakistan tomorrow.
Well, the problem for the Iranian leadership is that they are caught between a rock and a hard place, in the sense that Donald Trump seems convinced that his coercive diplomacy is going to work. The Iranian leaders also need to balance any signal of diplomacy with their own support base inside the country, which is very ideologically oriented, and basically sees any sign of flexibility as a potential capitulations.
I mean, you talk about President Trump's strategy being coercive diplomacy. Others talk about sort of flip-flopping between threats and claiming victory and then more threats. But we've also seen what looks like some flip-flopping by the Iranians themselves. You know, first of all, reopening the Strait of Hormuz, then closing it again, saying earlier today they had...
This is how a negotiation works, okay? If you get to the table to put together a ceasefire proposal and you abide by the agreement, you set the standards, you give your points, the opposition gives their points, and then you abide by those standards that were set forth. And in order to show that you are following along in good faith, you start easing some of these restrictions. For the Iranian side, from what I understand, I'm not entirely certain as to how much easing of the restrictions the Iranians were committed to, whether it would be fully opening the Strait of Hormuz or whether it be allowing the ships to cross through on the preordained route led by the IRGC Navy, or just like complete transiting of all ships through the strait. I'm not entirely certain on which of those two things was going to be the case. But regardless, like, Iran said that they were going to ease the restrictions on the Strait of Hormuz. And then America was, from what I understand, also going to no longer have the second block right outside the strait, the naval block that they've implemented. America, on the other hand, did not do that. Donald Trump literally said, oh, Iran capitulated to everything we wanted. They suck. They're weak pussies. They're cowards. Also, we're not letting any of those ships go through, regardless. Here, we took over an Iranian cargo ship that was going back into Iran. And of course, like, if that's the case, then, yeah, that's not a flip-flop. That's just the Iranian side going, okay, well, I guess we're not opening the Strait of Hormuz then. If you're not going to abide by your side of the deal, then we're not gonna just give you everything he wanted. That's not how diplomacy works, especially when you have that leverage, especially when you have that upper hand. You have to once again, show that you have the upper hand. It doesn't make any sense. And most analysts that I have seen, from Danny Citrinowicz to Sina Tusi to Trita Parsi, most of the analysts, regardless of whether they agree with one another ideologically or not, doesn't matter, have said it's because Donald Trump, and this is the singular unifying factor in all of the analysis. Everyone keeps repeatedly saying Donald Trump mistakes any kind of negotiations as weakness. In his mind, the very fact that the opposition is coming to the ceasefire table, to the ceasefire negotiations table, implies that they're weak, implies that they've lost. That's not how this works. That's not how any treaties are conducted historically. Sure, one side has an upper hand, absolutely. But in this circumstance, if you look at the actual situation on the ground, if you look at the reality on the ground, Iran has the leverage. And it's also something that the American side understands. And they understand it so much that they were trying to set this ceasefire deal up in Islamabad to begin with. It was the American side that was like actively trying to get Iran to the table. And Iran was like, no, we're going to continue. We haven't established sufficient military deterrence. So if you're doing that, then you're equipped with the knowledge, or at least someone in the American team is equipped with the knowledge that in a game of attrition, Iran has the capacity to wait out the United States of America and wait out Israel, because it can absorb a lot more economic damage than America and capital interests can, because international capital needs stability, right? There's a little bit of volatility where capital owners can make money, but too much volatility, too much instability, and especially a closure of the Strait of Hormuz, all of a sudden, nobody's making money, right? There's great instability all around the world. For Iran, because they have been forcibly pushed out of the international marketplace, because they don't do regular trade, they are already used to this kind of volatile environment, and therefore are capable of absorbing a lot more economic damage than international capital is. That is leverage. That's a significant upper hand that Iran has as opposed to the rest of the world here, right? They've been forced to exist in this environment due to the sanctions anyway. So what every analyst is saying universally is that Trump, on the one hand, seemingly understands that reality, and therefore the American side has been actively begging the Iranians to come back to the negotiations table. But also, on the other hand, the way that Trump communicates and the way that Trump has final say almost implies that any kind of agreement from the Iranian side he treats as weakness. There's an inconsistency here. And under normal circumstances, I would always try to find the rationale behind why certain world leaders behave in certain ways, right? But with Donald Trump, it's very difficult to identify exactly what the logical through line is, because he's just a madman. You can look at previous trends, you can look at past performance and try to map out what is truly going on. Like, one of the things that we can identify is whenever he says he's going to do terrorism, whenever he says he's going to blow up power plants, for example, that just means he's willing to do a negotiation. Okay, that's what has happened thus far. Okay, as an agent of chaos, when he says, "Oh, I'm going to do the big bad. I'm going to do the genocide on Iran. I'm going to blow up all of your cultural landmarks," that means he's like actually willing to de-escalate. It's the exact opposite. At least that's how you can read it, judging by past performance. Danny Citrinowicz says, "It's a mistake to live under illusions." Agree with Sina Tusi. Danny Citrinowicz from the Atlantic Council, agreeing with a senior fellow at CI Policy, by the way. Very interesting time to be alive. These two people are directly at odds with one another as it pertains to foreign policy. One is a non-interventionist, anti-interventionist think tank. The other is a pro-liberal interventionist think tank. So when you got both of these guys agreeing with one another in their own assessments, understand that Trump has gotten so crazy that, you just kind of have to recognize that things are a little unstable. Iran is more likely, Danny says, Iran is more likely to escalate than accept a good deal that forces concessions on missiles, enrichment, Hormuz, or its regional proxies. The argument that a weakened Iran can be pushed into a favorable deal is flawed. Even if weakened, Iran is more likely to escalate than surrender. After weeks of sustained aerial pressure, it is already clear any large-scale military campaign will dramatically worsen regional and global economic consequences without forcing Iran to concede. At its core, forcing Iran to give up its missile program or enrichment would amount, in Tehran's eyes, to regime change. That is precisely why the Iranian leadership will resist it at all costs. There are no easy solutions, either a deal broadly resembling the previous nuclear agreement or escalation that leads not to resolution, but to a far more dangerous confrontation. Attempts to imagine a good deal ignore both the structural constraints and the realities we've seen unfold since the 28th of February. In hindsight, it is clear that a policy which completely ignored the nature of Iran's current leadership and relied primarily on wishful thinking has led us into a deeply problematic strategic reality. By ignoring the regime's ideological rigidity and decision-making patterns, this approach replaced strategy with illusion, and the results are now evident. Yeah, this also goes back to, again, that inconsistency that we're seeing with like the way that America is moving and the way that America is talking. On back channels, they're demanding that Iran get back to the ceasefire table, to get back to negotiations. But Donald Trump, who has final say on these operations, is behaving as though there is no need for negotiations, right? And we hear some of the more insane versions of this whenever he goes on TV, where he says, like, we've destroyed the Iranian Navy, we've destroyed the Iranian military, Iran doesn't exist anymore, we've cratered Iran, their missile cities are gone. But then we look at observable reality, and it's obviously very different, right? Now, there's been a ceasefire for the past 2 weeks, so you can't tell, I guess, or maybe we forgot. But up until that ceasefire, Iran was pummeling the GCC and also Israel. So clearly, we had not attrited their striking capabilities. We had not destroyed nearly enough TELs, which are replaceable and easy to fix. And not only that, but perhaps more importantly, we had not established full-blown aerial superiority over the Iranian airspace, and that's and the observable reality there is by looking at the weapons that America was using. We deployed and expended a tremendous number of our standoff munitions, which are missiles that you use from afar, rather than the unguided or guided gravity bombs that you normally would use, which we have virtually infinite supply of, not infinite, but close to infinite supply of, as opposed to the standoff munitions. We're not using those because those are dropped from airplanes. And if you haven't established air superiority, if you haven't created a no-fly zone over Iranian airspace in the way that Trump is claiming, air superiority, yes, but not air supremacy, sure. But even if there was air superiority, you wouldn't have had so many planes fall out of the sky, right? That's just the reality. It would be easier for American flights to conduct their missions without having to withstand anti-air defense systems. And it's very clear that Iran still has denial capabilities, anti-air defense systems, and that's precisely the reason why there was a search and rescue mission that took place, right? I mean, that's because they dropped an F-15 over Iranian airspace. They dropped a Warthog in the process as well. Like, they still have capabilities of defending the Iranian airspace. So once again, you don't just listen to what the American side is saying. You have to look at what the American side is doing. So by ignoring the regime's ideological rigidity, it's time to fundamentally rethink our assumptions and strategy towards Iran before the situation deteriorates even further. Instead of weakening the regime and reshaping the Middle East for the better, the opposite has occurred. It has been significantly strengthened, especially amongst its core supporters. As a result, the region now risks moving into a more dangerous direction with a more radical and more assertive Iran at its center. And the only think tank, it seems, that still operates inside of Washington that has the president's ear, unfortunately, is the Benjamin Netanyahu think tank, Foundation for Defending Democracy, FDD. And they're the only guys who are like, things are going great, actually. We should just be extra hard. We should do more of the strikes. We should continue waging war against Iran. We shouldn't stop until Iran is destroyed. And everybody else is like, No, you're a fucking idiot. This is an unbelievable catastrophe. It has greatly diminished American force projection capabilities around the globe. It has made our footing with our allies, not just in the region, but certainly outside of the region, in the Asia region, for example, Asia Pacific region, far worse. It is causing everyone to recalculate American security cooperation agreements. We're losing our standing with our Western allies in NATO. We're losing our standing with the Asia Pacific allies. We've frustrated everyone, both because of the economic damage that they have to withstand, the energy crisis that they're currently going through. As Donald Trump keeps saying over and over again, it's not our problem, it's your problem, even though he caused the problem to begin with. It's a spectacular defeat. Hard to see how the violent spike in inflation and shortages in East and South Asia brought on by Trump's war on Iran doesn't eventually spike inflation and economic pain in the U.S. and Europe. There is a delayed response here in the United States of America because all the commodities that they make over there that they're not going to be able to make or make in a much more costly manner is inevitably going to lead to inflation in the American markets as well. Okay? Just as our oil that we receive from the Strait of Hormuz comes, almost a month after everyone else receives it. We have a delayed response here, a delayed impact on the inflationary crisis that we've brought about the rest of the world, but it's going to happen. And of course, markets, as expected, are behaving in this unbelievably irrational manner because everyone is just holding on to the idea that as long as we all make it seem like things are going to be fine, then eventually things will be fine and we'll keep making money. Many countries across the Asia Pacific are experiencing sudden jolts of disruption that they are struggling to manage, with some comparing the crisis breakdowns to the scope of the COVID pandemic. Even if there's a peace deal soon, the future of this industrious region that has driven global economic growth for decades will likely include months of canceled flights, surging food prices, factory pauses, delayed shipment, and empty shelves for products long considered quick and easy to buy worldwide. Plastic bags, instant noodles, vaccines, syringes, lipstick, microchips, and sportswear. Collectively, according to many officials and experts, if the war's strangling of commercial traffic through the Middle East lasts for even a few more weeks and uncertainty lingers, shortages could push several countries into convulsions of unrest followed by recession. Polyester and nylon are also derived from petroleum. In the sewing hubs of Bangladesh, Gazipur, and Ashulia, where clothes are made from Walmart, Zara, and Uniqlo, severe disruptions to production and shipment schedules are common and on track to worsen. The strain we are under now, managing it will become very tough if there's no continuity in gas or fuel supply, said Abdullah Hil Naqib, Deputy Managing Director of Team, a Bangladeshi garment factory group. We are seeing that the prices of our raw materials are also rising. Today, the price of thread has almost doubled. So they see it immediately. We see it in a delayed manner. Okay? Because this touches everything. The international trade system is interwoven. Everything is interconnected. So you might assume, oh, we're in America. How does this impact us? We don't get our oil from the Strait of Hormuz, even though we do, but it's like, minor. It still has downstream consequences on increasing the price of goods that you purchase. A lot of people don't understand that for some weird reason. We act as though we assume that like we're totally operating with a different industrial base. We are not. The entire world is getting their goods, especially the Western world. They're getting their goods from the Asia Pacific region, right? That's where all of the things that we consume and things that we purchase, things that we use are being produced. So if they don't get their oil, if they don't get their gas from the Strait of Hormuz, which is where they get their oil and gas from, then they can't produce things. If they can't produce things, you can't have the components necessary for production even happening in the Western world, or you can't get the commodities in the Western world at all. If the price goes up, then your price goes up. Because everything is interconnected. Americans have a very hard time comprehending this reality for some weird reason. This is precisely the reason why the stranglehold that Iran has over the Strait of Hormuz is so devastating and will have long-term reverberations, long-term global consequences, and they've already begun.
No plans to join the talks, and in the last hour or so saying they're positively thinking about it. What's happening here on their side?
I think these two are kind of related to each other, and there's a kind of vicious circle created by the decisions on one side that impacts the kind of strategic moves on the other side.
But some of the contradictory messages, some people would say, coming out from the Iranians themselves. The question is that a strategy, or isn't it true that there are clearly different factions fighting for control here?
I don't see it as a sign of infighting, but as I said, as a sign of a regime under pressure that it impacts, it restricts its flexibility and room for maneuvering, and also leads to these contradictions. So contradictions do exist, but the way they should be interpreted, I think it's a bit different than how it is recently.
We have to focus on community and shopping locally if we're going to make it through this. Buddy, I need you to understand something, okay? There is no local community support if certain things that you have taken for granted that you utilize in your day-to-day lives, like, I mean, syringes, right? Like, they were just bringing up syringes. Like, what do? You can't locally source syringes, right? Like, that's not a thing that happens. That's not something you can do. If syringes are being made in a factory in India, and now that factory in India doesn't have the necessary resources to keep up with the output, all of a sudden, syringes are going to be infinitely more costly, right? Places are not going to be able to purchase them. It's just not a thing that you can overcome through the local barter process, right? Yeah, nitrogen for fertilizer is transported through the Hormuz. Just go to the local fertilizer producer in my town, bro. It doesn't work like that, right? And America already doesn't have the manufacturing base regardless. Even cotton, too. My job emailed us saying that the price of organic cotton yarn went up 7 to 10% over the last week, and it was already expensive with the previous tariffs. We already took our prices up to compensate, but might have to do more. You are very wrong. All my favorite pistachios, coffee beans, and jalapeno poppers are made locally in my American suburban backyard. Surely none of this will be affected. Yeah. We here in the United States take for granted this global design, this global trade design that we have implemented and have, benefited from tremendously. But we don't understand that all of this is a very fragile system, okay? It's all unbelievably fragile. And for the longest time, as long as America was the only disruptive force and was choosing its enemies wisely, even if it was an enemy that could fight back like the Vietnamese, it was somewhat sheltered from the rest of the, did not have the capacity to disrupt global trade in the same meaningful fashion as Iran is able to by controlling the Strait of Hormuz. It was fine, right? Afghanistan, it was fine overall. It wasn't fine for the Afghan population. It wasn't fine for the Iraqi population, but it was fine for the rest of the world, right? America came into Iraq, for example, and immediately secured the Ministry of Energy, right? That was the first thing that we did. Why did we do that? Well, because Iraq is an oil producer, and we wanted to make sure that there was, that the assets were protected. So this is a different situation because you can't. The damage, the impact is always going to be global. It's not just a localized impact. There is localized impact as well, but the long-term consequences will be global. And America still very much operates in the global trade design, and therefore we will absolutely experience long-term shocks as a consequence of this.
Discussed in the mainstream discussions, actually.
And in terms of what all of this means, should these talks go ahead for the chance of a lasting peace, what's your assessment?
I think there should be some sort of a face-saving off-ramp. I can imagine that if President Trump, for example, decides to even temporarily remove this naval blockade, or say that it's not going to be imposed as strictly as it was, at least in the past 48 hours, like confiscating Iranian ships. If that happens, that would give some room for maneuver to the Iranian delegation to go there. Because as I said, they also need a deal. Just to give you some statistics, 2 million people have lost their jobs as a result of this war, directly or indirectly. The other day, the spokesperson of the Iranian government said that the cost of reconstructing the country after the war is something around $270 billion. So this is what they need. And they certainly don't want to go back to war, but coercive diplomacy seems not to be working because of the perils that would pose to the regime from inside.
Ahmadreza Azizi, thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
In July 2024, Secretary Blinken claimed Iran was 1 or 2 weeks away from having enough fissile material breakout capacity to eventually make a weapon if Iran had decided.
Yeah, Democrats, man. For years and years, we kept up this ridiculous lie that Iran was days away from having nuclear arms, that, Iran was a very dangerous, unstable actor in this region. You should read that, regardless of who's saying it, as Israeli propaganda, because that's precisely what it was. The only actor in this region that Iran was a real, genuine threat to was Israel, okay? And that's precisely why Israel kept repeatedly saying this over and over again. And that's why a lot of our Israel first politicians also kept repeatedly saying this over and over again. And that's precisely the reason why. Like a lot of the Democrats, after spending the last, 30, 40 years repeating this ridiculous lie, are kind of having a hard time communicating exactly why they oppose what Donald Trump is doing. Right? We've been gearing up for this moment. We've been at least doing propaganda for this exact moment for the longest time.
To do so. There were indirect negotiations that the Biden administration did, but it went nowhere. So when President Trump argues that he did when no other president would, is it just simply that the bill was coming due and it fell on his watch?
I do think there's a certain element to that.
This is Amos Hochstein. Okay. Amos Hochstein served in the IDF, by the way, was the advisor to the former President Joe Biden. Alongside Brett McGurk, Amos Hochstein, once again, served in the IDF, was formative in Biden's Middle Eastern design. He was one of the key architects of Biden's bear hug strategy and unlimited support for the nation state of Israel as Israel was doing a genocide. Okay? Just so you understand, it was two key guys, Amos Hochstein and Brett McGurk. So the question being presented is being presented to Amos Hochstein. So he's a good guy? Yeah, the best guy. No, he's not a good guy. These guys are unbelievably evil, okay? They're bloodthirsty warmongers. Democratic partisans have been pointing to Trump's war for weeks to chide Hassan Piker and anyone else they blame. Read everyone but themselves for losing in 2024. But it turns out the Biden admin was planning to attack Iran if they won a second term.
There were indirect negotiations that the Biden administration did, but it went nowhere. So when President Trump argues that he did when no other president would, is it just simply that the bill was coming due and it fell on his watch?
I do think there's a certain element to that. And that's why I was supportive of President Trump joining in June.
Yeah, so was Brett. So was Brett McGurk. If you remember, Brett McGurk went on CNN and was like, this is awesome. The 12-day war. During the 12-day war, Brett McGurk would go on CNN every day and be like, oh, this is so sick. We actually trained for this exact same situation when Biden was president. If you recall, I covered it at the time. Okay. Brett McGurk would go on CNN every single day and say, we trained for this. We should get a little bit of the credit too. What a beautiful sight.
To take the strikes that we had thought internally in the Biden administration we may have to take if there was a second term. We thought that the spring, summer of 2025 was probably, we may have to be there in the same place. And we did war games. We did some practice runs on what it would look like to look into it. And because that may have had to happen under our watch as well. But he said we obliterated their nuclear program. The question then is not about what he did in June. This war we were in now.
Why? Why did we have to do this at all? Why does no one in the media go, I don't understand. Why do we have to do this? Who is this a threat to? Don't you feel like the current predicament is a far graver threat to the rest of the world than anything prior to our military intervention here at the behest of Israel? It's just totally ridiculous. No one ever asked that question, like, why are we attacking Iran? That's never the question. The question is, how are we attacking Iran? Why haven't we been able to destroy Iran? How long will it take to destroy Iran? No one ever asks, why are we attacking Iran? What are we doing? Why are we attacking Iran when the only time, if the nukes are a real threat, okay, if the nukes are a real threat, if it's a significant threat that Iran has nuclear arms, which, by the way, I don't think it would be a threat at all. I think it would be, the region would be more stable if Iran had nukes. I am totally in agreement with Professor Mersheimer, who advanced this theory, right? Some may say it's the Hasanabi nuclear sovereignty doctrine. Sure, that's fine. But outside of that, like, you can ask the question, why? Why are we fighting against Iran? If we are worried about Iran developing nuclear arms, then the only successful attempts at restraining Iran's nuclear ambitions was during the JCPOA. So it's clear that diplomacy is the only successful method here. So why should we be attacking Iran? Why have we attacked Iran? Donald Trump ripped apart the JCPOA, and Iran went back to enriching uranium beyond civilian usage. Clearly, they have done so to maintain some kind of leverage against the sanctions that we have implemented. That is a demand for negotiation. That's not a demand for war. That's not a real, a genuine interest in developing nuclear arms. That's just leverage. Leverage to bring the United States back to the negotiations process.
Did not attack the nuclear facilities again. Mm-hmm. This was not about the nuclear. So the question now becomes, can you do a deal with the Iranians? And the maximalist positions that both sides have are right now very far apart, despite all the rhetoric that we're almost there, or we are there, but if we're not there, we'll bomb the hell out of them.
Yeah. In July 20... Everyone's saying, like, oh, this is different. This is totally different. Trump is so irresponsible. Failed to consider that plenty of former Biden administration figures that were unbelievably pro-Israel and were certainly Israel first, Brett McGurk and Amos Hochstein are two key figures here, are saying we would do the same thing as well. As a matter of fact, we were training for this exact moment. And they've said that over and over again. Anyway, getting back to Donald Trump effort posting through this process, the deal that we're making with Iran will be far better than the JCPOA, commonly referred to as the Iran nuclear deal, penned by Barack Hussein Obama and sleepy Joe Biden. One of the worst deals ever made, having to do with the security of our country. It was a guaranteed road to a nuclear weapon, which will not and cannot happen with the deal we're working on. One thing that's really funny about this is that Democrats don't even raise this point, because many Democrats that are in leadership roles, like Chuck Schumer, for example, were directly opposed to the JCPOA at the time because, come on, let's be real. Again, Chuck Schumer cares about Israel a whole lot more than he cares about the Democratic Party, his own constituents, American democracy, yada, yada, yada. All of that is secondary, okay? Don't take my word for it. Take Chucky Boy's own word for it, right? He was in opposition to the JCPOA at the time, okay? So that's part of the reason why many of the Democrats in power don't bring up the fact that there was a successful deal that was implemented that Donald Trump destroyed, the JCPOA, okay? Because Israel didn't like the JCPOA. Israel hated it so much that Benjamin Netanyahu came to America, okay, was invited to speak in front of Congress. Many Democrats didn't attend that speech, by the way, because it was a symbolic speech to say fuck you to Barack Obama, where he complained about Barack Obama in the halls of Congress. Okay, he gave a State of the Union as the real president of the United States of America when Barack Obama was in the process of implementing the JCPOA. That is the level of access and the hubris demonstrated by Israel. Many of you are probably oblivious to this reality. It happened decades ago. You probably don't remember. You probably didn't know. But that has been the case, okay? So if you're confused as to why many Democrats don't raise the point that there was a successful implementation of a denuclearization agreement with Iran through not war, but through the negotiations process, it's because they too are pro-Israel. But what's interesting about it is now Trump is bringing up the JCPOA, which will force the hand of Democrats to be, oppositional to Trump. And now maybe they'll be forced. Now they might be forced to bring up the JCPOA to say, hey, Barack Obama did actually see a decent amount of success here. Okay? It was guaranteed road to a nuclear weapon, which will not and cannot happen with the deal we're working on. They actually gave $1.7 billion in green cash, loaded onto a Boeing 757, and flown to Iran for the Iranian leadership to spend any way they saw fit. He emptied out all the cash in the banks in D.C., Virginia, and Maryland. Those bankers said they'd never seen anything like it before. In addition to hundreds of billions of dollars was paid to Iran. If I did not terminate that deal, nuclear weapons would have been used on Israel and all over the Middle East, including our cherished U.S. military bases. The fake news, like lightweight Washington Post journalist David Ignatius, loves to talk about the JCPOA, knowing that it was dangerous and a complete embarrassment to our country. If a deal happens under Trump, it will guarantee peace, security, safety, not only for Israel and the Middle East, but for Europe, America, and elsewhere. It will be something that the entire world will be proud of instead of years of embarrassment and humiliation that we have been forced to suffer due to incompetent and cowardly leadership President Donald J. Trump. Again, another funny part about this is that Donald Trump, as a part of the current ceasefire negotiations that he begged Iran to conduct with the American admin, is releasing $20 million, not $1.7 billion of green cash, but $20 billion. Okay? 20. Joe Biden unfroze $6 billion. Barack Obama unfroze $1.7 billion. Donald Trump is slated to unfreeze $20 billion. Okay? Now, some of that is the Brandon inflation, okay? Joe Brandon, he did inflation. So it's really funny that Trump is trying to volunteer this information as though it was bad. And I'm sure a lot of his moronic fan base will eat this shit up. But I wish more Democrats would communicate that this was a far better alternative. Diplomacy was always a far better alternative to dealing with Iran than whatever the fuck we're doing currently. Gregory Bruce says, but if you want to see some clarity as to why the U.S. gave Iran $1.7 billion in 2016 as a part of the JCPOA, here's a good explainer. The money was a part of the pre-revolution agreement that was still lingering in arbitration. The reason it was such a large sum was the accumulated interest. So he then follows this up with a second effort post. And when our boy is writing these effort posts, know that he is suffering, okay? He is constantly chirping about Iran now. He is constantly chirping about how Israel doesn't own me. I'm not dominated by Israel. Don't say that. Don't say that Benjamin Netanyahu dominates me. Don't you say it. I am not blackmailed. He said, oh my God, how many fucking posts has he had? It's unbelievable. Trump compares his war in Iran to World War II and calls Democrats traitors. We won't let the weak and pathetic Democrats traitors all belittle the accomplishments of our military and the Trump administration. Oh, he's doing the thing where he's like, oh, you're not yelling at me. You're yelling at our beautiful military. You must hate America. It doesn't really work when you're Trump, though. Okay. At this point, Trump saying, you're not yelling at me. You're yelling at our beautiful military. Oh, I bet you wouldn't say that to my troops' face, is kind of like if Trump came out and was like, oh, you're not yelling at me. You're yelling at the Pope, actually. You're not yelling at me. You're yelling at all good Catholics at this point. I was simply highlighting the beauties of Catholicism. Like, everybody knows that you're a madman. Well, not everybody. 70% of the country knows you're a fucking madman, okay? 30% think everything that you're saying is great and awesome, and they believe it, even if you contradict yourself in the same sentence, as he does with regular frequency. Trump says the Democrats are doing everything possible to hurt the very strong position we are in with respect to Iran. Despite World War I lasting 4 years, 3 months, and 14 days, World War II lasting 6 years and 1 day, the Korean War lasting 3 years and 1 month and 2 days, the Vietnam War lasting 19 years, 5 months, and 29 days, and Iraq lasting 8 years, 8 months, and 28 days, they like to say that I promised 6 weeks to defeat Iran. And actually, from the military standpoint, it was far faster than that. But I'm not going to let them rush the United States into making a deal that is not as good as it could have been. I read the fake news saying that I'm under pressure to make a deal. This is not true. Oh my God, this is so true. At this point, when Donald Trump claims something is not true, just know that it's definitely true. He is crashing the fuck out right now. It is very funny. I am under no pressure whatsoever, although it will all happen relatively quickly. Time is not my adversary. Again, objectively false. In the game of attrition, Iran, every day that passes by that the Strait of Hormuz remains closed is a day that Iran gains more leverage and America loses more leverage, which is why the double blockade was very stupid. The double blockade was unbelievably stupid for this reason, because the whole point of the blockade is that it benefits Iran and it harms the interests of capital and therefore harms America standing around the world. The only thing that matters is that we finally, after 47 years, straighten out the mess that other presidents let happen because they didn't have the courage or foresight to do what had to be done with respect to Iran. We're in it, and it will be done right, and we won't let the weak and pathetic Democrats, traitors all, who for years have been talking about the dangers of Iran and that something has to be done, but now, since I'm the one doing it, belittle the accomplishments of our military and the Trump administration. He does kind of have a point there. Democrats have, foolishly, being the Israel first party that they are, just like the Republicans, have for years said that Iran presents a constant danger, a constant threat. If Democrats were saying the truth throughout that process, right now they would have a stronger position. They still have a fairly strong position. They're not even leaning into it because they're fucking assholes, but, you know, that's besides the point. This is being perfectly executed on a scale of Venezuela, just a bigger, more complex operation. He's going to hold on to the Venezuela operation till the day he dies, man. He's like, just like Venezuela. All the haters and losers saying this is not like Venezuela. This is just like it, okay? Except for the fact that it is exactly the opposite. It has not been an easy in and out mission, and that we didn't do regime change almost overnight. That did not happen. And also the international energy markets are collapsing, even though I try to hold it together by lying every day. I did Venezuela. Remember Venezuela? It was so good. In my first term, I built the greatest military our country's ever seen, including adding Space Force. In my second term, I am properly and judiciously using our military to solve problems left to us by others of far less understanding or competence. Make America great again, President Donald J. Trump. Axios reports he's over it. Axios reports he's over it. Trump wants it done. He doesn't like Iran holding control over the Strait, over the Middle East. He doesn't want to fight anymore, but he will if he feels he has to, an administration official tells Axios. Well, why did you begin it if you weren't capable of finishing it? You know, I'm bored now. It's lame. It's woke and gay. I don't care about Iran no more. Oh, wonderful stuff. There's even more, by the way. A third tweet has hit the timeline. This one hitting the Pentagon, I guess. Donald Trump says, I'm winning a war by a lot. Things are going very well. Our military has been amazing. And if you read the fake news, like the failing New York Times, the absolutely horrendous and disgusting Wall Street Journal, or the now almost defunct, fortunately, Washington Post, you would actually think we are losing the war. The enemy is confused because they get these same media reports, and yet they realize their Navy has been completely wiped out. Their Air Force is gone onto darker runways. They have no anti-missile or anti-airplane equipment. Their former leaders are mostly gone, in parentheses. This has been, in addition to everything else, regime change. And perhaps most important of all, the blockade, which we will not take off until there is a deal, is absolutely destroying Iran. They are losing $500 million a day, an unsustainable number even in the short run. The anti-America fake news media is rooting for Iran to win, but it's not going to happen because I'm in charge. Just like these unpatriotic people used every ounce of their limited strength to fight me in the election, they continue to do so with Iran. The result will be the same. It already is. President Donald J. Trump. Wait, he has another one? The Iranian leadership has forced hundreds of ships towards the United States, mostly Texas, Louisiana, and Alaska, to get their oil. Thank you very much, President Donald J. Trump. By the way, even just our burn rate as opposed to Iran, if we're taking what he's saying seriously, and like Iran is losing 500 million a day, we're losing 2 billion a day. And that's just like our military expenditure. Okay. So no, I think meat for meat, you know, they're doing a lot better. They're going ban for ban. Yeah. I like that Donald Trump's last couple of posts has just been, don't tell anyone in the news. Do not put it in the newspaper that I am mad. Oh, meanwhile, the U.S. has suspended all funding and security coordination with Iraq's government and suspended dollar shipments to Iraq's central banking system, Al-Haddad. You know, our evil never goes away. You know, we're also making Iraq, we're punishing the Iraqi population for the successful militia movement in Iraq that has actively purged the national boundaries of U.S. troops. So we're using whatever kind of leverage we have over Iraq. Ro Khanna said the thing that I've been saying, thank God. Barack Obama did his homework. He engaged in statesmanship that left America safer and built a coalition to prevent Iran from having enriched uranium. All Trump did is listen to Netanyahu. That's his entire foreign policy. And that is why Donald Trump posted this tantrum this morning, claiming Israel has no control over his decision-making because he was watching Maria Bartiromo. And he was watching our boy, Ro Khanna, go on Maria Bartiromo and say the truth. Because, like, if you are invested in ensuring that Iran never has enriched uranium that's capable of building a nuclear weapon, then Barack Obama did it. I have many criticisms of Barack Obama. Many criticisms of Barack Obama. However, this was one of the things that he did right. This and Cuba were the two major points of credit that I give Barack Obama all the time as it pertains to his foreign policy. Washington is a part of his fighting oligarchy tour. Senator Bernie Sanders is heading to Ohio, Minnesota, and Michigan for May 1st to May 3rd, where he will hold a series of rallies with U.S. Michigan U.S. Senate candidate Dr. Abdullah Syed, Minnesota U.S. candidate Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan, and U.S. candidate Brian Poindexter, a union iron worker running in Ohio's 7th congressional district. Hell fucking yeah. That's going to be awesome. Oh my God, that's going to be so sick. Very excited about that. Anyway, let's get back to Morning Joe. I have other stuff going on in the same time frame with other candidates, so I don't know if I'll be able to go to any of those things. Maybe the Michigan one, potentially. Who knows?
Welcome back. The Wall Street Journal is out with new reporting from behind the scenes at the White House entitled, "Despite his public bravado, President Trump is grappling with his own fears regarding Iran." According to the Journal, the operation to extract 2 airmen whose jet was shot down over Iran this month was followed by hours of the president screaming at aides, quote, "Images of the 1979 Iranian hostage crisis, one of the biggest international policy failures of a presidency in recent times, had been looming large in his mind." The paper reports the president is dealing with his own fear about ordering troops into harm's way. Trump has resisted sending American soldiers to take Kharg Island, for example, the launch point for 90% of Iran's oil export.
This story is incredible, by the way. That's why he was saying the Wall Street Journal is incredibly corrupt, is the worst newspaper, all this shit. Because this Wall Street Journal piece is unbelievable. I mean, I guess it's super believable if you are paying close attention to how Trump moves. But this kind of like insight into what's going on behind the curtain has been very revealing, and it's basically just complimentary information to the analysis that we've conducted here on the Hasanabi broadcast. It's just, it's a spectacular fuck up, and you see a panicked Trump behind closed doors.
Sports. While he was told the mission.
Morning Joe is the best news program on cable TV. Okay, dude, calm the fuck down. All right, it's probably one of the worst. We're not glazing Morning Joe here. We're glazing we're glazing the Wall Street Journal, which is also crazy, but
and the territory's capture
just
would give
this
the U.S.
article.
access to the strait. He worried there would be unacceptably high American casualties. Still, he has made risky pronouncements without input from his national security team, including his post about plans to destroy the Iranian civilization, saying seeming unstable could help spur the Iranians to negotiate. A president who thrives on drama is bringing an even more intense version of his unorthodox, maximalist approach to a new situation, fighting a war. He is veering between belligerent and conciliatory approaches and grappling behind the scenes with just how badly things could go wrong. Joining us now, the co-author of that piece, White House reporter for the Wall Street Journal, Annie Linskey. So, Annie, what else are you hearing about the president's feelings about this behind the scenes? It seems to match pretty well, or track pretty well, with the way Iran is responding, which anybody with a sense of how things go with Iran is not surprised about.
Yeah, Micah, my colleague Josh Dostie and I set out to try to draw a portrait of the president at war. Donald Trump has had 2 presidencies, but he has never overseen a sustained military campaign like this. And while we, as Americans, have seen his very unique governing style in other aspects of his presidency, legislating executive orders and the like, we've never witnessed this type of sort of impulsive and his sort of desire to appear chaotic during wartime. So that was what we were trying to show and the reporting target that we had for this piece.
Annie,
this is Nixon madman theory. The problem with that, however, is when you match up against another madman, it kind of fucks up your plans. Like, he is definitely demented, and it helps with the unique style of communication. Okay, fuck you, says Fallen Amen. So here's the problem. If you have an opponent that is far weaker, doesn't have any kind of like, not nuclear arms, but functionally the nuclear weapon of destroying 20% of the oil production and gas production of the entire world, or at least like stopping the transit of 20% of the entire world's energy supply, which is functionally the same as like, being as disruptive as a nuke, right? When you have an enemy that has that capability and they are exercising their power, you kind of can't do the madman theory, right? Because the madman theory only works when you're posturing about like utilizing nuclear arms. But if your enemy is also saying like, yeah, we got nukes too, we'll use them. Fuck you. Here's a tactical nuke. All of a sudden, that theory falls apart. Do you think this kind of coverage means they're ready to liquidate him? I don't think so.
Things I thought was really fascinating about your piece was how there seem to be 2 parallel tracks happening that are not necessarily communicating with each other all the time in the White House. So you've got during the operation to try and rescue the airmen, you've got the security people keeping Donald Trump away from the situation because they thought he might make it more complicated. But then at the same time, you've also got the president on his own track launching troops.
The Nixonian madman theory was the way that Nixon communicated to appear more irrational, willing to use nukes if necessary, in an effort to erode the confidence of his adversaries. Like, oh, he's crazy. Tricky Dick. He's a crazy guy. He's a madman. He could deploy nukes if necessary, right? And that's pretty much what Trump is also trying to do. I mean, he is very Nixon in many ways, not just that. Paranoid, willing to erode all norms and all rules. But the problem here is there was never a situation where the opposition also had nukes and were entertaining the utilization of nukes. In this circumstance, Iran's nukes are not actual nuclear arms, but a nuke on global trade, which they have deployed. Yeah. Political theory commonly associated with U.S. foreign policy, President Nixon and his administration tried to make the leaders of hostile communist bloc countries think Nixon was an irrational and volatile person so that they would avoid provoking the U.S. in fear of an unpredictable response. The premise of madman theory is that the appearance of irrationality makes otherwise non-credible threats seem credible. For instance, in an era of mutually assured destruction, threats by a rational leader to escalate to a dispute may seem suicidal and thus easily dismissible by adversaries. However, suicidal threats may seem credible if the leader is believed to be irrational. International relations scholars have been skeptical of madman theory as a strategy for success in coercive bargaining. Prominent madmen such as Nixon, Nikita Khrushchev, Saddam Hussein, Donald Trump, and Muammar Gaddafi failed to win coercive disputes. One difficulty is making others believe you are genuinely a madman. Another difficulty is the inability of a madman to assure others that they will not be punished if they yield to a particular demand. One study found that madman theory is frequently counterproductive, but that it can be effective under certain conditions. Another study found that there are both bargaining advantages and disadvantages to perceived madness. Also, this only works if you're America. That's the other thing. Like you can't really behave in a rogue state manner if you are not America, because America wrote the rules of the globe, right? But yes, of course, Donald Trump is also deploying this technique as well. The problem is, again, you can do this to you did this to Soviet bloc countries, right? You did this to Soviet bloc countries to a certain degree. But your capacity to escalate and your capacity to behave in an irrational way is only as powerful as your opposition's willingness to abide by those norms. If your opposition, in this case Iran, has already shown their hand and has exercised tremendous leverage over you, then it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. And that's why when Trump says like, oh, we'll destroy the power plants in Iran, we'll destroy the fucking bridges in Iran, that's a part of his like madman diplomacy in air quotes. But that doesn't stop Iran from controlling the Strait of Hormuz. If anything, that would force Iran to destroy the oil refineries in the region. The madman theory only works if the opposition is willing to both be a stable actor and is invested in offering concessions and doesn't have a serious upper hand. Iran has a serious upper hand. Iran has the leverage.
Socials about ending a civilization, for example, or praise be to Allah on Easter morning, without negotiation and clearing those posts and going through the posts with his national security team. So how much is it the president just launching things, and how much is it the national security team actually running the operation in the White House?
Yeah, those tweets, or I should say those Truth Social posts that took so many people off guard who woke up and read them, about ending a civilization, saying, praise be to Allah on Easter Sunday of all days. Those were not tweets that he had even sort of chatted with his national security team about. They read them much the way we did after they were posted. The president did ask his staff about those tweets and said, how are they playing? What am I being criticized? And his staff said, yes, sir, you are. You're facing quite a bit of criticism for them. Some of his members of his national security team read them and weren't as alarmed by them as many others were. They said, look, they felt that he was communicating the way the Iranians do. The Iranians have for years said.
That is literally the opposite of how Iranians communicate. Unless he means like, praise be to Allah, they say that. No, Iranians will always write deep prose. Like they'll be like, they'll slap on like a poetry from like the 13th century, and then they'll be like, this is a surah that we abide by. Like the sword of Ali will fall upon those who disrupt the normal existence, whatever, right? Like they don't. Trump is just insane. They're much more romantic with their utilization of prose. They don't do this at all. You have to roll up on stream for socialism. What does that even mean? Roll up on stream for culture? Oh, you mean 420 Blaze It? Okay.
Death to America, and believe perhaps this would get through to them in a way that the more restrained language that we're used to.
Oh, because they say Margbar America, Margbar Israel. That's what they're talking about. Oh, got it. Yeah, that's not the official communiques when they're doing diplomacy with the West. That's not what they're saying. That's just something that they chant over there. It would be the equivalent of saying like, oh, well, you know, Americans famously say bomb, bomb, bomb Iran, and they make a joke about it, except that was someone who was trying to be president who did sing that. And Donald Trump is literally currently saying that as a part of the official communiques of the state, whereas the Iranians aren't doing that.
From a president perhaps has not. But you're right, that wasn't something that was being workshopped within the White House. As to there was a long call that was open when the 2 airmen were down behind enemy lines, and that is an instance where
this part is crazy. During the combat search and rescue operations, they just kept them out of the room. That's awesome. Okay, they were just like, please don't fuck this up. Sir, Mr. President, we got this handled. Okay, don't worry about it. We got this shit handled, is locked and loaded. Just don't, here's McDonald's burgers. Here's some Lego videos to keep you occupied, sir.
The staff were updating the president frequently, but they didn't want him to be on that line. They were concerned that he was so impatient as he was watching those developments that they didn't have him doing the minute-to-minute call. But to be fair, to be sure, he was being updated regularly in that weekend when those airmen were down.
Jonathan, off of what Andy just said about the president doing this to speak in a way the Iranians understood, I have heard from Arab leaders in the region, several over the past year, that they actually like the fact, as one told me after these posts, that the mullahs now have to deal with someone who is, quote, crazier than they are.
Dude. Again, these guys, you could say they are, they have a capability of enacting tremendous violence, both at the domestic level and certainly as a part of their foreign policy as a regional actor against countries that are aligned with the United States or aligned at the behest of U.S. and Israeli interests. But to say that these guys are like dangerous and irrational is just not true. It is continuing along with this fucking fantasy. They have always been ready to negotiate with the West to a degree that was unsustainable, naive, and self-destructive. And this isn't new. This has been the case for 20 plus years now, 2 decades.
Their diplomats across the region have said he actually thinks like an Arab leader. He doesn't think like an American leader. Donald Trump thinks and talks like the sort of leaders that we grew up with.
Yeah, maybe that's why he's fucking eating shit right now. Okay. Oh yeah. I am an Arab sheik, and I believe Trump is behaving just like us Arab sheiks, famous for having implemented successful acts of diplomacy, famously getting our wishes across all the time. If there's one thing if there's one thing you can point to about Arab diplomacy, it's that it's always been a resounding success.
And if that throws the Iranians off, you Americans may not understand this, but we're totally fine with it, which I found to be fascinating. Yes,
I don't believe this conversation took place. Okay? I don't believe this conversation took place. I'm going to be honest with you. I think Joe is making this up. Sorry. I'm just going to say it. I think Joe is making this up. What Arab leader is calling up Joe, Morning Joe, to be like, we actually love the way that Trump is behaving right now. We didn't want any of our oil and gas shipments to transit out of the Strait of Hormuz at all. We personally love that shit. And also, as you know, we're violent savages. Us Arab leaders, we're violent savages ourselves. So we're very stoked that Donald Trump is behaving like us, the violent savages that we are. Like, who is saying that? Especially when all of the reporting shows that while Saudi Arabia and the UAE were, not UAE, but Saudi Arabia was like maybe not fully on board, but kind of on board with like striking Iran and deteriorating their capabilities and like weakening Iran. They weren't on board with like fully destroying Iran because that would lead to a dangerous predicament and unbelievable instability in the region. Maybe the UAE was on board with it, but who cares about what they have to say? Even the United Arab Emirates now is saying, we have to get financial aid from the United States of America. Otherwise, we're fucked. We're done. Okay? The Emirates are no longer so united, sir. Iran has successfully killed the idea of Dubai, sir. And again, that is a language that Trump understands. When all of the financial deals that they put together, like these mega mergers that the GCC states are putting in tremendous amounts of money into to put together these mega mergers that the Trump family is also benefiting from, all of that is falling apart. All of it. So clearly, they're not super on board with everything that's going on.
You have a problem with it. I have a problem with all of it. That said, even this past week, I heard again, as I've been hearing for a year, he's the only American president that can strike fear in the hearts of Iranians.
Unbelievable cope.
Well, and I would say, and also in the hearts of everybody that lives in Washington and across America.
Yeah, no question there. White House aides, as Annie reported, anxious at the time. A lot of them since that post have sounded, well, it worked. Look, they got Iran to agree to the ceasefire. Like, these sets up the table for negotiations, like sort of defending it in retrospect. The madman theory, if you will, that you just outlined, Joe, that it's impossible to predict Trump, so therefore you have to fear the worst. And that's all this was, art of the deal, that stuff. We'll see. But Annie, the other thing that your story illustrates well is, though Trump this time,
but Louis Jr., thank you for the 10
far more
gifted.
likely to authorize military force than in the first, but he's still hesitant to cross the threshold of deploying ground troops. He's still very...
Dude, only Morning Joe could take this Wall Street Journal article about like how scared and how panicked Trump is and how paranoid Trump is and how his handlers literally need to, how his handlers straight up need to ensure that he's not in the room when like serious military operations are being conducted, and turn it into, it's actually awesome and everyone is so scared. Everyone is so scared that the guy who is controlling the nuclear arms, the nuclear arsenal of the United States of America is out of his fucking mind. And Arab leaders have told me, this is just like us, man. We love this. Keep posting that shit, sir. That's what they're saying, actually. Great. Oh, this is MS Now, by the way. This is supposed to be the liberal news network, by the way. This is supposed to be the most libbed up news network. Thank you, Morning Joe, for finding a way to take this Wall Street Journal article that offers insight to what's happening behind closed doors and turning that madness and chaos into something positive, seemingly, for Trump's art of the deal.
Very nervous about American lives lost in themselves would be...
I swear to God, every crime or lol, are you talking to me? Got to be a boss to beat the main boss? Are you calling Iran the main boss? Don't you realize that that's an admission of defeat? Every time a Trump supporter comes in here, they just like hit themselves and hurt themselves in confusion. Every time. It's very strange. Why are your haters always so fucking stupid? I mean, because I'm anti-MAGA, I'm anti-fascist, and I think a lot of MAGA are just very dumb. And a lot of people who end up opposing me end up aligning with MAGA and therefore presenting themselves as very dumb.
Terrible, but also the political ramifications of that. So speak to us about that still, that hesitation, and what we could learn from it as we consider what could come next, because the fate of these negotiations is still very much in doubt. Trump may need to escalate further and actually to get this war to close if it can't be done on the negotiating table in Islamabad the next couple of days.
Yeah, I was really struck in talking to some of the people around the president and his advisors and some of his informal advisors, the extent to which he has brought up in conversations Jimmy Carter and how Jimmy Carter's experience in Iran, this exact regime that President Trump has been bombing, but how Jimmy Carter's experience in Iran has loomed large as he's been weighing what to do. And he has even spoken, the president has spoken publicly about this in a March event in Florida. He brought up Jimmy Carter as he was talking about he was ticking off Democratic failures in foreign policy, but he dwelled at length about Jimmy Carter, something that his friends have said and people who have spoken to him have said he has talked about privately as well. So his hesitance on putting troops on the ground is real. He's very concerned about how that would be. He has not been in a position before of sending troops in harm's way in this way. That is not to say he won't do it. And his advisors have been very clear with us that remains on the table. It's not something that they're going to take off. But he has said, troops going to Kyrgyz Island, would they be sitting ducks? Would they all be killed? And that is a very real fear that he has articulated.
And for good reason. And Annie, I couldn't help but notice the picture that accompanied your story, at least when I read it online, had so many parallels with the failed 1980 Operation Eagle Claw, the failed operation to rescue the Iranian hostages back in 1980. Obviously, that parallel haunts the president, doesn't it?
It really does. It's something that we have heard he talks about extensively. And this is a time in his life when he was coming of age. He paid close attention to the news, as we know. But he would be he is one of 7 presidents to be bedeviled by this national security threat that Iran has faced. And he has thought about how other presidents have attempted to handle it and failed. So it is on his mind.
All right, White House reporter for the Wall Street Journal, Annie Linskey, thank you very much for your reporting. The new reporting is available to read online right now.
If I had a fraction of the infinite grace afforded the rich pedophiles, I could move the world, bro. Yeah, no, the wealthier and more pedophilic they are, the stronger they get, the more empathy they get, and the more grace they get.
Welcome back. CENTCOM.
Yeah, here is Maria Bartiromo. This is what pissed off Trump, apparently. This combo with Ro Khanna.
Of U.S. forces taking over an Iranian cargo ship after a 6-hour standoff. The cargo ship was trying to break past the U.S.'s naval blockade. The ship, called Tauska, reportedly spent much of the last year moving between China and Iran.
Tim Apple stepping down? Wait, what? No. What does this mean? Who's taking his place? Didn't he already glaze the living shit out of Donald Trump? I mean, he polished that shit. What was it all for?
Iran. Hundreds of commercial tankers are now stranded on
This has been known. Oh God, here we go. All the Apple heads. It was time for him to go. He was kissing Trump's ass too much. I mean, I assume that that's what they're going to continue doing, right? Yeah. Urgently hiring military service U.S. Navy mortician.
Sides of the strait after Iran halted traffic in the strait over the weekend, reversing course on its decision to effectively open it on Friday, agreeing with the United States. Tehran now telling shippers they must use new traffic lanes along the Iranian coast. But President Trump told me yesterday on the phone that it was the U.S. who closed the strait because of the blockade. U.S. officials are gearing up for another round of talks in Pakistan tonight. The Iranians, however, still no response on this meeting. The state media is suggesting that Iran might not show up, although AP reported this morning that the meeting is on, and President Trump told me yesterday a deal will be signed tonight. Meanwhile, House Democrats are now discussing plans to force a vote on an Iran war powers resolution every day until one passes or U.S. operations in the region end as the conflict approaches the 60-day mark. February 28th is when it started. Joining me now is California Congressman Ro Khanna. Congressman, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here.
Good to see you, Maria.
And I want to get your take on where we are. You introduced a bill to stop U.S. oil exports during the conflict.
Do you think Iranians will show up in Islamabad? I don't know. They said they won't. So they could be just posturing. They have done that before. Like even in the lead up to the last Islamabad talks, like they acted as though they weren't going to show up until literally the very last moment. So I don't know if they are if they're posturing or if they're actually sending delegates. Oh, it seems they are sending delegates. Iran plans to send negotiating team to Islamabad Tuesday. Multiple U.S. outlets report Iran is preparing to attend a second round of talks in Islamabad on Tuesday, but no Iranian officials or state-linked media have confirmed the news. The New York Times' Farnaz Fasihi reports, citing two senior Iranian officials, that a delegation led by Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf and the Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi is making plans to travel to Islamabad, but the Ghalibaf will only attend if Vice President J.D. Vance is also present. Vance is scheduled to depart Washington for Pakistan on Tuesday, giving the Iranian delegation time to travel from Tehran, New York Times said. The Wall Street Journal, citing people familiar with the matter, separately reports that Iran has told regional mediators it will send a negotiating team for a second round of U.S.-Iran talks. MS Now, citing a diplomat in Tehran indirectly involved in the talks, also reports the delegation will travel only if Vance is present. The ceasefire is set to expire Tuesday, but Iran has not issued any official confirmation on whether it will participate in talks. The foreign ministry spokesperson said in a briefing this morning that no decision has been made regarding the next round of negotiations. Is Iran using J.D. Vance as a human shield? They love me, please. Yeah. They're like, bring the fat one. Bring the fat President Trump. Bring the fat one. We love him. He looks like a QBD.
In Iran, why do you want to stop U.S. oil exports during this conflict?
Isn't this confirmation that they sold out? No ceasefire in Lebanon, and the blockade is also not lifted. Both preconditions, as they said. We'll see. All you can do is wait and see. Okay. If they go to the ceasefire negotiations and none of the preconditions are cleared, then yes, it makes sense as to why Trump thinks this is perceived weakness, because they are showing weakness.
Iran introduced a bill to stop U.S. oil exports during the conflict in Iran. Why do you want to stop U.S. oil exports during this conflict?
Marie, it's common sense. Why would we be sending our oil overseas when Americans are getting fleeced at the pump? When gas has gone from $2.30 to $4, we should have our oil supply for Americans, and that would bring down the price. This was a giveaway in 2015 to the big oil companies. Yeah, it's good for them. It's not good for the average consumer.
I don't know if it's a giveaway, really, but the truth is the president told the nation just the other day, and we know this to be true, that the U.S. is producing more oil and gas.
What?
Under Joe Biden, the Democrats do not want to see drill, baby, drill, right?
The U.S. was producing, as you know, more oil and gas at a record level, even
she was mudded
under Joe Biden. The point is, though, why are we
silenced by libtard media
exporting it? And Maria, the biggest point is, why have we gotten into a war that has led to the closing of the Strait of Hormuz? The strait was perfectly open 60 days ago. And, you know, I talked, as I know you do, I talked to some of the senior finance guys at Wall Street, J.P. Morgan, others. They thought that this war would have been over in 3 weeks. This war has gone on 60 days. It's hurting the economy. It's putting our lives at risk. We've got Khamenei Jr. in charge, who's actually more hardline with the IRGC. We have a worse regime in there. What have we achieved?
Are you saying that you do not think it's a good idea to defang Iran from having a nuclear weapon?
Absolutely, we should do that. But this is not achieving that. We now have Khamenei Jr. who actually wants to
do that. So, Congressman, how do you expect to do that?
I'll tell you how we
plan? Hold on. What is your plan to ensure that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon?
Well, this is not doing it. This is putting Iran closer on the trajectory of a nuclear weapon, because Khamenei Sr., who we assassinated...
That's not true. That's not true. President Obama...
Let me just finish, Maria. Let me just finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
You know, look, Khamenei Jr. is saying he wants to develop it. The more hardline IRGC is in. What we need is the enriched uranium. Even Vice President Vance acknowledges it. That is underground. You can't bomb to get that. You need diplomacy. We should be sitting...
I missed your last take. Is there any way I could possibly rewind the stream, perhaps? Oh, why? What a wonderful question. The Piker Broadcasting Service has a rewind function as long as you're watching on a desktop. If you subscribe to PBS, Piker Broadcasting Service, you can make use of the emotes all around the platform. You can actually send me links. No guarantees that I'll click on them. And you can also rewind the VOD to go back and watch whatever you want to that you may have missed. Biker Broadcasting Service is always sponsored just by you, the people, and always will be for you, the people. Hey, Cat for Cutie, thank you for the 15 community gifted subs. And Jaeger08 Larson, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Biker Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today. The People's Broadcasting Service.
Down with Oman, with other nations. Now that maybe we have leverage, we should be getting a deal. But to be threatening to wipe out Iranian civilization, to be threatening to blockade the Strait of Hormuz and close it, hurting the economy, that's just not rational policy.
Now, President, look, are you saying that you want diplomacy with Iran and you think that they're going to tell you the truth? They just told us months ago that they did not have any long-range missiles, and then they sent a long-range missile to the Diego Garcia Island. So I'm just trying to understand what your plan would be to defang Iran from a nuclear weapon, because right now, as the president has said many times, Iran's Navy is gone, the Air Force is gone, the leadership is gone, and yes, it impacted the economy, and the Iranian people are begging President Trump to finish the job. I mean, we had on Reza Pahlavi, a ton of other Iranian citizens who say, please, President Trump.
Yeah. Have you noticed they haven't been communicating as much lately, Maria? Perhaps there's a good reason for that. I haven't seen any of the Pahlavis on the main stage since we started bombing Iran, and like maybe the first 2 weeks while we were continuously bombing Iran, all the Pahlavis were on TV. They're like, oh, this is great. President Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu is so good. Thank you. Thank you. They haven't been thanking President Trump as much. I wonder why. Perhaps it's because the situation changed dramatically. It's no longer favorable to America or Israel.
Help us. So exactly what are you saying? You're saying you would rather the president do diplomatic talks, and you think they're going to tell us the truth?
Maria,
in fact, some of them are saying they never said to bomb Iran at all. Oh, wow. Masih Alinejad, I do not belong to the group of opposition that romanticized the war, and I kiss the hands of my critics. What? What? Oh, my God. Masih Alinejad is now walking back her calls for the U.S. to attack Iran after nearly a decade of support for sanctions of war. She literally went out. Oh, my God. Someone send me the video. Send me the fucking video when she ran up into the streets, when she was running around, dancing in the streets. Oh, my God. Few Iranian American voices have been as supportive of bombing Iran or as aggressive in defaming opponents of war as Masih Alinejad. But now that it's clear that the war has been a disaster, Alinejad predictably backtracks and tries to portray herself as a victim. But her contemptible role will not be forgotten. She betrayed two peoples here, the Iranian people, whose blood is on her hands, and the American people, whose military she treated as her private mercenary army. Oh, my God. What happened? Are the checks drying out? Is that what it is? Remember when she was literally the first day that the bombing started, she was crying tears of joy, running around and yelling at random New Yorkers, being like, we have done it. He is dead. Ayatollah is dead. President Trump. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's what she was doing. What happened? What the fuck happened? Here it is. Here, this is one of the many different instances.
I love America. I love everything about this country. I grew up in a country where I was brainwashed to say death to America. The same country, how ironic, the same country that I wish death saved my life 3 times and now helped my people in Iran. They are celebrating.
TERFs love her. I don't know why. What do you mean? She has the exact same vibes as a TERF. What the fuck are you talking about? Why do you think TERFs love her? She looks and sounds and has the exact same vibes as a TERF.
Every morning I wake up reading that my people being killed by Ali Khamenei, but this is the first morning in my life that I get the good news and I want to run. I want to run. I want to run. I want to run. I want to just run. I want to just run and shout and shout. And shout out of joy, out of joy, out of joy, out of joy.
She's Turkish. Don't put that on us. Don't put that on us. Okay. Don't put that on my people. Come on now. I mean, a lot of Iranians have a lot of Turk in him, but
Khamenei is dead!
Are you out?
Iran!
Wait, why not?
My country's gone. Oh my God, I love America. Thank you. Ali Khamenei is dead! He is dead! Iran! I want... Yes! Oh my God, thank you! Thank you, America! I need to tell everyone.
Amazing. Hell yeah.
Austin is leaving a day early. He's leaving a day early. He fucking hates it here.
No,
he literally told me I was muted. He was like, I fucking hate being here. I absolutely despise being here. I despise you. I hate your chat. That's what he said.
Look, you asked me. Look,
He said they can't hear you, bro. You got to speak to the microphone, okay? Wait, hold on. I haven't unmuted yet.
I don't want to intrude. See, I'm very insecure about, I don't want to intrude. And so Hassan hit me last night and he goes,
I just asked him when he was
he's like,
leaving.
when are you leaving? And I was like, well, I was like trying to read between the lines.
That's not what it was. That's crazy. That's crazy. He's like, yeah, I'm out of here. And then he said,
I'm gay.
which
No,
is
it had
crazy.
Nothing to do with it. But look,
and then he said,
people, I hate white people.
Wait, is that on the soundboard too? Look,
white
genuinely, I enjoyed spending time with you. We watched 2 episodes of a show together.
That's crazy.
We had such a
it's
good
fine,
time.
Man. It's fine. No, it's cool, man.
Like I'm just setting myself up. I'm gonna go near the airport so I can be ready for my flight tomorrow. You know what I mean? It had nothing to do with you. And
see, this is exactly why I was asking when your flight was leaving, so I could mentally prepare for this breakup.
You are
check his backpack for protein shakes.
No,
son of a bitch.
I didn't take anything. I didn't
Lie
take
to
anything
me.
from your house. I drank a lot of your waters, but that's about it.
Okay,
so that's about it. But
no, it's fine, man. It's all good.
No,
I mean,
look-
I'll be sad.
Yeah. Oh no, come on.
I hate to see you go, but I love to watch you leave. Type shit. You know what I mean?
Oh man. Oh, you saying I got a fat ass? Is that what you're
no,
saying?
it's fine, man. It's fine.
I've been working on my butt recently.
It's fine, bro. It's
I've been
fine.
working
We're
on
just
my butt.
coworkers, bro. You won't show up to my funeral either.
Are you kidding me? Of
Yeah,
course
no,
I show up to
it's
you. Are you
fine.
kidding me? I would host your funeral.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine, bro.
Are you
It's
kidding me? The speech I would deliver?
Don't worry,
Oh
you're
my
spiritually
God.
still here.
No.
White people.
Oh my God. Hey, so what's going on? I was supposed to be on the stream yesterday, but I was in Master Baker.
Oh yeah. That's right. I was like, Austin, the people miss you. They want to see you. Like,
Yeah. Well,
where have you been? People keep asking, and you're
I
like,
know.
I hate them.
No.
because
I hate white people.
I mean,
it's like that's what you kept saying, and then
I
you kept
joined-
saying,
I'm gay and Lebanese. I joined the masses of white people in Hoscourt who hate white people.
Oh, okay.
The self-hatred of white people. I joined that, but I'm Lebanese, which is I'm white passing Lebanese. So, a lot of people don't know
no,
that.
it's fine, bro. It's fine. We were, we were gonna cover the news together.
I mean,
and
I
you
can
were like,
cover the news. I have some time if you want me to cover the, but I don't want to intrude. You know what I mean? Like I'm not a
Yeah,
professional political commentator. But you and I align politically on many things. You
Oh,
know?
that's good. That's
right?
good to know, man.
We do have a few disagreements, like your thoughts on 9/11. You and I both know that's something that where we fundamentally disagree.
Yeah.
Right. That's where we
Austin
and
made
I've
this
condemned you.
cake.
I've condemned you many times for those comments. But
Austin made this cake. Yeah, I saw. It's nasty.
Yeah. Well, look, I think. You think it's nasty because you're homophobic?
No, you gave up and you did bukkake as you told me.
No, I mean, look,
You told me you gave up.
No, I mean, yeah, I mean, look, it's a beautiful story, and if you didn't listen to the story and you just saw the cake, it may not taste as good.
Oh,
but at the end of the day, it has everything that a cake has in it. It doesn't matter how you put the ingredients in.
Anyway,
but yeah, I know
we were watching the Iranian
Diaspora?
dissidents of the government who were demanding that they bomb the Iranian people now walk back those statements
در مورد بچه‌های مینا
and say that they never actually wanted the bombing campaign to happen at all, but they were celebrating it at the time.
Well, let's see what she was doing on Fox News.
Well,
did you play it?
I already played it.
Oh, shit. Okay.
But the reason why I was bringing that up is because Maria Bartiromo is talking to Ro Khanna about how, everyone loves what Trump has been doing in Iran, like, Pahlavi, Reza Pahlavi, and all these like Iranian people have been celebrating, and they haven't been. They were celebrating initially, but they haven't been.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously
as
they're
of late
yeah, well-
because it's been massive fucking failure.
Well, I mean, we all knew it was going to be a failure from the beginning.
Yeah,
right? We all knew it was going to be a failure.
Not all of us. Some people in my chat kept yelling at me for
I just
some
don't.
fucking
I
weird
just don't
reason.
understand what they expected. Like we were going to bomb Iran, and people were going to all of a sudden be like, "Oh, now's our time. Just got to dodge all these bombs, and then we can take over the government somehow." With what? I don't understand. There was no. You know what I mean? There needs to be. There wasn't even like correct me if I'm wrong. There wasn't even really a resistance of like group that was even tangible to even be the ones that led this uprising,
No,
right?
There was no next day after. There was no plan for what the government would look like.
Right? You would need that. There was none of that. So like it didn't make sense from the beginning, and we knew that this was going to happen. But and it's a silly war that we got, we know why we're in the war.
He only disagrees with your 9/11 quote because airplanes were hurt in the process. Yeah, people don't know that we simulated 9/11. Austin tries to disavow it, but like he literally was like, Hassan, do a 9/11 simulation when we did the airplane.
What? I did not say anything about that.
Yeah.
I did not say anything about that.
So if there's any Fox News if there's any Fox News producers watching, just don't let him get away with that. He made me say it
I
even
want
back in 2019.
I want to let everybody know that
he made me say it.
I condemn his comments on 9/11, and more specifically, I condemn his comments on Pearl Harbor, which it's a lesser known fact about Hassan that he says that he believes that America deserved Pearl Harbor and 9/11. Yeah, no.
Oh, God.
Fox News, you listening? Yeah, that's a good one.
Cooked.
Get
I'm
that
fucking
soundbite.
cooked.
All right,
People
Ro,
are
let's see what Rose got to
they're
say.
not begging for Donald Trump to wipe out Iranian civilization. They're not begging for him to blow up every power plant and threaten war crimes. And they don't like the fact that we have actually a more hardline regime in there. They have not created a regime that is respecting human rights or protesters. And the reality is, yes, I don't trust Iran.
Hold on.
Obviously, Reagan had said trust to verify.
Maria Bartiromo is such a psycho.
You can't sit there and tell me that you are talking about Iran's human rights.
Yeah, Austin disagrees with my 9/11 comments because he says that they didn't go hard enough. It's really fucked up. I was like, bro, you can't be saying that kind of shit.
No.
That's what he said. He was like, it was a failure.
No. It was
because some of the planes fell without hitting the Pentagon. That kind of stuff. He also thinks it's fake.
No, I think it's real.
He thinks 9/11 is the fake.
I think
it's when the way they treat women and the way they treat citizens.
This is what kills me is why do all of a sudden they become super woke?
Oh yeah, whenever it's military intervention time, they're like,
it's always super woke.
Do you know what they do to gay people? What I want to do to gay people here, they do over there, and I'm jealous.
Yeah, they're like super woke. They're like pro woman, pro gay. They're like they kill gay people and everything like that. We don't kill gay people. We're just trying. We're not that far along in the process.
Yeah, we want to do it, but Iran is lapping us on that field.
Moral equivalence between the way President Trump treats citizens and are you putting an equivalency there?
No, I'm not putting an equivalency. What I'm saying is that we have not created a regime that actually is respecting human rights. We have a regime that is more hardline. There is no democracy emerging. There is no regime that's actually closer to the United States. Actually, what we've done is we've increased China's role in the region. Now they want to have oil transactions in the yuan, not in the dollar. And so what we've done is actually lost influence in that region. And we haven't gotten the enriched uranium. I mean, that is the problem.
Well, I think that President Trump is trying to negotiate that. And he told me yesterday directly that he's expecting a deal to be signed tonight in Pakistan. I want to move on to other issues because I know you're doing a lot, Congressman, and we appreciate that. But here's my final question on this issue. Are you suggesting that Obama's leadership on Iran was better? Because under President Obama, there were 14 wire transfers to a... Hold on. There were 14 wire transfers to a Swiss account.
This is why Trump got so mad. He started posting up a fucking firestorm on Truth Social.
No, I know.
He was like, the JCPOA was bad. It was weak. It was terrible.
Yeah.
To Hezbollah. Between 2014 and 2016.
Barack Obama gave $1.7 billion to Iran. Donald Trump is slated to give $20 billion.
Yeah, because of... Wait, is this part of the negotiation or just how much... He's going to give them more money.
So much more.
And then on top of that, how much money we've been spending on a daily basis bombing them.
Yeah.
Right?
Which is
more than
which is what
billions
triggered
of dollars.
Which is what triggered the closure of the Strait of Hormuz to begin with. Like, it was unimpeded, untouched for all of those 40 plus years, with like one exception during the Iran-Iraq war for a brief moment. But outside of that, it's never been contested. Iran just never took advantage of the power that they had over the Strait of Hormuz, and they were literally pushed. They were pushed into what is this? What? Fear and talking about revolution? What are you? Let Ludwig completely shut that hugely productive convo down? What is this person saying, bro? What planet are you living on? What the fuck?
I think we need to step outside for a moment. Let me talk to them. Go ahead and just take a moment, and perhaps there's a new episode of the Fear Am podcast. We moved past that one, and just step outside for a moment, and it's okay. It's okay, and it's okay. Just move on. I don't think that. I think that you're maybe having
Paralyzed Pendant plug. Thank you for the 25. Get the subs.
You think that? Did I deal with that? Okay.
Yeah, you did. You did.
Yeah.
Take a breather. Take a deep breath.
breather. Okay. I don't know what you're talking about.
Austin's real 9/11 take.
Back in his sports phase. Oh, I remember that.
The same build a bitch.
That was a rough phase for me.
God, were you depressed?
Rough for me too.
What? When I look like that?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my god. What a,
so rude of me.
what a fucking insane thing to say, dude. But yes.
Okay, you just giggled at a fucking plane hitting the Twin Towers, okay?
Okay, but that's one is personal. The other one is like a fucking complex situation that was horrific tragedy, but that was a consequence of like
3,000 people died, and this is me just insulting you when you're not.
I know,
even
one
look
is
like that
personal. The
anymore.
other one is literally like, you know, an issue that took place like fucking 20 plus years ago, dude.
What? Wait, this was like 10 years. At what point? Wait, so at what point can you start making fun of tragedies? Like, at what point?
Are you comparing my childhood to 9/11? Oh my god! Brother, dude, we went through a phase, and I kind of blame you for this, where we were both painting our nails.
Yeah.
And like, I'm not like, I think painting nails is fine, but like, I like went through an emo phase, but I was like 27 years old, and
Yeah.
it just looked. So, I was wearing like tight pants. It was just a very
Yeah,
rough period
You were
of time
dressed
for me.
so poorly.
It was very
too-
rough.
I was fat as fuck,
dude.
What is that facial hair? It's just not good,
I
man.
showed pictures of myself to Christian,
It's
and he,
not good at all, and neither of us were looking good.
oh, dude, I showed pictures of Christian, of myself to Christian, and you know when you're a significant other, like he can't even lie. He's like, Austin, you looked like shit. He's like, I would have not dated you if you looked like that. That's what he told me.
Yeah,
it's just really, really bad. Like I've never heard of somebody glowing up at 30, but I feel like I did.
Also, the clothing was all you, baby. That was not me at all. Okay,
You
I don't
tried.
know.
You did.
I tried my best to make you into a man.
You did.
that dressed up normally, and you were not.
I still have those tendencies. Like I've worn the shit out of this aloe set.
Yeah, you really do wear that.
I wear-
Austin's hair plugs took well. That's crazy.
Hair plugs? That's crazy. I haven't had a hair transplant, I would
My
tell you.
chat is so fucking
It's
annoying.
good though. Thank you. That means my hair looks better now than it did.
Yeah.
I just
All right,
let
let's
it grow.
get back to
Let's
let's get back to the story, because people are fucking. We're
hungry.
hemorrhaging viewership right now. People, ever since
What
you
are you
sat down.
what are you talking about? It stayed pretty steady.
No, it was that it was growing up, and then you sat down. We started talking not about Iran for a brief moment, and people were like, "Fuck this!"
Do you want me to leave? 'Cause
No,
I-
no, it's
It's a
fine.
total of $1.7 billion. The same $1.7 billion he told Congress was frozen Iranian assets. Now, there was a back channel to Tehran through Valerie Jarrett, active for 2012 to 2024. This was after he left office. So, you know, it was almost like a shadow government. He also sent pellets of cash in a plane to Iran. Now, why would you send money to Iran knowing that they are building a nuclear weapon and they are the leading sponsor of terrorism?
Well, they were complying
Barack
with it.
Obama was a
They were, yes.
They were complying.
They were
with it. You send
complying
them
with the
a-
deal
it's
with the
part of the deal.
JCPOA,
Yeah.
and yeah, they were unfreezing assets less than Trump, by the way, much less than Trump.
Yeah.
Not that I have an issue with that. Like, I think it's their money. They should, like, the fact that we have Austin is a little lad in the background maxing. I don't know what that means.
Christian Christian, you knock it off before I don't know what I'm going to do to you.
Whoa, chill, bro.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Anyway, it was successful until Trump ripped it apart for no fucking reason.
Great statesman who left America much safer. I wouldn't put Donald Trump in the same paragraph. The reality is when President Obama left, because of the great efforts of people like Valerie Jarrett, we had 97% of the enriched uranium out. The reality is we didn't have 13 American service members dead. The reality is we never had gas go up from $2.30 to $4. The reality is we did not give China more role in the region. Let me finish, Maria. I'll let you finish.
Okay,
we didn't give China
on,
more
bro.
role in the region.
Cook
We did not give the IRGC a more hardline regime in there. You know why? Because Obama actually did his homework. He actually tried to engage in statesmanship. He got China, Russia, the entire European allies on board.
It is pretty crazy. Like, look, I'm not, I have a different attitude about how things should have gone regardless. But from the perspective of like pro-America, it is a pretty remarkable achievement that this was a multilateral commitment that brought Russia, China, all of the European partners on board. We got unprecedented access to Iranian nuclear facilities, which, by the way, Israel used to their advantage to like assassinate Iranian academics over and over again, which is fucking unbelievable. God, it's so evil. But yeah, it was proof that like the diplomatic process would clearly be the successful way to deal with Iran. And Donald Trump just came in and was like, fuck it. Israel doesn't like this. This is a piece of shit.
Yeah.
And many Democrats at the time did not really complain about it. Let's be real, because they were also very pro-Israel.
Question, I apologize for this distract, but why didn't, there was Biden was in between. So why didn't he come in and maybe perhaps he had 4 years of foreign policy that he perhaps could have redone that relationship.
Who has the bulwark video of friend of the show Ben Rhodes talking about this exact giving an answer to this exact question? Ben Rhodes went on the bulwark recently. Friend of the show Ben Rhodes, who was a part of the JCPOA. As a national security advisor to Barack Hussein Obama. And he had an answer for that. I mean, I also interviewed.
Does it have something to do with the fact that Israel didn't want that to happen?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that definitely played a role.
Well, I mean, I'm starting to get the sense that perhaps they have other intentions with the region that perhaps aren't to the benefit of American foreign policy.
Here it is. Let's take a look at what he had to. He was not very nice about Joe Biden.
Our bet was you open this up, you let Americans travel down there, you let Americans invest there. This place that's 90 miles from Florida is going to change.
Wait, no, this is about Cuba, Chatter. This is not about JCPOA. This is not the one we're looking for.
Horny, they just saw him and linked the clip. They didn't read the context.
Didn't he talk about JCPOA as well? This is about Cuba. He said Biden is chicken shit on Cuba, and like.
Our bet was you open this up, you let Americans travel down there, you let Americans invest there. This place that's 90 miles from Florida is going to change. Cubans' lives will get better, and then ultimately, we're not going to be the ones to determine it. We're not going to be the ones to pick the next leader of Cuba, but we think that will work better than what we've been doing for 60 years. Trump came in, he, over time, with the urging of Marco Rubio in the first term, basically rolled back all of the opening in terms of like travel and, investment and things like that. They kept the embassies open. So the diplomatic relations piece remained. And then over time, they squeezed and squeezed and squeezed. Biden was a chicken shit and was afraid to go back to the Obama policy because he was afraid of Bob Menendez. So we somehow got the Trump policy through Joe Biden's administration, in the same way that Biden was afraid to come back into the JCPOA because he was afraid of Bob Menendez and FDD for criticizing him. So
that's great. Good thing we knew that Bob Menendez was a great moral arbiter, as we saw, and it was important to kind of let him.
Literally, that's what happened. But the point is that now Cubans are suffering more than they ever have, I think, in their history. They have because.
Basically, the same energy for Cuba exists for the JCPOA. The reason why Biden didn't do shit on the JCPOA was because he was chicken shit and also was unbelievably pro-Israel.
Right.
Okay? and has always been unbelievably pro-Israel. And that's precisely the reason why he did not act on the previous negotiations that took place while he was the vice president of Barack Hussein Obama. And, what's the reason?
Was he afraid that public sentiment was like that again, doing the liberal thing where they're afraid to stand for anything, so they capitulate to the position that Obama made a bad deal and Trump ripped it up?
I mean, I don't know how much of that is like a false assessment that they're making and how much of that is because they like it. But with Joe Biden, I would say he liked it. He liked it. He is super pro-Israel. He is ideologically committed to the Zionist project. A lot more than I would say other presidents were. That's the reason why he did the bear hug policy, obviously. Like, he was totally attached to everything that Israel was doing. And of course, what did Israel do to return that favor? They called him an old fucking piece of shit who sucks dick and did everything in their power to get Trump elected. And they have never stopped saying Biden sucked for the one time where he stopped one transfer of 2,000-pound bombs to Israel. That was the biggest crime against Israel, even though he kept setting up red lines and Israel kept violating it, and he just kept rewarding Israel for violating that over and over again.
With getting Iran on a path to not having a nuclear weapon. All Trump did is listen to Netanyahu. That's his entire foreign policy. And you know what? I resent the fact that Israel is going to tell the United States what to do. The American president should call the shots in this country.
And, well, the American president should call the shots in this country.
Oh, I saw this. This is really funny.
It's true.
I found this in a TikTok comment section. They found Israel's strongest soldier in America.
But you and your colleagues are trying to clip his wings right now with this war powers vote. I agree. The president is in charge. But look, a lot of the things that you just said are just not true, Congressman.
Oh, you're trying to clip his wings with the war powers vote.
What is she trying to say?
You mean congressional approval, which is, constitutionally mandated for the president to engage in fucking wars that we just completely have decided is irrelevant post global war on terror. I mean, even before then, but still.
So what's so interesting here is that, Netanyahu has been trying to get U.S. presidents since like Bush to attack Iran, and he's presented them with to attack Iran. They did it for Bush, Obama, and Biden, and Trump is the first one that actually said yes. John Kerry talked about that.
Yeah. No, he's been trying to get this. He's been trying to get this in motion for many, many years. What's interesting is Amos Hochstein yesterday went on the Sunday shows. Amos Hochstein is he served in the IDF and did not serve in the American military. Served in the IDF. Was one of the key architects of Biden's Middle Eastern policy alongside Brett McGurk. Both Brett McGurk and Amos Hochstein have said that they were preparing to strike Iran. That Brett McGurk came out in the last round of bombing campaigns that Trump was implementing in the 12-day war and said, oh, this is our training. We did this. Like, we trained for this for years.
So they've just been preparing.
Because we've been preparing. We wanted to do this. So, much praise to Donald Trump for doing this. And Amos Hochstein came out yesterday and literally said the same shit. Basically, it was like, well, we were gearing up for this. We probably, if we got a second term, we would have done this ourselves. So anyone that tries to come at any of you for criticizing the Biden era foreign policy, just remember they're bullshitting. They don't know the full facts, or they also like what Israel is doing, what America is doing, what Trump is doing. They're just too embarrassed to admit it. They don't like it on the aesthetic side.
People are too busy at brunch.
Yeah.
And I mean, look, we have to look at this realistically. And President Obama sent money to the Iranians. And what did they do? They resumed their buildup of enrichment.
That's not true.
Yeah,
not true.
What's not true?
Not true.
Yeah. Trump is the one who ripped apart the JCPOA, which is why Iran started enriching uranium once again. Never to really build a nuclear weapon, which I think is a failure on the Iranian side. But, I'm not Iranian. I have no say in this process. They should have just developed nukes instantly. As soon as Trump ripped apart the JCPOA, Iran should have been like, okay, nuke time. Sorry. We tried. It didn't work. If they had nukes, the region would be more stable. If they had nukes, this wouldn't be happening. Currently, sometimes you got to play hardball in an effort to force America's hand and restrain America that way. So, do the people on Fox News know anything? No, I mean these are obviously facts that they don't want to address at all because it undermines their
just
idiotic agenda. Yes, they're trying to present Trump as doing the right thing here, and it's quite difficult because he's not doing the right thing and he's failing spectacularly.
It's not true. What specifically about that sentence is not true?
There was a deal that we reached to get 97% of the enriched uranium out. In the process of that, Iran had certain assets that were Iranian assets. Wasn't our money. That was unfrozen. And that was a deal that China, Russia, France, UK, Canada, the United States all agreed to. And then you had Netanyahu come in and try to torpedo it, and AIPAC tried to torpedo that deal. We were on a path to having a denuclear Iran, but what happened is it wasn't in Netanyahu's interest and AIPAC's interest, and they've dragged us into another war in the Middle East. They've hurt American people, and the American people are tired of it. They want people who are going to be Team America. They want people who are going to bring gas prices down here and care about our nation and get us out of these wars, and that's why Obama won. He was against the Iraq War. That's why he was on a path to normalization in terms of getting Iran to be denuclear, and had the whole world on our side. And AIPAC, Netanyahu tore that up.
Relax.
Relax.
It doesn't change the fact that 10 presidents before President Trump
I'm having
all
trouble
said the
hearing
same
you.
thing.
I think there's some connection issue. Now I can hear you.
Congressman, it doesn't change the fact that 10 presidents before President Trump all said the same thing. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They are the leading state sponsor of terrorism.
I wonder what the common thread is.
A nuclear weapon.
One president delivered, and that was Barack Obama.
No, that's not true. Not one
Barack
of them did
Obama
anything
is the only
about
one who
it.
delivered.
Congressman, you're talking fantasy.
97%
Obama did
out.
nothing.
You're talking fantasy. What do you mean? It's just the truth, man. It's just what happened. These people are insane. Like, they get so mad when you just say the truth. It's unbelievable.
Does she actually?
That's just what fucking happened,
Does
Maria.
she actually believe that this didn't happen, or it's not the truth? Like, I'm convinced. Is she just a propagandist?
The Republican argument has always been, oh, they lied. Okay, the Republican argument leans into inventing an alternative reality, one that does not exist.
Yeah.
They'll say, oh, well, you don't have any assurances. You don't have any guarantees. It's like, no, you're wrong, actually. They did, because Iran allowed literal fucking CCTV footage 24/7 to be transmitted to the International Atomic Energy Agency that was almost single-handedly designed to monitor Iranian nuclear facilities. Not only did they allow that level of access, unprecedented level of access, they also would allow investigators from this International Energy Agency, Atomic Energy Agency, to go into these Iranian facilities and check personally. Okay? So it is ridiculous to say that Iran was like secretly still developing nuclear arms. They weren't. And the only reason why they went back to enriching uranium beyond the civilian levels was so that they can get America back to the negotiations table to engage in sanctions relief once again. Because Donald Trump didn't just rip apart the JCPOA and said it no longer works. He also added secondary sanctions to the state of Iran once again. So what is Iran supposed to do? Of course they're going to fucking enrich uranium again because they have to bring America back to the negotiations process.
It's just stupid.
Yeah. Also, here's the other proof that Iran never developed nukes. America's bombing Iran right now because guess what? If Iran had nukes, America would not be fucking bombing a nuclear armed nation. Here's evidence. Here's further evidence of that reality. Is America bombing North Korea?
No, I was just gonna bring that up.
They're not. So obviously, when you have fucking nukes, America doesn't bomb you because all of a sudden you are a part of the MAD policy. Okay, mutual assured destruction policy. So clearly, Iran doesn't have fucking nukes.
It. You're talking fantasy. Obama did nothing about
fantasy.
other than send money to the
Obama
Iranians.
got the whole world He didn't send money to them. That's just factually false. He unfroze Iranian assets, but he had the whole world behind us. How many countries do we have behind us now? Obama had Russia, China, Canada, UK, France.
Oh, she's going to try to say you want those people on your side.
And they
Now
lost
you lost
97%.
Now, Congressman, now you lost me. Saying Obama had Russia and China in their corner.
See?
I think you know better than most that Russia and China are not in our corner. Congressman, we will continue this discussion, and we appreciate you. Thank you so much, Ro Khanna.
Low-hanging
Thank you, Maria.
Oh, God. We just celebrate stupidity, man. We celebrate fucking stupidity so much. Daniel Dale, our fact checker, Daniel Dale, he's back at it. He says Trump said Friday that the Strait of Hormuz situation was over. It very obviously wasn't. Trump said Friday that Iran agreed to never close the Strait of Hormuz again. The next day, Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz again. Trump said yesterday that Vance isn't going to Pakistan for the talks. Officials quickly said Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz. Officials quickly said Vance is going to Pakistan for the talks. Trump said this morning that Vance had left and would be there tonight, Islamabad time. Officials quickly said Vance is actually leaving tomorrow. Trump said Iran has no military anymore and that everything is gone. Iran continues to have military with destructive capabilities. Trump said the Pope issued a statement saying Iran can have nuclear weapons. That never happened. That'd be kind of funny though if the Pope was like, yeah, I think Iran should have a nuclear weapon is really funny. Trump said nobody expected Iran to retaliate against Gulf countries. That was widely expected. Trump said the only planes the U.S. has really lost in the war have been to friendly fire. He said this at the same time, at the same event at which he had spoken at length about what had happened after Iran shot down a U.S. plane. Story on President's ever-growing number of false claims on big and small matters related to the war and his triumph with claims about supposed Iranian concessions that we just can't assume are based in reality.
It's gotten to a point that's so ridiculous that I can't even follow it. Is that crazy?
There was an analyst that said that only 13% of what Trump has said so far since Operation Epstein's Fury began has been true.
Yeah, it's like so like I don't even think he can track it.
No, I've said this before. Trump is the worst person to go to if you want to understand what's about to happen because he doesn't know what he's going to say next.
Like he had no idea, like completely no idea.
It's awesome. And all of it at the behest of money molestation, which is Donald Trump's favorite activity, molesting the money. There's Representative Chip Roy introducing a Mamdani Act, measures against Marxism's dangerous adherents and noxious Islamists.
Oh, God.
It allows for deportation and denaturalization of immigrants involved with socialist, communist, Chinese communists specifically, Marxist or Islamic fundamentalist doctrines.
Like what, healthcare?
Yeah.
Socialist policies like healthcare and affordability.
Yeah. That's this again is a ridiculous bill. It's obviously not going to go through. It's so stupid. What is this? I'm running for election in fierce advocacy of working class Americans. I'm not running from the left. I'm running from the bottom. I'm running for re-election in fierce advocacy of working class Americans. That's my North Star. Always has been. Always will be. What does this mean? I don't know why you guys showed me this. I don't understand what this has to do with anything. What is this same guy who says Islam is an existential threat to the U.S. says he wants to ethnically cleanse massive numbers of white Americans? San Antonio U.S. Representative Chip Roy says he wants to ethnic cleanse white progressives. Tell you what, I do want to.
Oh, my God.
I tell you what, I do want to ethnic cleanse by deporting white progressive Democrats with a special bonus for rich ones with an Ivy League degree. I really do not like those people. Awesome. He's woke. He wants, dude, these guys inevitably end up whipping around back to JD Pond, you know?
Yeah.
They inevitably end up whipping around back to permanent first world genocide where they're like, yep, that's right. I hate those rich whites. They must be punished. The suburbs will hurt. They will feel the pain. We must allow the third world to rise up in arms. Yeah, Pol Pot 2, let's go. Yeah, oh my God, that's right. He fucking went Khmer Rouge with them, with that policy. He's like, anybody that wears glasses is a goddamn nerd. We will send them to the wall and we will shoot them and kill them.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Oh, speaking of, have you seen this?
Yeah, I saw that they
Israeli soldiers destroys Jesus statue.
Has condemned an Israeli soldier who hit a statue of Jesus with a sledgehammer in southern Lebanon. The statue was mounted on a crucifix outside a church in a Christian village that had been occupied by Israeli troops. Mr. Netanyahu has said he regrets any hurt caused to Christian believers in Lebanon.
This story pisses me off because it's like, bro, they've been bombing churches, they've been killing Christians and Muslims too, and bombing mosques as well. But this is like, I guess, the symbolism. Like, symbolism is more consequential for Christians than the act of actual murder of both Christians and Muslims in both Gaza and Lebanon. Like, I'm glad that people are getting pissed off, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, destroying the statue is a bridge too far. It's time for a moral reckoning. Destruction of Jesus statues should serve as a moral wake-up call for the IDF, says Times of Israel. Like,
that was the one.
This is what did it, man. This is what did it.
Moral wake-up call.
Bro, you got the fucking cattle, Mike Fuckabee, running around being like, oh, well, Israel gets to do whatever it wants. The Greater Israel Project, Israel. And nobody lets a fucking peep. But like the one statue gets clapped and everyone's
Jesus
like,
Christ.
this is unbelievable. I mean, how could they do
around
this?
the world. Well, it comes as the Israeli military has warned residents in southern Lebanon not to move around near border areas.
Christians care about this because they think it confirms their blood libel. Yeah, except if you want fucking blood libel confirmation, they've been killing Christians too. They've been bombing churches. How is this? How does this? They bombed a synagogue, dude. They bombed a fucking synagogue in Iran.
Yeah.
Like, they bomb everything. It's so stupid. They don't give a fuck about anything.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make any sense to me that, like, this is what got so many people animated. I mean, I'll take it. You know, I'll take anything at this point. Anything that causes people to flip and just be like, we got to restrain Israel. This is unacceptable. I will take it at this point. But it just also blows my mind that, like, this is the one thing that really agitated people, and not, like, I don't know, murdering a bunch of fucking Lebanese Christians alongside Lebanese Shias, alongside Christians and Muslims in Gaza, and blowing up fucking mosques and blowing up churches nonstop.
And not to return to dozens of villages, despite the agreement of a ceasefire that Israel has ordered its army to use full force against what it calls imminent threats in southern Lebanon, and says its troops will continue to occupy the area. Let's talk to our Middle East correspondent, Ilan Nell, who's in Jerusalem for us now. Ilan, tell us more then about what this soldier did to the statue of Jesus, because we've heard very strong condemnation.
Yeah, this is also because people got really pissed off about this. Israel was like, oh, we're so sorry. We're actually investigating the soldier. It's like, bro, that's like... Soldiers
investigating the soldier. He's on camera, isn't he?
Yeah, well, yes, but they always have to do the fake, like, we have to conduct an investigation.
Got it.
To see how this could have happened. I don't know. Maybe because maybe the soldier thought it was valid after actually killing a fuck ton of Lebanese Christian people already, you know? Perhaps that's why he thought it wouldn't be a big deal to fucking blow up the Jesus statue on top of everything else.
Of that soldier's actions from the Prime Minister, from the Israeli military, various other politicians as well in Israel.
Yeah, so the Israeli Prime Minister was quick to come out with his comments in English on his X account. I think understanding very well the international damage that this could do, this photo that's been shared widely on social media over the past couple of days. The Israeli army has confirmed it's a soldier who is at the moment in southern Lebanon, or has been in southern Lebanon in recent days. He's holding what appears to be a sledgehammer or an axe poised just over the face of the statue of Jesus on a crucifix that's been toppled. The understanding is that this is in the village of Double, which is in southern Lebanon, a Maronite Christian village. This was a family's own shrine on the edge of their land, at the edge of the village. It's not clear exactly at the moment what damage was ultimately done, but the
I, for one, can't believe that the army of a ethno-religious supremacist nation that routinely punishes and kills and subjugates both Christians and Muslims in the region would do such a thing. I am shocked. Okay, I can't believe that the anti-Christian, anti-Muslim forces would do such an anti-Christian act. How could they?
It's just par for the course, right? They're killing everybody.
Yeah.
They're killing everybody.
Yeah, it's just like...
Because Christians and Muslims live in Lebanon. And they're not just they're just indiscriminately bombing. So obviously...
but also on top of that, they've done something even more insane, like straight up Nazi shit. They occupied southern Lebanon, and then they released statements to the southern Lebanese telling the Christian villages not to hide Shia Muslims in their villages, which is literally what the fucking Nazis did to Jews. Like, it's so crazy.
That's crazy.
That they released a statement before this. One, they released a statement saying we're going to do to southern Lebanon what we did to Gaza, which, is an admission of the heinous war crimes that they committed in Gaza. But it goes unpunished, so they don't see any reason to even hide it. And then two, they went to southern Lebanese Christian villages and said, if you are hiding Muslims in your floorboards, like, you will also be in our crosshairs.
That's crazy.
Israeli army is saying that they will help the Christian community there to repair this statue. The foreign minister of Israel, Gideon Saar, came out and said that he apologized for this incident and to every Christian who had been hurt by it in their feelings. So you can see that this has really sort of,
Yeah. You executed an elderly Christian woman in Gaza who was simply trying to find a restroom and then sniped her daughter in the head for tending to her corpse. This is who you are. These are your values, not an aberration. They did this. Yeah. And then they bombed the fucking church, by the way. After an IDF sniper killed 2 women inside of a Gaza church, they also bombed that same church, which is so ridiculous.
Had a big effect, and that the local priest there told the BBC in Beirut that this was a desecration and, really extremely upsetting for the Christian community in southern Lebanon, in this wide area, which is currently occupied by Israeli forces, thousands of Israeli forces on the ground there. They see this as being a stronghold for the Shiite Muslim group Hezbollah.
And Yolande, what's the wider context of what's happening in Lebanon with that fragile ceasefire?
It's clearly a doctor's statue, you anti-Semite. Yeah, clearly. Who could forget the famous doctor?
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Fire.
So some developments in the past few hours, because you remember that when that ceasefire was declared by the US last week between Israel and Lebanon, with Hezbollah saying that it would stick to it and crediting Iran with getting that deal across the line. Well, the White House also said that it was ready to host the leaders of Israel and Lebanon for historic peace talks between these two countries that have technically remained at war since the State of Israel was created back in 1948. Now, the Lebanese president, Joseph Aoun, says that there will be a Lebanese delegation that is sent along to talks, and that will be headed by a former Lebanese ambassador to
Austin has seen the Dr. Jihad video.
I know. I called him Dr. Jihad last
US. He has said that the goals of Lebanon in those talks will be to end Israel's occupation and to deploy the army of Lebanon right up to the borderline. Israel has previously been saying that its goals in any kind of long-term peace deal will be to make sure that there is the disarmament of Hezbollah, and it also wants to decide finally the border between Israel and its neighbor Lebanon.
Okay, Yolande, thank you very much indeed.
The US has confirmed that a second round of talks between Lebanon and Israel will take place on Thursday. Lebanon's fragile 10-day ceasefire with Israel has allowed...
Glad that we have our Lebanese correspondent.
I was going to say, these talks wouldn't be necessary if the United States would just be like, hey, don't
cut
do
it
that.
out.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah. Also, these talks are bullshit too, because
it doesn't.
The Lebanese government has no power. Lebanese government is infinitely more predisposed with trying to restrain the only standing military force that they actually have that's willing to defend the Lebanese borders, which is Hezbollah.
Yeah.
And the Lebanese army just retreats.
Well, there's also no good faith negotiation you can have if your ultimate goal is a failed state.
Yeah.
Right.
And not only that, but Israel has already occupied Lebanese territory. They took over southern Lebanese territory.
Yeah.
And have established a safety corridor, as they like to call it, encroaching further and further into Lebanese territory. Some are saying that Israel is also now taking the water line as well, which is where the Lebanese gas fields are. So they're now going to control the Lebanese gas fields on top of everything else. So there's nothing that the Lebanese government could say or do in this circumstance because they have no power. They have no power because they're not supposed to have any power in this process. They were brought to heel by Western forces deliberately so that Israel could do exactly this shit whenever they felt the need to do so. Hezbollah has been the only force to restrain Israel because they are the only force that can militarily stop Israel from further encroaching into Lebanese territory. Yeah, the IDF is taking some sort of action after the Tarawi photo, the soldier taking a sledgehammer to the statue of Christ, but violent humiliation is a central part of what its military does. Here's an Israeli female soldier posting photos of herself from a southern home. What hurts the most is in this image is that it makes the loss unbearably harsh. Here we're talking about a house that still has its greenery, still has the life of its family, but they alone are the forcibly absent ones. They are forbidden from returning, while a soldier from the occupation army enters a place, picks the produce, cooks and laughs as if the house has no owners, as if the 55 villages banned to the people of the South haven't been emptied to their inhabitants, and as if all of this devastation isn't enough. The scene is humiliating because it sums up everything, uprooting people from their land and then turning their homes and gardens into a free-for-all space for the invaders. This is occupation and deliberate insult to the people's memory, dignity, and their inherent right to return to what they planted with their own hands. You know what's also additionally crazy about this? If this was happening on Saturday, these people would get punished. The Israeli army would punish them for not abiding, not keeping kosher, and actually cooking food for the rest of the military on the day of Sabbath.
Really?
Which is crazy. Yes, the Israeli military has literally offered worse punishments to people who have gone into the kitchens in the military to make hot dogs on a fucking Saturday than they have to the 6 rapists at the Sidi Taman concentration camp for raping Palestinian prisoners to death on camera. They were caught on camera.
Yeah.
How fucking insane is that?
Horrific.
Yeah, here it is. IDF soldier sent to 20 days prison for making hot dogs on Shabbat. Anyway.
My grandfather's rolling in his grave.
To return
He was
home
cremated,
and bury
but,
their dead.
whatever you do with.
And despite the ceasefire, Israeli troops have continued to occupy territory deep in the south of Lebanon. Today, the Israeli military has warned residents to stay away from dozens of villages.
Oh, see, this is the forward defense area. This also happens to be the gas fields that Lebanon has.
Along the border, publishing for the first time its deployment line inside Lebanese territory. The forward defence line stretches east to west, almost 6 miles into Lebanon. Hezbollah, prescribed by the UK as a terrorist group, has fired.
Yeah, these guys, Israel is the only country on the planet that always has a defense with a strong offense, you know?
Right.
Oh,
in order to establish defense, we have to take more and more of your territory. Sorry.
Hundreds of rockets from southern Lebanon to northern Israel. Our foreign affairs correspondent, Porrick O'Brien, travelled to the southern town of Bazaria, close to the Litani River. He was only allowed into the area with Hezbollah's permission.
We spent 2 days in southern Lebanon trying to unpack the shorthand that is Hezbollah's stronghold. These are their heartlands. We went to their funerals. We surveyed destroyed neighborhoods.
This one shell, 5 or 6 meters down.
They may be
I think this is also why people get so mad when I say, like, the shit that I've said about Hezbollah, where I'm like, they are a paramilitary group with a separate political party that's in the Lebanese parliament, by the way. But people get so mad when you don't just say, like, they're fucking terrorists, they're terrorists, how dare you say that? It's like, because it's just the truth. What I'm saying about Hezbollah is the truth. They are a paramilitary organization. There's a separate military that happens to be the only standing military that will fight back against Israel, that has a literal fucking political party in the Lebanese parliament. It's just the truth. It doesn't matter. You could just like say terrorism, terrorism, terrorism all day, every day. But this is the real terrorism happening here is what Israel is doing to southern Lebanon. Okay?
Militarily weak, but for these people with this war, Hezbollah has more reason to exist now, not less.
Western perspectives on this shit is so fucking insane to me. Because they'll be like, oh, well, they killed these guys that were like affiliated with Hezbollah. They killed these journalists that were affiliated with Hezbollah. It's like, That's what is illegal in that situation is killing a journalist, not an affiliation of a journalist with Hezbollah. Okay, it's like saying, oh, well, we killed this random hospital worker in Israel because they voted for Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay, they voted for the Likud party. The fuck are you talking about? That's not how this works. You can't just like assassinate on their own fucking territory random people for expressing their political preference when they're not an armed militant engaging in an act of combat against, and even when they're engaging in an act of combat against an invading country, it's still the invading country that is in the wrong for invading this other sovereign territory. Anyway, it's very frustrating that like we have designed these rhetorical tricks to just like shut off our fucking minds where we're like, no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Are these groups created as a result of the Israel's aggression in the region to begin with? Isn't this what this is like where it all comes back to? Is the territorial ambitions and aggression in the region?
Hezbollah did not exist before Israel invaded Lebanon, okay, and occupied Lebanon.
That's the whole point. That's the whole thing. Why can't people understand this?
Yeah.
My grandfather was talking about this for decades.
Our first stop, the town of Jibchit. According to the mayor, there were 40 Israeli airstrikes here in the last 6 weeks. When the war started, people left. Now with the fragile ceasefire, they're returning. The mayor is a physics lecturer at a university, but these days constantly fielding calls from concerned residents.
هلا إذا كان في شيء من الأمن والأمان والشمولية فحتما خلال اليومين بتكون نسبة 100% بتصير حتما.
The Israelis said they were targeting Hezbollah militants here, and many of them were killed. But they also hit the generators that were providing electricity to the town.
Oh.
Like, again, you can't, like, they are Lebanese people living inside of Lebanese territory, going about their Lebanese lives, okay? When you are a country that decides to bomb a sovereign nation's territory, it's not just the generators that are fucked up. You can't just like decide to kill people and invade a foreign nation state. Like, it's just, of course people are going to fucking fight back. It's so ridiculous. And what's crazier is that for 15 months, when the initial ceasefire, the fake ceasefire was implemented after the Gaza fake ceasefire, Israel killed thousands of Lebanese people over and over again. Hezbollah never retaliated in that process. So the fact that these guys are like, oh, I can't believe that like Hezbollah started lobbing bombs into Israel, that's why we had to do this, is also bullshit, because Israel never stopped ceasing its fire. Only one side actually ceased its fire. It was Hezbollah. Israel never stopped bombing Lebanon.
And the mosque.
هذا المسجد له حيثية بقلوب أهل البلد.
Because
Hezbollah was born as
putting up
resistance
the
to
illusion
Israeli
of good
occupation
faith,
in
right?
1982.
The illusion of good
But it's
faith.
not
to
even-
continue.
The only reason why people think there's any sort of illusion of good faith is because Western media is so complicit and doesn't cover this shit adequately. They just never cover it or they rarely offer any coverage to it when it's like it's an afterthought when Israel continues killing people
So they
in
just
Gaza.
keep reporting that there's a ceasefire, but they don't talk about the fact that they continue to break the ceasefire.
Yeah,
and then
they'll cover it as
follow
like Israel engaged in defensive acts against like Hezbollah militancy today and killed like 5 people or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Of course, every time they do that, they're also killing a shit ton of children too.
Of these places. The mayor says even this repair is part of the
It's right here.
Yep.
All
Those
right,
bulldozers.
Peace out.
Austin is
People coming back to their houses.
leaving everybody.
All
Say
back
bye to
off.
Austin.
Bye, y'all. Take care now.
My food is here, so I have to. I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna eat my food. Anyway, bye, Austin.
Peace out. Thanks for letting me.
Of course. I got it. Oh. Yeah. All right, we're gonna get back to close-up cam, and also here it is. It's true that Israel's been bombing the south for the past 1.5 years, but people argue that Hezbollah responding after the killing of Khamenei gave a reason for Israel to escalate. Yeah, but turşu var mı bir de orada turşu olması lazım. Yeah, except once again, Israel never stopped bombing Lebanon. If Israel had actually kept up their end of the ceasefire, I suspect that Hezbollah would have much less interest in escalating against Israel, right? But Israel never stopped bombing southern Lebanon, and they never do. No, that's not Austin's jacket. It's my jacket. Guys, it's not Austin's jacket. It's my fucking jacket. Oh my God, you guys are so annoying. Nervous Nelly's over here. Holy shit. Shayanel Hawk, thank you for the 50.
What are you resisting?
نحن عم نقاوم الفكر الاحتلال، الفكر التوسعي. إسرائيل أصلا هي كيان غاصب.
We're only allowed into these areas with Hezbollah's permission and oversight. But here we are more free to talk to whoever we want. So we meet sisters-in-law Nahal and Fatima. They stayed here through the 40 strikes.
خوف ما منخاف. نحن أهل الجنوب. ما حدا بيركعنا. هي الحجة كمان كانت صعبة. إيه هيدي كل الحرب. هي كل الحرب.
So how many wars have you stayed here for?
كل الحروب. قديش ما هي الحروب على لبنان؟ نحن باقيين.
Did this war feel different than all the others?
أصعب. هيدي أصعب حرب. بس ما خفنا.
Why?
لأنه مكاوي جاء وتتصيد. لأنه بطل عندهم أهداف وكانوا عم يضربوا حيالله حتى مدنيين كيف ما كان حيالله يعني.
These people deeply distrust the Lebanese army's ability to protect them, even more so now. The idea that they could or should disarm Hezbollah, unthinkable. Israel destroyed part of this town. But remember, the townspeople want the destruction of Israel. Hezbollah is a militia that targets civilians in Israel. Hezbollah is a political party with members of parliament and members in the cabinet. Hezbollah is an Iran-backed group with support amongst the Shia community. But Hezbollah is also a movement. It's a frame of mind, which leads you to the question, can you really bomb that out of someone? From Jibchit, we drove south towards the southern swathe of Lebanon where the Israelis are positioned, over the Litani River. The bridge had been bombed by the Israelis, but locals repaired it. And to the coastal city of Sur or Tyre, one of the safer places to get a handle on the geography of this conflict, on pause for now. The Israeli security zone, or occupied area, is delineated by the so-called yellow line. And from here on the coast in Tyre or Sur, you can safely put eyes on it. The yellow line basically runs along the headland there behind me. In between that and the Israeli border, 50-plus villages and towns. And one by one, the Israelis are demolishing them. If that sounds familiar, it is. They did exactly the same thing in Gaza. The Israelis say they're dismantling Hezbollah infrastructure, making it impossible for them to fire at the country, thus the sterile buffer zone. Finally, to the town of Bazari. Today, the funerals of several people from here who were killed on the 8th of March. They were in Beirut at the time. It is at these funerals that neighbourhoods nail their colours to the mast, and the colour is Hezbollah's yellow. The funerals today include 4 women, 1 teenager and 3 fighters. The thing about it is these communities don't make that distinction. Everyone is a member of the resistance. Some people here did agree to talk to us like Mustafa. Why did Hezbollah get involved? Why did Hezbollah,
I will tell you,
as some people say, drag this country into war now?
قيادة المقاومة لقت الفرصة المناسبة للرد على هذا الاعتداء وردع العدو الإسرائيلي وقت ما انشغلت إسرائيل بهيدي الحرب الكبيرة.
For him, Israel violated a ceasefire in 2024. The conflict didn't stop then and won't now. The last 6 weeks of war mean the anger and grief are acute here, and Hezbollah will weaponize it.
It's just crazy to go to the funeral of like a bunch of teenagers and civilians that Israel killed alongside 3 or 4 militants and ask them like, well, don't you feel like you guys brought this on yourselves? I don't know, man. Kind of feels like Israel is this like an unstoppable force of evil.
Question is, how do you disarm that?
All right, reverse the roles. What do you think would happen if a Channel 4 journalist went to the funeral of like an Israeli civilian that was killed in like rocket fires or something and literally put up a fucking microphone to the face of like mourning family members and said, don't you feel like Israel's unbelievable appetite for bloodshed, unlimited appetite for bloodshed, is what caused this civilian to die? Which, by the way, would unironically be a much more correct question to ask, even if it's blunt, than asking it to the fucking Lebanese people, which Israel has destroyed and actively tried to murder and has murdered for fucking decades at this point. What do you think would happen to that person? They wouldn't be able to leave Israel, number one. They'd be fucking probably killed before they even leave Israel. And if they somehow got out of Israel, their career will be over.
Porrick O'Brien there. Now, we did ask the Israeli Defense Forces for a comment about the strikes in Jibchit. They did not provide us with a statement. Gresh.
Thanks, Jackie. Well, I've been speaking to the UN's humanitarian chief, Tom Fletcher, for today's forecast. We talked about the humanitarian situation in Sudan, as well as politics closer to home. But we began by talking about Lebanon and the scale of the displacement of people there.
But look, right now, 1 in 5 people in Lebanon is displaced. As I crossed into Damascus a few weeks ago, that week, 200,000 Lebanese people had crossed into Syria. And so the needs are huge. Destruction, displacement, and you've got populations going back now to see if it's safe to go back, and it's not.
So what about the way that war has been conducted? Because in many ways, Israel seemed to be doing in Lebanon what it had done, or learning from what it had done in Gaza.
Well, that's a big concern, is when you hear that same rhetoric being used about reducing Lebanon to rubble. And literally, I mean, Israeli ministers saying, we'll do to you what we did to Gaza. Now, I've been to Gaza twice in the last year and a bit, and I know what that means. And so it's chilling to hear it. But it's part of this wider context of impunity and lawlessness in the world, where you've got some of the most powerful people in the world, the most powerful person in the world, threatening countries, threatening to wipe out civilizations. And we're asking everyone, imploring everyone really, to get back to, it's not sexy, but international humanitarian law.
Israel always says it does respect international law. Does it?
Well, I think a lot of the actions we've seen in both Gaza and Lebanon would not be lawful. And that is ultimately a matter for the courts, the ICC, the ICJ. It needs to be proven. It's not just for me to come along and chuck allegations like that around, but we're seeing all the time the effect of the action.
What did you make of the incident that happened recently in Lebanon, where the ambulance workers were apparently deliberately targeted at least 3 times, where different waves of ambulance corps went to help each other and each one was hit? Now Israel again says ambulances are used to transport Hezbollah weapons. They don't provide evidence for it, but that's what they say. Does that ever become a justification for that kind of attack on ambulance workers?
So there is no justification for hitting ambulances and health workers. Ambulance workers, health workers should never be a target. And it is, it's really disturbing. We know about from elsewhere, the double tap. But now this new lexicon of talking about a treble tap or a quadruple tap, this is part of the context that my colleagues are working in all the time. And we're saying there needs to be accountability.
Sudan is the war that has been pushed out of the way by everything that's happening in the Middle East. Can you contextualize it for us in terms of the need, the numbers of people dying, the numbers of people reliant on food aid?
So you've got 34 million people in need right now, 9 million internally displaced, 4.5 million displaced into neighbors. So you've got that rip.
If you don't restrain Israel when they hit an ambulance, then of course they're going to start double tapping. If you don't restrain Israel when they start double tapping, they're going to start triple tapping. That's it. Why would they stop? We are allowing this to happen over and over again. Why would they stop? We're giving them the arms to do so. We're giving them the political cover to do so. They're not going to stop. They've shown their willingness to engage in commit such atrocities. If America doesn't restrain Israel, then why should they stop? This is why I think the Jesus statue conversation is kind of silly, but whatever floats people's boats, whatever gets people to recognize the cruelty of Israel, I'm on board with.
Full effect of the conflict going through South Sudan, through Chad, for example, and the needs are immense. You've got the massive weaponization of sexual violence against women and girls. Utterly, utterly devastating. It's the worst humanitarian crisis in the world right now.
Just finally, you're an international diplomat now, but you were, of course, a British diplomat and a British advisor in Downing Street. just as the Foreign Office is in perhaps its biggest crisis of modern times. I mean, do you agree with the assessment of how bad the crisis is in terms of the relationship between the Foreign Office and Number 10?
I spoke personally this morning and immediately got a lot of feedback that my views on the UK political situation were not part of my job, nor that welcome at the moment. So what I would say is I don't
He's
think
not
it's
a
in
British
Britain's
diplomat
interest.
any longer. It's Tom Fletcher. He's the head of the UN, like humanitarian rights mission or something. I forget what his like position is, but he's not like a normal diplomat. UN emergency relief, the UN emergency relief coordinator. That's why he's being so open about everything.
I don't think it's in Britain's interest to erect this sort of permanent circular firing squad, which looking in from outside is often the case. Certainly has been the case over the last decade or so. I'm watching this current political drama. I know most of the characters.
Ollie Robbins is a friend of
pretty
yours.
well. Yeah, I've known Ollie for a long time, and I've worked with him for many decades. He's a guy of just immense integrity. I'm sad for him that he's lost a job that was actually also a vocation. And I really hope that the UK can get back to looking outwards again. And you know, it can sometimes feel a bit introverted at the moment.
Tom Fletcher, thank you very much indeed.
Thanks, Christian.
And there's a longer version of that interview with Tom Fletcher on the Forecast podcast on YouTube.
There is so much tragedy here in amongst all the rubble. A younger brother, Salam's only sibling, killed in an Israeli airstrike before the ceasefire.
He went down south to check on our village, and there was an airstrike that got him. And he was martyred, his body torn apart. He was so young. My young brother is gone. I'm sure he now rests in heaven. God forgive Israel. What do they want from us? They should take themselves and leave.
They will keep bombing us. They will keep killing us. They'll take our lands. So there's nothing.
Do you think this ceasefire will hold?
No.
You sound very sure.
Yes.
Why? Why
Because
are you
it's
so
Israel.
sure?
Israel.
There are always wars with Israel.
100%.
Most of the people that we've spoken to are pro-Hezbollah, and you would expect that. This is Dahir, this is the Shiite neighborhood of Beirut. This is famously a Hezbollah stronghold. We needed their permission to come and film here. And what we're hearing is that the streets are pretty busy now, but in the evenings it gets quiet again. People are now just coming back to see what's left of their homes, collect what they can, and then go out back to wherever it is that they're having to stay. And these are people who have had multiple rounds of displacement for decades now. You know, this building was destroyed in this last war. 3 buildings here were destroyed in the previous war, 23-24. And this whole suburb came to being because of rounds of displacement of Shia from the south of the country through the 70s and the 80s. After the ceasefire, a lot of people left to see what had happened to their homes in the south. But a lot then came back too, Hezbollah warning repeatedly that it just wasn't safe, that the ceasefire was too fragile. Which was why people like Mustafa decided to stay put in his tent in Beirut.
Is this the first time you've been displaced?
No. We have been displaced in 2006 and 2024. Also now in 2026. We don't mind. Stone, we can rebuild it. The stone, we can rebuild it. But we are strong. We have muscles. As they have muscles and weapons, we have weapons and muscles. We can defend our land. If I didn't want to defend my land, what I should be alive?
So you'll
I shouldn't be alive.
You'll fight with Hezbollah?
Yeah, of course. I should be with Hezbollah. I consider Hezbollah is the government now.
But for Israel, of course, Hezbollah is the problem, and for many Lebanese too. And as their endless conflict drags on, it is the young.
Oh my God. And for the many Lebanese, okay.
The innocent, who find themselves caught in the middle. Diana Magnay, Sky News, Beirut.
I'm just really. It is really interesting that they're having a harder time. They're having a harder time finding anti-Hezbollah Lebanese people on these news reports. I don't know what happened.
Angry with so many colleagues right now that continue to say that there's a ceasefire in Lebanon. There is no ceasefire. You haven't talked to the families that I have talked to that continue to say Lebanon is being bombed brutally by the genocidal government of Israel, this murderous regime. They always say there's a ceasefire, and you turn around and see them not once, not twice. We're talking about hundreds of bombs going off in Lebanon using our tax dollars, U.S. made weapons. So push back, folks, to those that continue again to use the language of this genocidal government. Israel is not conducting any form of a ceasefire. They are bombing the shit out of Lebanon right now. And shame on those that continue to tell me, well, that's Beirut and that's South Lebanon. Lebanon is Lebanon. War crimes are war crimes. Medics are medics. Humanitarian workers are humanitarian workers. Children are children. Dense communities and neighborhoods are dense communities and neighborhoods. War crimes are war crimes, y'all. And shame on those that continue to, again, enable this government of Israel to commit these war crimes and use the language, oh, there's a ceasefire now for 10 days. There hasn't been a ceasefire, not even for an hour. So speak up, folks. Get your members of Congress to support our War Powers resolution to end the madness of our government participating or enabling this ethnic cleansing campaign by this genocidal government in Lebanon now.
Yep.
The average price of gas is still above $4 a gallon.
Someone said Dana Bash is yelling at Abdul El-Sayed. They turned up the bot attack bot farm on Abdul. All right, what do you mean? And Dana Bash is going after Abdul?
Sayed said,
oh my God. Oh my God. Secretary of Labor has resigned. I know. Tapper lying about more Muslims again. I saw that too, where he brought up Mahmoud Khalil's name. In the process of being woke, when he was shitting on Elisa Stefanik, he still fired a couple shots at Mahmoud Khalil. We'll get to all that. Why did you say bot attacks? Oh, because all of these like random replies are like, can you stop? You equate Israel and Hamas with evil. You're disgusting, disrespectful, and another American hater. Assimilate or get out. UPOS. Oh my God. Oh my God. All of his replies are literally dirty Muslims continue to show how vile they are. Your sick fuck went too far with your comments. Your white liberal overlords have proven to appreciate your Slavish dick washing obedience. Send N-word. Bring in the pigs. No, Democrats would rather send our tax dollars. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Unit 8200 working overtime here. Anyway, we'll get to all of that. It's funny that this is what streamers like Hassan Piker, Extra Speed, or XQ have been doing for years. There's an entire ecosystem of YouTube channels dedicated to just clipping Piker stream, which rake in millions of views a month. Oh yeah, TBPN is a 7K live viewer pod that's sold to OpenAI for $200 million because their average clip gets 257K views. Everyone's talking about strategy. Here's the structure. Yeah, that's so. I mean, that stuff is so fake. Like it's so obviously fake and unbelievably inflated. That's an AI slop post anyway, and it's all about AI slop regardless. But yeah, there is no comparison. Like, we got real eyeballs and real attention out here. Ain't nobody's giving me fucking $200 million. I'd also never take that deal regardless, but it's just like funny. All right, let's get back to gas.
As we enter week 8 of the war in Iran. Now, that price is down since last week, but still far higher than before the war began. So when could Americans see gas prices down below $3 a gallon again? Well, here's what the Energy Secretary Chris Wright told Jake Tapper on State of the Union.
I don't know. That could happen later this year. That might not happen until next year. But prices have likely peaked, and they'll start going down. Certainly with a resolution of this conflict, you'll see prices go down.
This morning, President Trump talked to the Hill and undercut his own energy secretary, rather. He said, quote, "No, I think he's wrong on that, totally wrong." I'm joined by a very smart group of reporters today. CNN's Manu Raju, Emily Davies of The Washington Post, and Ested Herndon with Vox. Let's talk about energy and gas prices. Manu, it's not surprising that the president hears one of the people who work for him talking and probably saying something that is, I mean, not probably, almost definitely saying something that is true based on the data that he's looking at, that gas prices are not going to come back down, and gets upset about it. Never mind that I remember watching the president's interview with Maria Bartiromo last Sunday.
Yes.
And he said something similar. He said it could be around the midterms. They could go up, they could go down, or it could be even higher.
Yeah,
a little bit higher, he said.
He said it could be even higher. That's exactly what I was just about to say. He literally said that at that moment. When he said that, it immediately stuck out because the message from the Republican Party since the onset of this war has been, don't worry, gas prices are going to come down. It's okay. They don't have a plan to deal with gas prices. Their plan is to hope the war ends and that Americans will start seeing relief. So when the president starts saying something that completely undercuts that, that's one thing. And then he hears his energy secretary speak the truth, because gas prices, as we know, they go up very quickly and they take a very long time to subside. And this is going to be a real political problem. The speaker knows it. The party knows it, which is why they're not quite sure how they're going to deal with it.
Emily, I know you've been traveling I know you were in Iowa. Maybe you've done other traveling since you and I last spoke. But talking to voters who are going to decide whether or not to blame Republicans for the way that they see the economy going, gas prices.
What the fuck are these captions, bro? Sorry, I didn't even realize.
Specifically. And as you answer, I just want to show a latest poll from over the weekend. This is a Quinnipiac University poll. How much do you
Captions are on a different planet.
blame President Trump for rising gas prices? 65.
Dude, not much / at all, 34. Okay, we have to have a serious conversation. We have to have a serious conversation, a sincere conversation about 30% of this country, give or take. Okay? 30% of this country, give or take, is just not living on the same planet as us. Every single thing that Trump says is good. Every single thing that he does is good. Trump could literally murder their children. Trump could set up an initiative where ICE goes directly door to door to his supporters' homes and starts assassinating their firstborn and openly say that they're doing it. And these guys will go, when asked, how much do you blame Trump for the assassination of your firstborn? They would say, not at all. I'm glad my firstborn is dead. He probably had bad vibes. He deserved it. Where the fuck are we, dude? These people are insane. I don't know how to deal with this shit. I mean, it's just like, what do you do? What do you do with these motherfuckers? They're out of their dang minds. Like, how can you look at the situation and go, how much do you blame Trump for the rising gas prices? Not much at all. Bitch, who are you blaming then? Biden? Is it Joe Byron? Is it Joe Brandon? Is he from the grave changing the gas prices? Who's responsible?
% say a lot or some.
Yeah, so I was in Nevada and Arizona last week and Iowa the week before. So I feel like I've talked to people from a lot of different parts of the country who feel different ways about the gas price issue. But one thing I will say is it feels still a little bit early to draw conclusions because, to your point, gas prices go up so quickly that I think voters intuitively believe the president that they will also come down quickly. Like, it doesn't really make sense to somebody who's not following the intricacies of the market that it would take so long for them to fall. And so it's still been a relatively short period of time. They're believing him that the second he kind of decides to end the war, gas prices will fall. But right now, there's certainly, as you see there, a lot of frustration, and that's reflected in conversations I've had.
Yeah, it feels like the back and forth with the energy secretary speaks to something I think it's hurt Trump consistently in the second term. You can't really acknowledge reality, and even his energy secretary doing so in words that he has similarly said has caused some of his ire. And I think it just speaks to some of how a lot of these crises are self-imposed. Like, voters can, I think, and I've heard some, make the association between tariffs and the rising inflation. And Donald Trump has really made that easy for folks because it's not as if these crises were imposed on him. They're ones that he has driven. And so I think it's been reflected not just in the polling you showed, but his approval ratings now in the 37%, lowest he's seen. And we see some signs of disapproval rating rising.
Let's show. We actually have one we were going to show. Let's put it up on the screen. This is from NBC. This is about President Trump's handling of the war. And this is approval, which I think probably is driving the rest of his approval ratings. Go ahead.
Absolutely. And I was saying that there was the right track, wrong track numbers in that polling are the highest since it's been in his second term. And, as I was mentioning, the Republican approval rating, the amount of Republicans who say they strongly approve of him is going down too. And so I think although there has been some question about whether the schism and MAGA among, the Megyn Kellys or Tucker Carlson's represented his true coalition. It could be that they're more of a leading indicator, and that we're going to see the public, particularly as gas prices come through the summer, might show more of that split on the Republican side.
I mean, the real problem is that they never, even from the beginning of this war, ever really sold it to the American public. So we came in knowing with very low, people didn't want to go to war to begin with. And typically, and when we've seen in conflicts past, support for war decreases over time. And that is exactly what happened here. He already started at a low point. It's getting worse. And especially as people are getting hit with high gas.
That was a university poll? Yeah, it doesn't matter. Quinnipiac is not just polling people that go to Quinnipiac, man. It's a reputable pollster. They're polling a statistically appropriate sample size. I think I discovered why Casually Explained isn't sub to you anymore, Lol. Why? It could be a million different reasons. There's a lot of... I have pissed off a lot of people over the years. I talk about every political issue. A lot of people have personal involvement with all of these issues I talk about. Politics is very personal. They come in, they hear what I have to say about like Trump sucking, and they're like, oh, I like it. And then they don't realize that I have a vision for a better future far beyond just simply saying Republicans suck. Although they do, and I say it every day, and I will continue to say it. I unfollow him every time he yells at me. Oh my God. This is like following since 2026, 0331 is so funny. You literally do. You've been a 21-month subscriber, and yet you've only been following for a couple days, for almost a month. That's how I keep track. That's so funny. Here, you're going to get shook. I'm shaking you.
Gas prices. I hear some members of Congress tell me, well, there's a member.
Tell them happy birthday. Happy birthday, chatter.
Constituents, voters.
You got a birthday shake.
It's a patriotic duty to pay more for gas because of prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. But that is not the message that a lot of Republicans are saying right now.
And it's about the expectation game. One of President Trump's ticks, if you will, has historically been 2 weeks. Anything is going to happen in 2 weeks, whether it's a plan or something is going to end or going to begin. That has been the case since the beginning of this war with Iran. Let's watch.
It's going to be finished pretty quickly. I do see a deal in Iran, yeah. Mr. President. Could be soon. We are going to finish the job, and we're going to finish it very fast. We're getting very close. I think it's close to over, yeah. I view it as very close to over. I will say the war in Iran is going along swimmingly. We can do whatever we want. And it should be ending pretty soon.
It's going to end soon. So that's what the people are hearing, and it's not happening.
It's here. It's going to end soon. It's going to end tomorrow. It's going to end in 2 weeks. And I think Manu's point is an important one. That comes after they never laid out a clear reasoning to the American public going into this, never coordinated with allies. And I really think Trump, across the board, has lost a lot of credibility and narrative-setting power in this second term. And so I think he's used to being able to say, I'll do this then, or I'll do that then. And, the base only will follow along. And it's not as if we're seeing like a huge thing in terms of the numbers, but I think that power, that determinative power, is getting less so. And so you're seeing some of those cracks among.
Why is it so hard for him not to sound like a rapist? Because he is one. That's it. That's literally it. He is one, and he's never been held accountable for being one his whole life. So now he just gets to rape the earth. That's what happens when you don't actually punish or hold accountable someone who is a rapist. They embrace their rapist tendencies, and depending on the position that they're in, if you put them in charge of the United States of America, they get to rape the planet, literally. And they speak like one in the process, and they have the mentality of a rapist because they are one.
Republican caucus, and I just think more so, his MAGA coalition went beyond the strict party. And so those type of people he brought in are the ones most likely to be upset by some of these actions.
Yeah, I mean, when 2/3 of people responding disapprove of the way you're handling the war, it's not great. And obviously they know that at the White House, which is why they have talks coming, and they're trying desperately to wrap it up.
Do you believe the price of oil and gas will be lower before the midterm elections?
I hope so. I think so. It could be. It could be, or the same, or maybe a little bit higher.
How much longer will Americans continue to see these high gas prices?
Well, they're not very high. If you look at what they were supposed to be in order to get rid of a nuclear weapon, with the danger that entails.
President Trump pushed back on Energy Secretary Chris Wright's comments this morning, telling The Hill that Wright is, quote, totally wrong, his words, totally wrong about it potentially taking until next year for gas prices to drop below $3 a gallon. Let's go live right now to our senior business reporter, David Goldman. David, how should consumers interpret these very different messages from the White House?
He always covers all bases. It could be lower, it could be higher, it could stay the same. You never know. Gas, oil, do we even need such a thing? Many people say it's what keeps the world spinning. I say to you, things will be fine. Sometimes it's more expensive, sometimes it's cheaper. Who knows? Who knows what tomorrow may hold?
When might we actually start seeing gas prices returning to what they were before the war with Iran?
And you need to add in Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who said last week that we could have gas with a 3 in front of it in the summer. So what does that mean? Is it $3.99 or is it 3 with a couple zeros in front of it? There are active questions about when we would actually see $3. The thing to know is that oil needs to come down to historically around $60 a barrel before we start to see sub $3 prices, and we are nowhere close to that right now. We're in the 90s right now, closing in on 90 for U.S. oil, and what we don't know is when we're going to see that strait reopened. There's a lot that needs to happen before then, and so that's where we are right now with a big question mark about the future path of gas prices.
Casually explains that if you listen to Richard Wolff or Hassan Piker, neither even knows what a share is or how business formations work. And so, of course, it's easy to criticize something that exists only in your imagination that you've never interacted with. How does he square that circle with the fact that I have a more successful content creation business than he does, including one that is a cooperative, one that is literally a cooperative owned corporation? This is another thing that I don't understand. People will be like, oh, these guys are dumb. Also, the other one is literally an economist. Like, he's shitting on a guy who actually owns a fairly successful cooperative corporation. And the other guy is a college professor, an economist. The audacity of a fucking YouTuber to shit on, me is fine. I'm a Twitch streamer, right? But like, to shit on Richard Wolff is crazy. Why does this always happen? Why can't we be a little bit more humble? I mean, I guess I do shit on college professors all the fucking time as well. Like Steven Pinker and the like. Trump's approval rating is -2 points less than Nixon's after the end of his term. This, while he's not at the end of his term, -18 Trump, -16 Nixon. Yeah, that don't matter. We don't live in Nixon land anymore. We don't live in a world where like there is there's even the interest in like maintaining normalcy. Because Watergate was a scandal only because both the Republicans and the Democrats wanted to like drop the articles of impeachment, and there was like a capacity to feel shame. There was this idea that the American government is more than this, right? And that's why there was some sort of enforcement. Donald Trump does a Watergate level scandal twice a day at this point. Twice a day. And it's nothing. It doesn't go anywhere, because it turns out, as we found out, perhaps the hard way, that if one party just simply doesn't care about decorum at all of these rules are unenforceable. They're completely unenforceable. The only reason why this system was stable for as long as it was because the actors within it were keeping up its stability. It's gone. So if there's no investment in maintaining the stability, especially from one party that doesn't even get punished for their refusals, and as a matter of fact are celebrated for their refusal to not abide by norms and standards, then it's done. Anyway, Spotify Top 30 News Podcast, Tucker Carlson is at number 2. NPR is at number 3. Candace Owens at number 4. NPR is at number 5, again. Wall Street Journal, Pod Save America, The Pondering, Crooked Media, Vox.com. Ben Shapiro at number 11, still resilient. Michael Knowles at number 27. Piers Morgan at number 30. Oh my God, I need to do a fucking political pod. I swear to God, this is insane. This is deep red, man. That's crazy. Even those who are like anti-Israel are still libertarians. Whew, fucked up. Anyway, let's get to the conversation that took place where Dana Fash was shitting on Abdul al-Sayed. Oh, we've seen this with Manu Raju already.
Copying his homework poorly.
This is governing. It's not middle school.
And Manu is still here. I don't know. If anybody goes up to Capitol Hill, if she wins, she might change her stance. It is a lot like middle school.
I was about to say.
Yeah. I just want to note that that conversation that you had, first of all, is such a great piece. Thank you so much for going up and doing it. El-Sayed said that Hamas and Israel are the same. For the record, Hamas is designated as a terror organization by the U.S.
Okay. Once again, Dana Fash has no response to this beyond just going, well, Hamas is designated as a terror organization. Okay, Israel is not. But can you make your own assessment here? Like, are you capable of doing that? Or are you aware that one of the two entities that we're talking about has committed 0 genocides and the other one has committed 1 and is slated to do another ethnic cleansing campaign right now in Lebanon? So,
US, EU, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and others.
Yeah, and this issue is such a dividing line in the Democratic Party, in Michigan in particular, where it's so raw, so emotional, and we saw Democrats getting tripped up with this in the 2024 election cycle, the way Joe Biden dealt with it, then Kamala Harris dealt with it. Potentially this cost her winning Michigan, and you're seeing this play out. And the way that Haley Stevens answered that question too, Dana, when I asked her, do you embrace that support from AIPAC? She would not say, because she knows how complicated it is and how it could be a decisive issue in this primary.
Yeah, it certainly is. Thank you so much.
That's it.
That Hamas and Israel are the same.
Seems relevant to know that Israeli prime minister is wanted for war crimes. If you're going to editorialize like this, is true. Yeah. So the Michigan Democratic Party endorsed Amir, who I met at the Abdul al-Sayed event. Over Mallory's friend, Jordan Acker, yesterday. Jordan Acker is the incumbent for the University of Michigan Regent. Okay. I don't know why you chose to show me the Stop Anti-Semitism tweet for this event, but it's a good sign about where the Michigan Democratic Party is in terms of their attitude on this issue. A lot of those people weren't like Arabs either. They were white folk. They were older white folk, as a matter of fact, and they chose to endorse for Regent, not the former Jordan Acker, who had a litany of controversies, including but not limited to the prosecution of University of Michigan students that were protesting Israel, who Makhled actually successfully defended. Okay. So remember that. But also on top of that, Jordan Acker had, been exposed, outed, aside from the authoritarian crackdown on pro-Palestine protesters, destroying the strong free speech culture of the university and the town. He had the state attorney general press charges when the local prosecutor, the new state attorney general candidate, refused to press charges. But he also was outed as being a weird pervert, saying horrible shit about the students, like sexual things about the students, in Slack messages that were revealed. So he's horrible. Amir Makhled, on the other hand, is fantastic. And that's precisely the reason why Josh Kraushaar is losing his fucking mind right now. Here it is. Lewd messages linked to University of Michigan Regent who led campaign against pro-Palestinian students. Jordan Acker, who pushed legal action against protesters, is running for re-election in the race, reflecting tensions on Israel. University of Michigan Regent Jordan Acker, who helped lead the university's crackdown on pro-Palestinian students, appears to have made obscene sexual comments about a Democratic Party strategist in a group chat. Messages provided to The Guardian reveal the Slack messages attributed to Acker also include lewd comments about a female UM student and a picture of her with her friends. Mallory McMorrow also endorsed Jordan Acker, by the way, which is part of the reason why I do not think that Mallory McMorrow is actually as anti-Israel as she claims she is. Okay? It's very cool how Mallory McMorrow endorsed this vindictive pro-Israel pervert on the UN Board of Regents who conspired with the Michigan Attorney General to trump up felony charges against anti-genocide college protesters. Even before these leaked Slack messages, how could you endorse him? Yeah. The messages were shared with The Guardian just days before a heated primary convention elected for 2 open UN Board of Regents seats. The board is the university's governing body, and the usually low-profile race is especially tense this year as pro-Israel and pro-Palestinian candidates compete for seats. The race has become a local flashpoint in the broader battle over criticism of Israel on campuses. Acker is known to be confrontational, pro-Israel leader at the large public university. He is an attorney who helped recruit the Michigan Attorney General to bring highly unusual prosecutions against students. And while he was on the board, it led a sprawling undercover surveillance operation against the students. The prosecutions and surveillance operations were dropped after Guardian stories on each. Acker has also drawn criticism for leading the university as it dismantled its diversity, equity, and inclusion initiative amid pressure from Donald Trump. Yeah. Here are some of the messages. Censored as an absolute freak in bed. Likes it extremely rough and very, very much into props. Missionary doesn't do it for her like at all. Can we talk less about my dad's vote and more about bleeps box? My buddy banged her on election night 2018, and we literally discussed it yesterday. Said it was the most insane experience of his life. Yeah, that was the guy. Of course, in my opinion, these are unacceptable and unbelievably unprofessional. But the main charge still is what he did with his power. This kind of stuff shows you what kind of person Jordan Acker is, okay? But what he has done thus far as the UM regent is the real damage that he has also caused to free speech. So, yeah, of course, Jewish Insider is defending him, saying, it's extensive, said University of Michigan regent Jordan Acker when asked about the level of anti-Semitism in the state party. The question we have to ask as Jews is whether we still belong here. It's totally ridiculous. Anyway, but again, a good sign for the Michigan Democratic Party that they made this decision and didn't actually lean into any of the ridiculous drama surrounding this lawyer who is who opened Abdul El-Sayed's University of Michigan rally. And I met him. He's a dope guy. Peak Tapper here, a segment ostensibly critical of Trump, casually says Mahmoud Khalil call for genocide, which is a complete fabrication and libel, but it won't matter because the subject of his lie is Arab/Muslim, and for CNN, they don't count as humans.
And let's talk about the Iranians have killed tens of thousands of their own people.
Yeah,
so if
horrifying.
you want to prop up the Iranian terrorist regime, that's on you. The president has been very effective in calling out the Iranian terrorist regime.
Got it.
Go ahead.
No, I'm not
defending
anything.
Here.
I'm not defending anything. I'm saying it's all bad, calling for genocide, calling for wiping out civilizations, whether it's some knucklehead on a college campus or Mahmoud Khalil or this person or that person.
Mahmoud Khalil has never called for the genocide of an entire population, and neither have knuckleheads on campus unless you're talking about pro-Israel knuckleheads on college campus. Acker and Nessel came for Rashida openly, calling her an anti-Semite for saying pro-Palestine protester University of Michigan should not be expelled or imprisoned. I know. You know who else also played along with that? Jake Tapper. Jake Tapper and Dana Bash also slandered Rashida Tlaib's good name. It's just like confused. What is Tapper referring to about Khalil? He's saying Mahmoud Khalil called for the genocide of people because in his like twisted, distorted framework that he operates off of, a demand to the end of Israel's genocide is basically demanding the genocide of Israel. Okay? In his mind, it's like, oh, dude, you don't want Israel to murder children? What do you want, every Jewish person to die? What the fuck's wrong with you?
Or President Trump, all of it's bad. Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, thank you so much.
President Trump was not calling for genocide. Shame on CNN for saying that.
Yeah. Jake Tapper's a white supremacist, say it like it is. I mean, he's a massive Islamophobe. Unbelievable Islamophobe. Anyway, Spain Sanchez leads progressive push as far-right gatherers in Milan. We also have the situation monitoring video that you guys wanted me to watch yesterday. Let's take a look.
If you were really monitoring the situation, you wouldn't be reading the news. You'd be looking for the shape of the news. Before the news grew shape, triangles, circles, squares, lines. When the line goes up, it means it's a good line. You won't use the maps to navigate, but you analyze geofence morning activity around French bakeries. You wouldn't be following journalists. You'd follow Balkan anime count on X posting grainy runway images at 480p.
Okay, that's literally a fucking, that's unironically a real account. They're a neo-Nazi as well. An insane, like, I know exactly what account this person is referencing. Okay, they're like an insane, no, not Anime Serbia. No, he's talking about the one Russian account that's like Korobochka. Yeah, the one that thinks like both Iran and Israel have already utilized nuclear weapons in secret. They're super, yeah, they're super weirdly racist, but they also are really, really into Shia Muslims.
He'll be watching press conferences. He'll be watching flight patterns over Brussels, Schumann roundabout, Berlaymont. Because when two government G550 circle, it means they are delayed. Because statements lie, spokespeople lie, journalists guess. But Chop Chop Suit 273 on Discord is the only one right. History arrives as a sequence of events. The Steakhouse reservation.
Wait, what the fuck? The fact that Piker bears and bulls all day? Wait, what the fuck?
It's the only one right. History.
Wait, models trained on Ruben, not even online. So as the GOAT Danny Ive says, we third inning. To be honest, who goes bear on at Oracle? It is the strongest support and has every man in the involved. NVIDIA is going up. Jensen is going to go godlike. The fact that Piker bears... Wait, this is Piker... What the fuck? Hashtag Pikers? What the fuck is this? What is happening? What is this channel? The fact that Piker bears and bulls don't go into Wojak Index is criminal.
Arrives as a sequence of events. The Steakhouse reservation disappears, a ghost stream takes off, a Discord server writes something, the internet backbone overheats, a croissant goes missing, social media claims, the TikTok diamonds on sale, my delivery is delayed. Why is my Uber rating 3.8? D6, Frankfurt, Equinix, Ashburn, busy Zaventem corridor, NYC trading floor, USD's wanted to fall, 4 a.m. breakthrough calls, history, pastry, Warsaw, bakery, Wall Street bets debating, crude oil futures trading, new ADSB traces, DFC BGP tables, monitoring phosphorus mileage, monitoring SEC filings, monitoring BDB diamonds, monitoring my Uber Eats driver. You'll be monitoring the Black Sea with one eye half open when your phone brightness set. Guantanamo level. I get my intel before everything else from a securely protocoled VR Telegram channel.
Piker.io, you'd hate it. It's a crypto gambling game or some shit. Wait, why is it called Piker? Does it have Piker's stock trade terminology? Wait, what? It's investor slang? Piker explained. A piker is a broker or investor who makes small trades and is often viewed as having limited market impact and knowledge. What the fuck? Wait, what? What the fuck? Why? An individual is most likely to be considered a piker if they make small trades and do not prepare fully for the trading day. The word itself is taught to be more offensive than a term such as amateur. An individual who believes themselves to be very knowledgeable about investing, despite evidence indicating otherwise, would be considered a piker. You didn't know about this? I've been in since 2019 and followed you after learning about pikers. I am one. Hostile. This is why everyone thinks you're lying about the socialism thing. What the fuck? Lol, why? Because swing trading is safer / less risky. I'm joking. You can't get rich off swing trading. You'd have to mid-high frequency rate. Scroll to the bottom. An investor who transacts in ways that could be considered outside the ordinary compared to normative practice by brokers. For example, a broker may place, pikers usually work for bottom tier firms rather than top tier firms. Origins of the term, there are a variety of different sources indicating where the term piker came from. The Oxford Dictionary provides a few meanings. One meaning is a cautious or timid gambler who only makes small bets, a person who takes no chances. It also refers to a poor white migrant in the southern states of the U.S., originally Pike County, Missouri. The later has its origins in the gold rush, according to some sources. Travelers heading to California for the gold rush came from or traveled through Pike County, Missouri, becoming known as pikers, individuals that were frugal and did not spend their money, particularly on drinking or gambling. I can't believe it took me this long to find out. I thought pikers were, or pikeys were like a form of travelers, like Irish travelers. I've heard that before. And pikers are like an untrustworthy person. But I didn't realize that there was also more to it. That's a slur. Yeah, I know. It is a slur. Yes, it's an Irish slur for the travelers. But it comes from but it comes from Piker. I'm pretty sure. No, I said travelers because that's the politically correct term for the G word, because I don't want people to fucking yell at me. Okay?
You wouldn't mock Pentagon pizza theory. If you'd understand, you'd respect the slice. You wouldn't care what the spokesperson said. You'd bet on why his wording got 40% softer so late in the day. Today, Lockheed, remarket, another jet departed. Brazilian rush hour commuters, sold out organic kombucha, RTX 4060 boosters, TSMC bottleneck futures, ASM looters, very expensive computers.
I mean, this is literally my
DRAM
setup.
prices spiking like my insulin.
It's not even a joke. This is unironically my...
With Sergey Brin. Silver futures shorted. Fed briefing incoming shortly. Waiting for oil to hit 40. Season 8, Rick and Morty. The monitor overclocked. The Herman Miller chair locked. Cervical vertebrae popped. IV electrolyte shock. All in on Palantir stock. Another tick on the clock. I hope the streak never stop, or I have to stay at my job.
Yeah, that's how we do it out here, dude. Yeah, Turn is new CEO. Tim Pool stepped down. I don't know why you guys want me to look at this Robert Pape thing.
The number.
Oh, here is Harry Emden.
Holy Toledo.
Let's take a look at what people are saying about Donald Trump, voters on Trump and inflation.
Yeah, okay. Americans say inflation is the number one holy Toledo issue facing them right now. And to quote the great Happy Gilmore, according to them, the price is wrong when it comes to the president of the United States. Just take a look at these net approval ratings when it comes to inflation. The president of the United States is hitting all-time record lows in all of these polls, and all of them. NBC came out yesterday, 36 points underwater. CBS came out a few weeks ago, 38 points underwater. Ipsos, Reuters, 43 points underwater. CNN came out earlier this month, 45 points underwater. And taking the cake is UMass Amherst, 47 points underwater across all of these polls. Trump is in his worst position ever on the issue that the American people say over and over and over again is their key number one issue.
Was it always thus?
No, it wasn't this always thus, Mr. Berman. And this is what is so amazing to me. I mean, these shifts that we're just seeing, my goodness gracious. Voters on Trump and inflation. In the 2024 election, remember, Trump got reelected to a second term, and Joe Biden got pushed to the curb in large part because Americans felt he couldn't handle inflation. Trump was more trusted than Kamala Harris on inflation by 7 points. Look at his net approval right now. You average all those polls on the first side of your screen, 42 points underwater. That is a nearly 50-point shift away from the president of the United States.
A nearly 50-point shift. That's bad. What's...
This is literally Israel levels of unpopularity for the boy. But Trump doesn't watch CNN? No, he does. He loves Harry Emden. Can we get your take on the Muda files release? What the fuck is a Muda file? What is that? Is that like Iran related? MB? A Valorant streamer? It's escaping containment? Oh God. What is it? Not Mudahar. Muda. Jinxie. Muda is a video game streamer who is cheating. It's nothing. Wait, an R6 Pro got caught cheating? That's what you want me to give you a take on? Oh man, that's funny. Yeah, that's crazy, man. That's really fucked up, I think. Hot topic of the day. All right, here's my hot take. Don't cheat. Don't cheat in life. Don't cheat in Rainbow Six, because all you're doing is cheating yourself. Is that good? Stay in your lane, newsman. You don't even game. That's true.
Worse. Yeah, what's worse? You think this is bad, a nearly 50-point shift. How about a 70-point shift? I'm laughing because you never see numbers like this. Look at this. Independence on Trump and inflation. In the 2024 election versus Harris, Trump was favored by 10 points. Down he goes. Down he goes. He's down to 60 points underwater on inflation. That is a 70-point shift in a little bit less than 2 years worth of time. John Berman and I are big baseball fans. And I will tell you, I'm going to go to Trump's home borough in Queens because, to be honest, it's the only comparison I can think of. Donald Trump is in worse shape on inflation right now than the New York Metropolitans are in the NL East. That is how bad. And what, the Mets just lose their 11th straight game?
At a certain point, you stop counting because there's so many. There's two things I just want to point out quickly here.
God.
The two words that matter so much.
Damn, they're cooking the Mets, dude. Any Mets fans in the chat? Y'all got fucking cooked.
Much here are, independence and inflation. These are two areas the president did well on in the last election.
He did well. This is what is happening here. The strengths that Donald Trump once had with the electorate, the things that got him elected to a second term, you can wave adios amigos goodbye to them. And why that's so important is even though Trump isn't on the ballot come November, a lot of Republicans in Congress are on the ballot. And if these numbers hold, you can wave adios amigos goodbye. See you later. Certainly that House majority and maybe that Senate majority as well.
Harold Linton, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lifelong Mets fan at 33 years. Just when I thought we've hit rock bottom, we fall another flight. Mets haven't won since Zoran hugged Mr. Met.
Holy Toledo.
That's crazy, bro. How are you gonna put that on Zoran Mamdani, man? That's crazy. How are you gonna do that? Mr. Met is anti-Semitic. Okay, Sid Rosenberg. Yeah, net favorability of countries among Democrats under the age of 50. China is at -14. Iran is at -40. Israel is at -45. Israel is less liked among Democrats under the age of 50 than Iran and China. You're welcome, America. New York Post literally calling it the Mamdani curse. That's got to be, that honestly has to be the thing that probably hurts him the most. Because he's a Mets fan, isn't he? Did you see this man that has been told by his entire Democratic caucus that he should not run for re-election? Yes. I don't understand. That's a perfectly valid, reliable Democratic vote in the Senate. What do you mean? Yeah, that's got to feel really bad, dude. Imagine being a fucking Mets fan your whole life, and then you get to hug Mr. and Mrs. Met. You get to be a part of their throuple. J.D. Vance's brown kids, who he thinks are less American than everyone else. Far-left candidate Senator Abdul El-Sayed facing major backlash. Well, he's not facing major backlash. It's true. That's the world that J.D. Vance is designing. You can't get mad at that. Like, you can't be mad at someone calling out the racist design of J.D. Vance. It's so stupid. Fox News, once again, when someone says the truth, Fox News loses their minds. They're like, how dare you? How dare you say the truthful thing? How dare you take issue with J.D. Vance? What is this? Really disappointed to learn this about you? So fucked up. Everything in the context nuke was correct. Hassan is a Islamic doctor of jihad, and he's here to turn us all into tankies while shocking our dogs. Oh yeah, it's this. It's Kaya, the new Kaya Place meme. Here's what Galabaf said, by the way, 2 hours ago almost. Trump, by imposing a siege and violating the ceasefire, seeks to turn this negotiating table in his own imagination into a table of surrender or to justify renewed warmongering. We do not accept negotiations under the shadow of threats, and in the past 2 weeks, we have prepared to reveal new cards on the battlefield. Abbas Araghchi said, honoring commitments is the basis of meaningful dialogue. Deep historical mistrust in Iran towards the U.S. government conduct remains, while unconstructive and contradictory signals from American officials carry a bitter message. They seek Iran's surrender. Iranians do not submit to force. Now, I mean, they're posting this stuff, but if they gladly go over to the negotiations, then, who knows? Yeah, the Team Trump also gave me a notice. Democrat Senate primary in Michigan is being between a radical leftist aligned with Hassan Piker and a theater kid who thinks she has McMantum. The entire bench is cringe. Chris Rabb gave me a shout out. We'll talk about Nick Fuentes. We'll pocket watch Nick Fuentes as well. Why has everyone just accepted far left radicals as pejorative, undefined words used as slurs to scare grandparents into emptying bank accounts for reactionary, norm destroying losers? Yeah, I mean, I don't mind being called that. Who gives a shit, right? These people are the real radicals. I think that, the things that I'm advocating for. What is this? You got another notice? ML plus Joel's Broadcasting Service? What the fuck is this?
Bring any clip you want. So now it's kind of like all over the place. We need to get back to one-on-one.
We can get back to more focused if you want.
Maybe.
All right, maybe this week.
And I do love Mr. Piker. And he's doing, he's on CNN. I saw him on Newsmax. I said, hey.
That's so funny that they go Hasanabi mention. When they see me on TV and they're yelling about me on Fox News and Newsmax and stuff, they're like, yeah, he's a kind young fellow that I talked to one time.
Hey, There's my Mr. Piker. There's my Mr. Piker. There's my Mr. Piker. Mr. Piker.
Yeah.
Okay, that's crazy. Oh, Unk moment. Unk moment. Unk moment. Oh my God. It's still going. Oh. What is this meme,
what a start.
man?
What a start to the day.
Oh, Unk moment. Unk moment. Unk moment.
You got my dad.
Holy fuck. I'm glistening. I'm sweating.
He's my best podcaster.
What are you doing now? You're just checking out of this? Usually it's dad who's like staring into space or looking at other screens, but today
I'm looking at my notes. You never let me look at my notes.
Let him finish.
your phone is still ringing.
I'm going to go throw my phone out.
That's crazy. When you said ML, I thought you meant Marxist-Leninist. It turns out you were talking about Mary Lou. What the hell, dude? Crazy time to be audio only? It's probably better. Holy fuck, Stephen Miller mentioned you? No, he didn't. That's Twitch himbos. Shut up. All right, let's get to the Social Democratic International.
The global left unites. Spain's
What did say the global left?
Pedro Sanchez and Brazil's Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva headlined back-to-back events on Saturday, the fourth In Defense of Democracy meeting and the first Global Progressive Mobilization Summit. The events brought South Africa's Cyril Ramaphosa, Mexico's Claudia Sheinbaum, Colombia's Gustavo Petro, and prominent U.S. Democrats to Barcelona to promote progressive
Prominent U.S. Democrats.
policies and defend a rules-based world order.
Prominent U.S. Democrats is Tim Walz.
I am convinced that the era of the international far right and the right wing that has succumbed to these reactionary ideas has come to an end, and that we, all of you, are going to usher in a new era of progress for the world and for all our countries.
While Lula told Spanish newspaper El País the summit would not be an anti-Trump meeting, the U.S. president's actions hung over the events. Leaders expressed concern over Cuba's energy crisis, which sharply deteriorated after Trump imposed an oil blockade of the island nation. Lula also appeared to take...
Yeah, Neera Tanden was at this event. If you want to understand, like, the American participation here, the only person who was, like, ostensibly on the American left that gave a brief note was Zohran Mamdani, which is ironic because I feel like Zohran Mamdani, if adjusted to France, Zohran Mamdani's perspective and Zohran Mamdani's position in American politics would place him squarely in the LFI camp for, French politics, but the only party in attendance here was the Socialist Party of France. So it's mostly just like center-left parties with the exception of, I would say, Sheinbaum and I guess maybe Lula, if you want to call him a left figure still. It's interesting.
Game at Trump as he called on the UN Security Council to fulfill their obligation and guarantee peace.
Yeah, Gustavo Petro.
No president of any country in the world, no matter how powerful, has the right to impose rules on other countries. We cannot wake up every morning and go to sleep every night with the president's Twitter account threatening the world.
Zoran has socked them, LFIs to his left. Hey, notice how I used my words very carefully, and I said what Zoran represents in American politics, in French politics would be better represented by LFI. I didn't say Zoran and LFI are aligned on issues. I'm saying that adjusted to French politics, LFI is the left flank. Adjusted to American politics, Zoran would be the left flank of electeds. That's all I mean.
Making war.
While progressives rallied against the far right, its leaders tried to hold their ground. In the wake of nationalist Viktor Orban's loss in Hungary, France's Jordan Bardella and the Netherlands' Geert Wilders joined thousands in Milan for a rally in support of the far-right Patriots for Europe party. Saturday's rallies came ahead of major elections in France, Italy, Spain, and Poland in 2027, in which far-right candidates hope to further their influence within the EU.
The world, as I said earlier, is more dangerous and divided. The U.S. has fundamentally changed its approach to trade, raising its tariffs to levels last seen during the Great Depression. Many of our former strengths, based on our close ties to America, have become our weaknesses that we must correct. Workers in our industries most affected by U.S. tariffs, in autos, in steel, in lumber, are under threat. Businesses are holding back investments, restrained by the pall of uncertainty that's hanging over all of us. The U.S. has changed, and we must respond. Canada Strong is our plan to build Canada by Canadians for Canadians. It will attract new investment so we can build more for ourselves, striking new partnerships abroad so we can sell into new markets. It's about taking back control of our security, our borders, and our future. There are some who say there's no need for a comprehensive plan. They believe we should wait it out in the hope that the United States will return to normal, that the good old days will come back. But hope isn't a plan, and nostalgia is not a strategy. And the days that young Canadians have known all their lives haven't been that good. Their lifetimes have been marked by a series of shocks and crises from abroad. The Iraq War, the global financial crisis, COVID, and now this. We have to take care of ourselves because we can't rely on one foreign partner. We can't control the disruption coming from our neighbors. We can't bet our future on the hope that it will suddenly stop. But we can control what happens here. We can build a stronger country that can withstand disruptions from abroad, that creates good jobs here at home, that's a leader in this new world with a vast network of reliable allies. That's the Canada Strong plan we're putting into action.
It's crazy because it's like Mark Carney looks like Mark's Carney because America's so unbelievably destabilizing that he can just like present himself as like a reliable, strong, competent leader. Because Canadians see how fucked the American leadership looks like, and they look at Mark Carney and they think, oh, he's great. Thank God we have Mark Carney. This is exactly what happened with Justin Trudeau, man. Just as Democrats never learned the lessons, I recall a time when Justin Trudeau was seen as this beacon of prosperity, the shining light in Canada, America's hat. Canadians used to say, look at our beautiful Justin Trudeau. He's handsome. He likes to fall from stairs as a bit. He's in shape. He communicates well. Man, you just bitch about everything. Come on. Yeah. Many of you said this when I criticized Kid Starver, Keir Starmer, when he won. Look where we're at now. I will remind you once again. Heed my warning. In order for Canada to truly chart an independent path forward, you must demand more from Mark Carney. Okay? Not just words, not just symbolisms, not just saying that we're going to separate ourselves from America. You must demand action. Yeah, this is it. He jumped on board with U.S. and Israeli imperialism against Iran a week ago. Who's he fooling with this? Yeah, I mean, I'm a fan of Avi Lewis, obviously, as you guys know. Just begging everyone to recall that how to win elections in New York City is not really a problem that Democrats have. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Yeah, Carney got parliament majority, free reign until next election. I know. He knows. Mark Carney knows the cheat code. He doesn't have to walk the walk. He just talk the talk. He just say Trump sucks, and every Canadian will celebrate him. I'm just letting you know it's not enough. That's all I'm saying.
In a WhatsApp.
Meanwhile, here's what's going on in fucking Florida.
In a WhatsApp group chat of about 215 students, where students were discussing an event that was to take place Friday at the Ocean Bank Convocation Center on campus to make their capstone presentations. An FIU police officer read some of the statements in court.
The exact words utilized was, there's going to be a bomb in the Ocean Bank Convocation Center, and it's going to be at Jonathan's fault, one of the members in the chat.
7 News obtaining some bits of that chat. It seemed the student wanted the event rescheduled and wrote, quote, Netanyahu, if you can hear me, drop some bonbons for us capstone students in Ocean Bank Convention Center.
Like, that's obviously a joke, man. That's crazy. I mean, it's like obviously a fucking joke. What do you say about this? They're literally saying Netanyahu, bomb the fucking Ocean Bank Convention Center.
Legalize comedy.
I guess the argument is, no, you can't demand Netanyahu blow up a school. He will fucking do it. Like,
other students wrote they didn't take that text lightly. She later in the chat wrote, quote, I wrote a dumb joke that should not have been made.
Legalize comedy.
I can understand your position, Ms. Corey, and you're saying this is a joke, but
to an objective person, it's not a joke, and there would be enough.
What do you mean? No, are you saying you're not an objective person? Because you literally just said you understand that it's a joke. I think it's fucking nuts. I mean, look, there are more serious bomb threats than saying Netanyahu dropped some bonbons. Like that obviously very clearly is a double joke, a joke about Netanyahu blowing up schools, and also a fake joking bomb threat because she doesn't want to fucking, I guess, take a test or something, I assume. Like, even with the limited context, I understand exactly what the joke is, right?
For probable cause. I'm not saying it's enough for beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't know what the state's going to be able to prove at trial, but for purposes of this hearing, I believe there is enough for probable cause.
I can't believe it, dude. It's just guy with a beeper in his handle. She made a bomb threat. Guy with a fucking guy who celebrates Israeli terrorism, Israeli acts of terrorism against
FIU.
The Lebanese population goes, she made a bomb threat. In those hearing, they are supposed to view facts in a light most favorable to the presenter. The laws inform how the judge interprets facts. It'll never not be funny that this Max Nerdog guy is a fake character. This guy's actual name is Brian Griffin, and he's not Jewish, and he just lies about being Jewish. Very weird website that we're on. I don't know what to say. This is why you're so tired. Yeah. Foreign Affairs magazine wrote a devastating portrait of U.S. self-inflicted harm from the war in Iran right before the critical Trump-Xi summit. Despite Trump's America First branding, the impulsive war with Iran has been a masterclass in putting America last. Because of his hubris, America finds itself in another quagmire without an exit strategy. The Trump administration traded national security for a short-term display of military muscle, and it is now asking the American public to pay the bill. The real winner of this avoidable conflict won't be Washington or Tehran. It will be Beijing. As Zhongyan Zhou Liu astutely observed in Foreign Affairs, China prizes stability and does not want to take over every role the United States has filled for decades, such as serving as the Middle East policeman. Still, China stands to gain more than it loses from this war. As the United States becomes distracted, alienates its allies, and creates gaps in global leadership, Beijing can improve its relative standing simply by remaining the more predictable actor in an increasingly unpredictable world. Ahead of the rescheduled Trump-Xi summit, China is likely laying a trap for the Trump administration. According to Bloomberg, Xi may dangle a commitment to buy 500 Boeing airplanes as a high-profile economic win for Trump, who is eager for anything he can spin as a victory. In exchange, Xi could draw an important concession from Trump, such as loosening of restrictions on the export of advanced American technologies, including AI chips and jet turbines. Such a deal would be catastrophic for the United States. China would gain the tools to be more self-reliant in the long term, and the United States would make a quick buck. China could even renege on the airplane order, which would take years to complete. As the United States speeds up its own decline, China is accelerating its technological self-sufficiency, building its military strength, and upgrading its industrial policy. Its ultimate goal is so-called national rejuvenation. When Trump eventually lands in Beijing, he will represent the United States from a position of self-inflicted weakness. He will face a formidable counterpart in Xi, who has spent years preparing for this exact moment of U.S. overreach. It is time for the United States to stop fighting the wars China wants it to fight and instead train its focus back on its greatest rival, China. Now, obviously, I don't agree with like the ultimate perspective being represented here, which is that we have to fight China. Okay? I don't think we have to fight China. I don't think we have to fight China at all. Having said that, however, if our goal is to fight China, well, we're not doing a very good job at it. Meanwhile, this is also an interesting story that's become a story about a lack of a story. Articles about Jared Kushner's diplomatic role with Iran that mention Kushner has received billions from the Saudi government. New York Times only mentions it 5 times out of 58. Washington Post 1 time out of 43. Wall Street Journal 0 out of 40. AP 0 out of 26. CNN Wire 0 out of 18. New York Post 0 out of 17. Chicago Tribune 0 out of 4. LA Times 0 out of 4. Boston Globe 0 out of 2. Anyway, now let's look at Drew Harwell's Washington Post article on Nicolas Fuentes. Drew reports from WAPO. New, we found out how much money Nick Fuentes makes from Super Chats. $900,000 since the start of Trump's second term. $900,000. Here's the story of Christine in Ohio, a food truck operator who became his most frequent donor despite not making much money herself. Nick's super chats look like this, so we use an AI tool to tally up the tips. His revenue spiked after the Tucker interview from $60K a month to $100K a month. People are fanatical because they feel conflicted and misunderstood like I do, Nick told me. Nick Fuentes' response to the story on X, I'm rich, and says on Telegram, mo money, mo problems. In text this morning, he told me, it's like an attack on my livelihood, and it's mean. He spreads hate online, and fans pay him hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. This is the story about Nicolas Fuentes. Nicolas Fuentes. The Hasanabi method? Yeah, classic Hasanabi method. Do you make anywhere near that in donations? Fuck no. I don't get any donations because I don't have TTS on purpose. If you recall, you have an archive link? Thank you, chatter. Far-right influencer Nick Fuentes has pocketed roughly $900,000 from fanatical donors since the start of 2025. Some superfans see him as a part of their families. Christine Kasubienski's donation appeared on viewer screens for hours in the live stream. 4 hours into the live stream of Nick Fuentes, the far-right influencer she often called her second son. I pray daily for your safety, she wrote one night last August, sending Fuentes a $50 digital gift. I would become Charles Bronson vigilante to anyone who harmed you. Keep up the fight. For 7 years, Kasubienski has binged Fuentes' nearly nightly monologues from her home in Lorain, Ohio, watching as a college student from suburban Illinois grew into one of the most prominent torchbearers for an increasingly radicalized online right. The 57-year-old Air Force veteran believed Fuentes' furious talk about the dangers of diversifying America and worried that it placed him in danger. On many nights, she sent paid messages known as super chats to tell him about her own moments of personal crisis and encourage him, dipping into the little money she made serving chicken paprikash on a Polish food truck. She doubted Fuentes was making much money, no more than $50,000 a year, she said. Her son, Stephen Ryan, who watched Fuentes together with his mom on a 65-inch TV screen. We were barely making it, but we wanted to help him because we saw that what he was struggling with, Ryan said in an interview. But by the time of her prayer message, Fuentes was already generating a sizable income. Since the start of last year through the end of last month, roughly 11,000 donors have sent Fuentes nearly $900,000 in super chats. A Washington Post analysis found the Post analyzed more than 1,400 hours of Fuentes' streams using artificial intelligence to tally donations, which flicker on screen in real time. Fuentes, 27, was kicked off most mainstream social networks because of his viral provocations and extreme bigotry. He has said that Adolf Hitler is awesome and that most black people should be imprisoned and that organized Jewry has corrupted society and that women should be locked in breeding gulags and serve only as mothers, whores, or nuns. Unbelievable that prominent Democrats have connected me and my worldview to this worldview, by the way. Something that I find to be morally repugnant, something that I've chosen to combat my entire fucking life, and still you have a bunch of dumb dipshits actively making this comparison because they love Israel that much. Ugh, gross. But he has become an increasingly influential and disruptive force in the American conservative movement, thanks to a shadow economy of loyalists who cut and promote viral clips from his hour-long streams in pursuit of their own online clout. Through his super chats, Fuentes has funneled that attention into a lucrative financial engine fueled by handouts of hardcore fans. He said he also makes money selling swastika-imprinted t-shirts and $100 a month subscriptions to a private chat room where he talks with devotees. His monthly revenue for super chats has grown. We're an invisible empire, Fuentes replied to one donor's message during a January stream. We're building a cadre of professionals, money people, bureaucrats, and we need them to all be waving the flag, but quietly, ideologically, loyally. We've got to be underground. Fuentes' super chat revenue throws a spotlight on the crisis now engulfing the American right, where some leaders fear a new blitz of agenda-setting online firebrands will alienate more moderate voters or empower a platform of racist and misogynistic rule. His critics in the Republican Party have said they believe Fuentes' popularity would fade as more Americans learn his broadening views, but the super chat show he has instead found a still relatively small but diehard audience eager to support him, extending him a financial incentive to build his following even more. Invisible empire is what the Klan calls themselves. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, he is very much that. A Klansman, a Nazi, he's all of it. The funding also shows how fringe online platforms have helped create perpetual hate machines for the social media era, allowing provocateurs whose work is too controversial for mainstream platforms or too noxious to advertise around to reap the rewards of online outrage. Fuentes frequently uses his streams to advertise his America First Plus chat room membership club and merchandise store, where he sells $39.99 shirts depicting him holding a flaming katana and $70 sweatshirts modeled after one worn by Jeffrey Epstein. Fuentes has defended the late sex offender by saying age of consent is a feminist artifact and the gynocracy has used to stop men from pursuing teenage girls. But he spends more time promoting viewer donations, which he reads out loud in a rapid-fire super chat segment at the end of his America First shows. He streams roughly 4 nights a week, sometimes 5 straight hours, from a studio home in Illinois. His videos on Rumble, the alternative platform that hosts his broadcasts, have been viewed more than 100 million times. Fuentes is largely supported by donations from a small cadre of sympathizers. Just 10 accounts were responsible for giving him a total of about $77,000, while the top 500 accounts provided almost half of his super chat income, more than $400,000, the Post analysis found. The rest comes from much smaller donors, most giving $30 or less. You could legit make millions if you had a donation segment at the end of the stream. I know, but I don't do that. Many of the donors are anonymous and use account names such as Anti-Semiticat and Woman Ego Crusher 9000 that reference edgy memes, profane language, or inside jokes, making it difficult to verify the names or other details of the donors shown on Fuentes streams. Owen Gatt sent $5, said, I'm taking a college class on the Holocaust. Should I push back on the propaganda the professor pushes? Austrian Paintress sent $20. What are the chances that we were at the same airport last week? How do you want your followers to react when they meet you IRL? Salute you with a Heil Hitler? Ask for a photo? Give you a hug? Ignore you? Roman Groiper sent $10. I feel white-pilled by how right-wing Zoomers are and by how much leftists hate Israel. It may be a unique opportunity now to get rid of the world of Zionism if literally all of the earth hates them. Megan Squire, researcher who has studied online extremism at the Southern Poverty Law Center, said the growth of super chats and other micropayments has helped insulate influencers like Fuentes from the constraints that once made open racism a difficult business. Some donors see the super chats as a form of participatory politics that will help spread their beliefs and show their loyalty, Squire said. Others just pay for the status symbol of seeing their message and username on screen, she said. A way to prove oneself in an insular group brought together by their hatred of outsiders. Donating super chat is the new showing up to a Ku Klux Klan meeting, Squire said. As a community builder, it shows you're involved. It's a financial form of keyboard warrioring, a thing you can do for the cause. Ryan, who sent Fuentes super chats alongside his mother, said he gave money not out of hatred, but to support the streamer in his goal of sparking candid discussions about global events. Some of the angrier exchanges, he said, stem from listeners just being a little more free with their speech. When the Post contacted Fuentes to discuss its findings, he did not dispute them and said, pocket watching is crazy. It's a little fucked up, but not gonna lie, I'd probably say similar things. Speaking of right-wing income, did you see this? Oh, the Asmongold thing? Yes, I did. Yeah, he has not paid $400,000 worth of taxes. Yeah, I mean, look, you make unbelievable amounts of money being a fucking right-winger just by donations alone, you know? The Piker Broadcasting Service, on the other hand, is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers, with voluntary subscriptions, no ads, nothing. Ugh. Thank you, Emily Giselle. How 900K, though? Look at YouTube top super chat. Oh, my God. Pastor Jerry Eza, super chat revenue, $8.3 million. What the fuck are these things, dude? What is all this? Timcast IRL is number 12 at $2.5 million in super chat revenue. What the fuck is any of this? VTubers make so much money. Oh my lord. It's like televangelists and then fucking VTubers, huh? Dr. Disrespect is here at 1.7 million. Fresh and Fit made $1.5 million. Wait, is this like, what is this? Oh, this is all time. Okay. Bro, you fucked me up. This is all time, dude. I thought this was like yearly income or something. I was like, Jesus Christ. This pastor makes $2 million a year. A low 4K radio show. Bad Bunny. 3 million yearly super chat revenue. LolCow Live makes 471 grand a year off of super chat revenue. Bro, iShowSpeed makes less money than these people. How is that even possible? That's just Ludwig. This is crazy. Okay, Parker get a job, 270 grand a year just off super chat revenue. Dean Withers at 251 grand a year. Damn, these motherfuckers are caking it, dude. Lolcat people are the most parasocial of all time. Think about it. Yeah. This is just super chats, by the way. They obviously do ads as well. They do a tremendous amount of revenue off of ads too. Oh my God. The entire environment is so geared in the direction of right-wing shitheads all the time. It's so funny that if you sincerely ask like a big chunk of leftists on the internet, a big chunk of right-wingers on the internet, they'd be like, who's the biggest like political grifter? Who makes the most money off of political commentary? Even leftists would probably universally say me. Meanwhile, these motherfuckers would like a fraction of the audience are raking in bigger fucking funds off of just super chats alone. It's actually kind of crazy. Begging for you to be a VTuber so you can talk politics and drag weebs into being a leftist. I don't have the voice for it. Anyway, getting back to this, his popularity, he said, stemmed from not just his political stance, but his community's craving for emotional connection. People are fanatical about my show because they relate to me and feel conflicted and misunderstood like I do. I don't think hatred or even ideology animates them as much as a feeling that they aren't totally alone. The message of my show is be yourself. Everyone's a liberal at the end of the day. Good news, Jason the Ween and Pokemon are suing.
I bet. Directly involved. Okay, bet. I bet. Nah, I'm saving this shit. Let me save this shit. I might download videos. Actually, let me screenshot this shit, bro.
Fucking boomer, dude. See, he has to use the snipping tool. Even I know how to snip and screenshot without opening the snipping tool up.
That's one. Let's go one more, bro. Hope RainBet's paying you enough, buddy. Hope RainBet's paying you enough, buddy. I know exactly how much they're paying you too, buddy. Hey, they offered Ween updates bread too. Not exactly. Hey, it's not enough. It's not enough, buddy.
Great. I mean, I'm 100% on board with this. They should, I mean, every single one of these accounts should get fucking sued into oblivion. They do this shit all the time. Someone's got to deliver accountability, you know? Yeah.
Hey, matter of fact, bro, I'm about to hit Pokey up, bro. We're gonna double sue your bitch ass. Hit you with a double lawsuit, motherfucker.
You should have been sued them too, dumbass. I got too much going on. If I did this, it would be the only thing I do. Yeah. If I went after people who defame me professionally, I would have to literally go after virtually half of the fucking commentary sphere, some of which have actually now turned on their fuck us on narratives and are have now gotten, it got so old for them that they just like literally were like, all this stuff is bullshit, it turns out. Yeah, I would have to sue politicians. I'd have to sue old ass YouTubers. Same with Pokey too, to be honest. And it would be all of my content. It would take up every single moment of my life. You'd have to sue Pokey? No. Pokemon would have to sue the entire internet too. Pokey would have generational wealth in those legal battles? No, because most of these people are broke. Fuentes sometimes bragged about how successfully he's translated online attention into wealth, saying in January to a super chat donor, who encouraged him to take cooking class? I'm a famous millionaire. You think I'm going to do that? Cooking, he added, is a little gay. Fuentes refers to traditional workers as wage slaves and said in response to one donor super chat last year that he was too rich to need a real job. I'm providing information. I'm doing real cognitive work over here. And, you know, I don't know. You sell fucking paperweights, he said. It is so funny that like these guys, and they love this shit, right? Realest shit he's ever said. Like, these are all the same people who are like, Hassan, you fucking hate the working class, you piece of shit. Remember when we misunderstood a point you were making by design and decided to make like a fucking month-long hate campaign off of it? Streaming is harder than a 9 to 5 when I never fucking said that. It's the same people when it's Nick Fuentes saying something far more heinous than what they claim I said. They're like, hell yeah, baby.
I love when poor people say, what real jobs have you had? First of all, I'm rich. Second of all, you should avoid having a real job. If you can swing it, you should avoid having a real job. I don't know what a real job is. What's a real job? A real job is what exactly? You sell insurance? What the fuck is real about that? You're a financial advisor? What is that exactly? You don't have a real job. What do you sell? You sell fucking what exactly? You sell widgets? That's a real job?
The amount of freedom you have if you are just on the right to say whatever the fuck you want and get endless loyalty and endless charitability, and sometimes even get charitability from liberals, is unbelievable. The amount of people who are like supposedly on the left who are like, oh, I reluctantly think he's like kind of charismatic and he's kind of funny. That kind of shit bricks me. Like, there are people who sincerely say this kind of stuff. We are, as a society, so primed to be forgiving of reactionary commentary, so forgiving of right-wing commentary, no matter how far right it goes. We're also endlessly unforgiving for anyone that says, you know, we could have a better world. We could design this world in a better way for more egalitarian outcomes. Everyone goes, fuck you. Fuck you, you fucking piece of shit. Kill yourself. How dare you? Oh, man. This even happens like when you are ostensibly to the left of whatever the norm is. Like this happens to liberals as opposed to, because like liberals are to my right, but liberals are to the left of the Republican Party, right? To the left of conservatives. So like they have to operate by very different standards than conservatives have to operate off of. It's just always, there is, the further left you are, the less charitability there is to your worldview. The further right you are, the more charitability there is to your worldview. It's kind of unbelievable, you know? In his messages to the Post, he noted that the Super Chats brought their own kind of mental labor. I'm not free, he said. I'm chained to the desk reading insipid slop. In the years since he began streaming from his parents' basement, Fuentes has emerged as one of far-right's most contentious agitators, most notably his scathing criticism of President Donald Trump. Fuentes now argues that the president betrayed MAGA by supporting Israel in a war with Iran and blew it by not working more aggressively to deport people of color. Fuentes told his fans, known as Groypers, to vote against Trump-backed candidates in the coming election so that a more brutal fascist regime can bloom, saying last month on an X post that the GOP must be purged and burned to the ground. Fuentes' rises alarmed GOP leaders who are concerned that the online ecosystem that rewards his views are here to stay. The California Republican Party sent state party officials a memo in February urging them to block candidates who promote Fuentes and Groyper culture, saying his ideology called for an America modeled closely after Nazi Germany that was alienating to average Americans, to say the least. Trump said in January, first of all, you can't say that because the Republican Party is literally designing society in a similar fashion, right? Like, there are prominent members of the Trump administration that have identical views to Nick Fuentes, like straight up. And they know it too. They talk about it all the time. No such equivalence exists on the left. Like the closest that our movement has reached in terms of like proximity to power is maybe like, you know, Zohran Mamdani and a couple other people. And also, there is no moral equivalence between socialism and Nazism, obviously, which is precisely the reason why I don't shy away from saying my perspective on the world. Because at the end of the day, like my goals, what I want to do, I sincerely believe will lead to a better future for everyone. And not only that, but also I don't shy away from describing my vision. Don't see the need to like hide behind dog whistles or whatever in the way that like liberals try to present it, because there is nothing embarrassing or scary about my worldview. Like slowly but surely moving in the direction of mass control of mass politics is not a bad thing. There is no death and destruction at the end of this process, in the same way that there is death and destruction at the end of whatever vision Nick Fuentes has for society. As a matter of fact, that death and destruction is already here, right? Through the brutal ICE encampment. Horseshoe theory. Oh my God. Every dumb fuck on the planet. Please. No, I don't believe in horseshoe theory because I'm not a fucking idiot. Okay. I'm sorry, chatter. Only fucking morons keep saying the horseshoe theory. Yeah, dude, I know. It's the radical center is where we must be. Look how far it got us. Seems like the radical center keeps swinging wildly to the fucking right. Yes, horseshoe theory is like every fucking dumb guy who is self-IDing as a liberal who hasn't explored the confines of their ideology, that think, oh, well, I'm in the moderate, mythical, liberal center. Ask those people what they think about certain policies, and you will very quickly understand that they're not actually in this like moderate, mythical center that they think they're in, okay? Half of those fucking people either know enough to know that like, you know, modest social democracy is absolutely the direction that we need to move towards, at least in the short term, and perhaps could be convinced for more radical transformation of society in the long term. The other half are just dumbasses who think America is the only OECD nation that can't have socialized medicine for some fucking weird reason, because they're dumb morons that have been fucking propagandized into thinking that the only way the society can function is if like healthcare is costing an arm and a goddamn leg. Okay? Horseshoe theory is the easiest tool for your average dumbass to think they're smart by avoiding the ends like it's a fucking seesaw. It makes people comfortable. Sure. Fuentes' online following has only grown since then, giving him a surprising political reach. A video from a TikTok account, Liberal Groyper, combining stirring music with the sound bites of Fuentes celebrating former President Joe Biden's Iran policy, has been viewed more than 4 million times. That's the other thing. Nick Fuentes found out the secret method to winning a broad coalition of watchers, which is be a fucking prominent neo-Nazi who celebrates former Democrats. Because every goddamn Democrat loves getting a convert. Okay, they love converts. Democrats, liberals love converts. So someone who is not converted at all can just as easily manipulate that system by every now and then saying things like, oh, I really wish Joe Biden was still president. And then every fucking stupid libtard eats that shit up, like Neera Tanden was retweeting fucking Nick Fuentes. Okay, that's all it takes. All it takes is for you to develop yourself as a prominent right-wing figure to then turn around and say, oh, I'm libtarded now for like the duration of this clip. That's all it is. It's so easy. Trump said in January he didn't know Fuentes and that the MAGA movement does not welcome anti-Semites. VP J.D. Vance, whom Fuentes disparaged in racist terms for marrying an Indian American woman, said in 2024 that Fuentes was a total loser who should be ignored until he goes away. The White House did not respond to requests for comment. Fuentes' digital infrastructure has helped him secure a level of political and cultural influence that would have a few years ago been unimaginable. Chicago Magazine in February named the white nationalist number 7 on its list of the 50 most powerful Chicagoans, just behind the city's mayor. But he's argued that its real value has been in helping him develop a network of followers eager to shape American power in a post-Trump future. If I'm a Nazi, then there's millions of young people that are following a fucking Nazi, he said on a stream last year. There's millions of monsters then, because they love my show and they agree with me way more than they agree with you, and they're pissed off and they will follow me into battle. Probably not, because there's a lot of people like this. Ryan said he didn't agree with all of Fuentes' views or those of his followers, but he believed the influencer was helping expose forbidden truths about the Holocaust or other fraught topics. Oh, the American predisposition to like unlocking hidden truths is just like a thought terminating machine. How can we convince Nick Fuentes followers to stop being bigots? Should we give them hugs and kisses until they're not racist anymore? Yes, that's my argument. You should do that. Ryan said he believes Hitler was Jewish and the Holocaust was more of a Jewish-oriented Christian killing event. He started giving Fuentes a few dollars here and there to show his support. The heart of Fuentes' message was that young men in the United States have gotten a rotten deal. In his telling, a nation of entitled baby boomers like those leading the Republican Party had poisoned American society with bad jobs, unbearable women, and a racially diverse population intent on depriving white people of what they are owed. Fuentes was charismatic messenger for those grievances, delivering them across live streams, ex-posts, and short video feeds with a casual charm that made him seem approachable and fun, Ryan said. But he was also not afraid to turn dark when he needed to, evoking a righteous anger at the chaos and constant wars of this fake world, Ryan said. The blame, Fuentes said, laid in how the country had tolerated minorities and immigrants, championed Israel, and given women the freedom to choose their own lifestyles. He was like a younger version of me, just much more hostile, Ryan said. I was like, this guy's saying everything I really feel, but I try not to say out loud because I just don't want to piss anyone off. Growing up in the Chicago suburb of LaGrange Park, Fuentes has shown an early fervent interest in conservative debates. In an archived statement on the website of his high school, where he served as a student council president and secretary general of the Model United Nations, he called himself a classical liberal and an objectivist. Fucking nerd. He wrote that his personal heroes included German Chancellor Otto von Bismarck and Richard M. Nixon, and declared his life philosophy, hunt or be hunted. In his first year as an international relations and political science student at Boston University, he gained a small following for his pro-Trump YouTube channel, building on the skills he'd learned working on a high school TV show. In 2017, when he was 18, his profile grew further after he attended a white supremacist rally in Charlottesville, Unite the Right, where a neo-Nazi rammed his car into a crowd of counter-protesters, killing a woman named Heather Heyer and injuring dozens of other people. Fuentes went viral on social media for his posts in the rally's aftermath, championing the rise of a tidal wave of white identity that elites will not be able to stop. Fuentes dropped out of college shortly after, blaming online threats and the liberal climate on campus. He began working full-time on fiery anti-immigration speeches and posting right-wing content online. He went from conservative values to very deep to the right. Bill Allen, a supervisor at TV services at Fuentes High School, reportedly told Chicago Tribune in 2017. Fuentes has said his father is part Mexican and his parents are vaguely conservative like boomers are, but that they rejected some of his more extreme beliefs, including that Hitler was right and the Holocaust didn't happen, as Fuentes said on one stream. He and his family remain close, They had just gotten dinner at a steakhouse near the mall, he told viewers last month, but they are not without their disagreements. Fuentes said his father last month asked him to reconsider selling a swastika emblazoned t-shirt. Dad, that's the whole point. It's edgy, he said, he replied. Fuentes' parents did not respond to a request for comment. Oh, God. It's so crazy that there are Americans who unironically think the hammer and sickle is the equivalent of this, by the way, a byproduct of liberal American education. And there are even more, or not more, there are even a significant amount. Hassan, get ready to be the next Secretary of Defense. First fifth world country. My ideal government. President Marco Rubio, VP Hazal Din, Secretary of State Kamala Harris, Secretary of Defense Hassan Piker, Health Secretary RFK Jr., Speaker of the House Gretchen Whitmer. How does this cabinet work, man? Anyway, whatever. This is a sad state of affairs. Jesus Christ. Theo Vaughn.
And what American is this helping? Besides the war, the industrial war complex, what American, what hard work, what guy who's trying to take care of his family, or a single mother who's a nurse who's going to work and has to get home and get to her kid's ball game and has to be both parents. What farmer is this helping? What regular person is this helping? I just don't know. I don't understand. So yeah, that's what our president's up to, and it's fucking baffling, and it's sick, and it feels like he's just been compromised by Israel, by this dark government over there, and it's fucking dark.
The article gets really sad at the end. This woman donated to him over 1,000 times, I believe, until literally the week she died of cancer. Then Fuentes said he'd go to her funeral and didn't. That's crazy. By the way, did you see these crazy numbers? Yeah. I mean, this is an entire complex, dude. Yeah, if you're a Kick streamer, they have entire Discord servers dedicated to this shit. Clavicular has gotten 2.2 billion views, over 69,000 videos with 1,610 clippers. I don't even know what Jim Skin is. Jim Skin is the only guy here who is decent. Are you going to cover the InfoWars news? Yeah, InfoWars has been officially bought by The Onion. Arl Schumer from the UK seems to be a genuinely good guy from clips. You would love Jim Skin.
Oh, hold on. Follow that tune. Hold on a minute, Si. In here, mate. Let the shoulder go. Oh, needed that. Let's rock.
Oh, I needed that. He encourages chatters to just like be cool to old people and actually talk to them and stuff like that. Nice. Yeah. InfoWars has been officially purchased by The Onion. The Onion has successfully landed a deal to take over the Alex Jones site after 17 months of legal issues. Tim Heidecker will serve as the site's creative director. Incredible work. It's gay now. The graphic was from this video.
All right. Have you?
Oh, it's Devin Nash. Haven't seen Devin Nash in a minute. Is he still homies with Sex Pestiny? Of course. Probably. He used to be back in the day. I don't know if he still is. He probably, maybe he isn't. Anyway, where were we? All right. We got the problem with Hassan Piker's Einstein story, which I thought was really funny. Yair Rosenberg wrote a whole fucking post about this. Apparently he's like college thesis was on Einstein and Zionism. And you know what's really funny about it? I'm right. Like everything that I brought up on Pod Save America was correct. And even his own, here, Pod Save America appearance offers a case in point. While discussing his personal opposition to Israel's founding, Parker marshals an unexpected ally, Albert Einstein. My assessment on Zionism as an ideology is not that different from Albert Einstein's assessment on Zionism. He tells the co-host Jon Favreau, the Jewish physicist, Piker says, was actually asked to be the first president of Israel, but Einstein, Piker's account, had assailed the Israeli project from the start. He saw the violence that the early Zionist brigades were engaging in before the IDF existed, before Israel existed, and wrote about what Zionism was turning into. And he warned that what he was seeing was exactly what the Nazis were doing. Most listeners probably took little notice of this historical rift. Favreau does not remark on it, but for me, it was a flashing neon sign. I wrote my undergraduate thesis about Einstein's relationship with Judaism and Zionism, poring over the relevant documents in 3 languages on 2 continents. And just about every bit of Piker's potted portrayal is either misleading or false. Okay? Far from an opponent of the Zionist endeavor, Einstein assisted it for decades. In 1921, he raised money. Notice how every single thing that he talks about with respect to Einstein's support for Zionism leads to 1947, which is when I brought up Einstein's criticisms after the Deir Yassin massacre. Okay. I did not bring up his previous support for Zionism or like fundraising initiatives in the 20s and whatnot. In 23, he delivered a guest lecture, blah, blah, blah. All this stuff doesn't matter, right? Einstein wrote to Indian Prime Minister Nehru in 1947 in an attempt to persuade him to support the movement. In 1951, the physicist hosted David Ben-Gurion, Israel's founding prime minister, at his home in Princeton, New Jersey. When Weizmann died the next year, Ben-Gurion offered a position to Einstein, who declined, writing that he was deeply moved by the offer from our state of Israel, and at once saddened and ashamed I cannot accept it. The notoriously absent-minded professor explained, I like both the natural aptitude and the experience to deal properly with people and exercise official functions. Shortly before his death, he told an interviewer that he had great hopes, for the future of the Jewish state. He even planned to deliver a speech marking the 7th anniversary, blah, 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 but died days before he could deliver it. He bequeathed his valuable papers and the rights and likeness to Hebrew University. Okay? Yeah. At no point did Einstein support the creating of the state of Israel and Palestine at the expense of the natives. Exactly. Which was my point. And what's crazy about what Yair Rosenberg is saying is that he knows this. He briefly alludes to it right here, which was my point. Okay? None of this is to say Einstein was an uncritical booster of the Zionist project. On the contrary, he was a sharp public antagonist of the Israeli right. This ideological orientation was likely another reason Einstein turned down the ceremonial role of the country's presidency, which is meant to be nonpartisan. He was also a deeply reluctant nationalist. Before Israel was founded, Einstein advocated for a shared state for Jews and Arabs, writing in 1946 that what we can and should ask is for a secured binational status in Palestine with free immigration. Okay? Which is literally the point I was making. It's what I said. And he straight up turns around and has the audacity to say, you don't understand, it's more complicated. He was actually still in support. Okay, but that's not what Israel turned into, is it? My argument was, my opinion on Israel and Zionism is not that different than Einstein's opinion on Israel and Zionism, a project that was supposed to offer a refuge to a people that were destroyed by pogroms and then also the Holocaust, but it turned into something unbelievably violent, a ethno-religious supremacist project that exterminated the native population. And what's interesting about that is Einstein also saw that and literally talked about it. So what the fuck is the problem? Anyway, but once Israel was established, Einstein supported its continued existence while insisting that its ultimate success depended on the pursuit of peace and fair treatment of the land's Arab inhabitants. International policies of the Middle East should be dominated by efforts to secure peace for Israel and its neighbors, he wrote in the draft of his deathbed speech. Okay? It's so funny. Anyway, this link opens The World as I See It on the section of working on Palestine. There's a letter that he wrote specifically after the initial atrocities that Zionist brigades were committing that straight up say that the early Zionist brigades before the IDF was created, which, by the way, Yair Rosenberg famously does not mention here in his article for some weird reason. I don't know why, because I quoted it almost verbatim. Here's a letter, okay? Dear sir, when the real and final catastrophe should befall us in Palestine, the first responsible for it would be the British, and the second responsible for it, the terrorist organizations built up from our own ranks. I am not willing to see anybody associated with those misled and criminal people. Sincerely yours, Albert fucking Einstein. He sent this to Mr. Shepard Rifkin, Executive Director of American Friends of the Fighters for the Freedom of Israel, on April 10th, 1948. Wait, he doesn't have it here, right? He doesn't. Yeah. He even hyperlinks this article, I'm pretty sure, in the wait, was it this article? This is the article that he hyperlinks in the story, right? Was it this one? Hook and others, Mr. Bain and his followers denounced as terrorists. Yeah. Okay. Dr. Einstein, Professor Sidney Hook, and 19 other scholars and teachers joined yesterday in a public statement denouncing the Freedom Party of Israel led by Menachem Begin, who is now visiting the United States, as one that until recently openly preached a doctrine of a fascist state. At the same time, Nahum Gutman, a spokesman for the American Trade Union Council for the Histadrut, announced that Philip Murray, president of the Congress of Industrial Organizations, had informed the council that he had not authorized the use of his name as a member of the reception committee of 1,000 for Mr. Begin. In the statement signed by Doctors Einstein, Hook, and others, Mr. Begin and his followers were denounced as terrorists who exacted a heavy tribute from the population and whose goal was a leader state. Within the Jewish community, they have preached an admixture of ultranationalism, religious mysticism, and racial superiority, the statement asserted. Like other fascist parties, they have been used to break strikes and have themselves pressed for the destruction of free trade unions. In their stead, they have proposed corporate unions on the Italian fascist model. Perhaps there's a reason why Yuri Rosenberg had to like really beef up his argument with everything that Einstein said and did leading up to like, you know, the late 40s. And ironic because like this guy is a celebrated author at The Atlantic. I'm a fucking random Twitch streamer trying to recall this information off the top of my dome on a podcast appearance. And this is something that he wrote his dissertation on. He should be able to fucking destroy me in the marketplace of ideas. It makes no sense. Einstein on Zionism, he's for a Jewish homeland, but not a separate state. Having appeared as witness before the Anglo-American Committee of Inquiry established in 1945 to consider the issue of Jewish immigration to Palestine, Einstein reviews and explains his testimony. He went solely as to act in favor of our just cause, he says. He believes in Palestine as a Jewish homeland, but not as a separate state. He feels the Zionists, by asking for more, are taking an intransigent position, which will only damage our cause. What he would like to see is a secured binational status in Palestine with free immigration, adding that it defies common sense to ask to be given the political rule over Palestine where 2/3 of the population are not Jewish. It's actually unbelievable. It's unbelievable that he advanced this cause, this argument. Not that it fucking matters, by the way. Einstein could have been an ultra-Zionist. Who gives a shit? You know what I mean? Like, I was just making one additional argument about the silliness of calling critics of Israel and critics of Zionism anti-Semitic. Using one example, there's plenty of even better, more modern examples of Israeli Jews who are anti-Zionist themselves. Yeah. Funny how Hosberg groups always mention Einstein's support of a Jewish homeland without ever explaining what Einstein actually believed about Zionism. Yeah, this is the letter. I should at Yuri Rosenberg and be like, you seeing this? You seeing this, big dog? I guess the whole point is, Einstein is like a liberal darling, which is funny because he was an avowed socialist, like openly socialist, wrote about it. And if you just think about him as a socialist who believed in a totally different vision of Israel than what it actually became, all of a sudden, this historical figure that you hold great respect for is kind of in a position where they're complaining about you, and they would be ashamed to see what your worldview is. I mean, not dissimilar to the assessment by liberals on the likes of Martin Luther King Jr. as well. Always diluting the message, always doing their very best to present them as like toothless, and doing whatever they can to present them not at odds with their worldview. Look at that. Hold on. What's that? What's that, chat? It's been a long time, so I don't even know if it'll work. You know what I'm saying? Compiling shaders. Pragmata. Is gaming actually back for real, for reals? Is that even possible? By God, is that gaming music? Ain't no fucking way, right? Hold on, I gotta pee. English, subtitles on, audio output TV. Have you seen this about the game? I heard that there was a Lolly fan who tried to complain about how Capcom was like censoring the game. And Capcom went and got that person banned, which is fucking beast mode, okay? And I'm glad that they did it, and they should do it more often. I think video game companies should do it more often. Brightness, adjust the image until the middle of the screen disappears. Following accessibility present can be adjusted. Okay. Oh, God, I'm old. Is your age enter correct? This will not affect gameplay, but it cannot be changed later. This game saves progress automatically. Do not close the game when above icon is displayed. Okay, let's get started, dude. Let's get freaking ready to rumble, dude. Turn DLS5 on. Wait, why? Many people thought that this was unbelievable, that this would never happen. And it turns out Hugh's outfit, Neo Bushido, and Diana's outfit, Neo Kunoichi, have been added. New following outfits have been added. I bought the deluxe edition. A new primary unit, Grip Gun D5, has been uploaded. Artwork. BGM gestures. Okay. Pragmata. Let's do casual. Wait. Should I do casual or standard? I'll do standard. Fucking fraud? What do you mean? I am a fake gamer. I don't give a shit. You beat Elden Ring, do the standard? Okay, well. Pragmata. 90s kid doing casual mode, shaking my head. I didn't do casual, I did standard.
I repeat, this is research vessel Eurotas. Identification number, Delta Lima Papa 12904 Alpha, over. This is research vessel Eurotas. Edis, do you copy? Over.
Still no response from the base AI? Guess the reports were right.
Okay, no AI, no auto landing. We're going in manually.
You got it. Just hold on to your lunch. Bring it in, Hugh.
Send control your way.
Roger.
Okay, so we're scientists, astronauts in space. Is this scary, chat? Is this a scary game, chat?
LSTP check. Lights.
Oh, lights on.
Nor.
Landing struts.
Down and green.
Thrusters and brakes.
Operational.
We're clear for landing.
Yes, it's very scary, Lamau. Yes, it's a horror space survivor. Wait, well, fuck, really? Only if you're scared of failing as a parent?
I can't believe they can just print something that big.
That's Luna Filament for you. Its applications are practically endless. You can create almost anything as long as you have a blueprint.
I am scared of responsibility. I'm terrified of having to take care of a child.
They could whip up someone to answer our call.
We flew all the way out here to clean up their mess. Least they could do is meet us in person.
Well then, let's get in there and scope it out. Corporate's waiting.
You're 34, big dog, what? Yeah, I have 30,000 children I have to take care of, many of which are older than me. Oh shit, the gaming frogs are back. They're subscribing and they're gifting subs. Hype Train level 5 achieved. Appalachia Chaperin. Thank you for the 5 gifted.
Listen up. Batteries on, everyone. And don't forget to sink in.
Why'd they got body cameras like they're about to do police brutality?
Comm check. We good?
Yep. No problems.
Loud and clear.
Channels online.
Okay. Let's move out.
Pragmata.
Hugh, everything all right?
The heck? Grav sinks aren't working.
One small step for mankind looking ass.
Watch your step.
Ken, come on.
Just give me a moment here.
Where's our welcome party? I can't believe I missed my daughter's birthday for this. You got kids? Sounds rough.
Maybe don't care, but DLS 5 fixes jarring edges everywhere. I mean, it's fine. So we're space HVAC specialists? Is that what it is?
Welcome to the crater. Initiating.
Holy shit, all the gift subs broke the notifications. Y'all broke the gift sub notifications. That's crazy. Like the gift sub animation is broken.
All right.
All it took was for me to game. So many people are subscribing again. Yeah. What the fuck?
Come on,
after you.
Ooh, I like the movement. It's fluid.
Man, these people sure love printing.
Not gonna lie, kinda digging the view from here too.
Whoa.
Your first time to the cradle, right?
Yo, Hugh! Check out that big rig. Can it really make anything?
Talking about that 3D printer? Sorry, not my thing. Hey, Nikki, fill us in.
I see someone didn't do their homework.
I'll leave the studying to you, Ken. I'm going on ahead.
Bro, y'all literally bricked the fucking notification graphics. That's crazy. Look at it. It's like...
It's called a limb replicator. Now, what do you want to know?
Okay, so let's say you can print almost anything. I heard the stuff it makes breaks easy, so it seems crazy they're printing something that big.
You're right. Limb products tend to be on the delicate side, but it's just cheaper to rebuild something than to improve its quality.
Wait, you saying this place could just collapse at any second?
Come on, man. You know better than that. They wouldn't skimp on safety standards.
Capitalism, yes, they would.
Yourself. It's cheaper to rebuild.
Let me clarify. Buildings are made with a specialized replicator.
And that means what exactly?
Luna filament is combined with other materials, and stability is improved at the cost of complexity.
So it's a model that only handles construction?
Bingo. Any other questions?
Nah, thanks though. Wasn't as tricky as I thought.
Oh, so maybe you can explain it next time.
All right, where am I going? Chat, where am I going? Game developers are Hasanabi head? Anything that's even like subtly critical of capitalism must be Hasanabi head. Jump off? Go outside? How do I go outside? You're the astronaut, figure it out? Okay. Okay, well, I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to be doing. Wait, this is where I came from, right? I can't climb on anything. What are your graphic settings? Are they maxed out? I think so. I mean, they're not like super. Okay, it's fine. It's working. I don't want to change it. Okay, everyone's being annoying. I'm not gonna do that. All right, this is where I gotta go.
The terminal's up ahead. Time to test out your thrusters.
Wrong resolution.
You can climb the cargo to get up here.
No stairs? Really?
Construction.
Luna filament. Luna filament, refined from a mineral unique to the moon known as lunium. Luna filament can absorb and copy any information it comes in contact with.
You, over here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we got critical supply of this. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna go down there and get the more Luna filaments. Turn the graphics down to 140, 130. I'm not gonna do that. Fucked up. Change resolution to 480p. Shut the fuck up. Oh, I can't boost it. Like I can't boost and hover at the same time. 240p meta. Shut up. This is why gaming with a chat is fucking annoying. Okay, chat, don't ruin this for me. Oh God.
What a mess.
Not exactly a popular hangout, is it?
What is that? Aliens? Are there aliens in this game? Is it, dude, bro? This is scary. I think y'all lied to me. This looks scary. I'm walking with intention. They got the fap top.
What's this rubble do? We're gonna need some backup.
Welcome to the cradle. Please state your request.
Clear us a path and then take us to the data center.
As you wish.
Uh-oh. I don't trust this motherfucker at all, bro.
What went down here?
Long ass neck.
Rumor is we're going to be sending most of the people here back to Earth soon anyway. Just leave everything up to AI.
Yeah, and then they send us when the thing needs fixing.
It's like I always say, you can't trust a bot.
I don't know. Kind of like this one.
Can't trust a
Are
bot.
you not gonna come out here and meet us?
Yeah, something's off.
Delphi didn't go and fire everyone, did they?
Wait, you all feel that?
Seismic activity detected.
Casio has landed.
You all right here?
Yeah, but our crew.
Watch out!
Captain!
Just me and the bot, dude. Oh, never mind. I'm dead too. All right, GG's. Good game. Very short, sweet. Talks about the dangers of earthquakes in the lunar base, and also about the dangers of artificial intelligence. I like it.
Suit integrity compromised. First aid protocol is offline. Warning. Suit integrity compromised. First aid protocol is offline.
You get funnier when you're gaming. Thank you. You're a dad now. Get it together. I've already been a father to all of you, a father figure to many. You get unkier when you're gaming.
Biomedical diagnostics online. Administering cellular repair. Vitals stable. Awakening subject. Hugh Williams.
Why they call it dad bod and not father figure? Because that means something else.
There you are. All better.
Dude, this would freak me the fuck out if I wake up in a lunar base after an earthquake and there's just like a little baby. That is that's terrifying.
Can't believe someone brought their kid out here. Hey,
hello.
That's an alien baby.
Your autonomous base administrator.
That's not a normal baby. It's an alien baby.
Walker, please remove him from the premises.
hey, watch out. There's something right here. Hell!
LT RT fire. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, why the fuck is this thing not dying? Oh my god.
Oh, come on. Damn it.
Hey, get behind me. Move.
No, let the baby save my life.
You need to.
I think I can help. Bypassing first and second firewall. Hooking control protocols. Analyzing.
Alien baby!
Interrupt matrix.
Save me!
Visualization complete. Initiating hack.
Reach green exonode to hack targets. Move the cursor across the hacking matrix and connect it to exonode to... Bro, what? I have no idea how this shit works. What? You got mocked by a toddler? LT aim? Also, what is Y and A and X and B? I don't even know. Oh god, I'm just gonna fucking try it.
There's no time to explain. Shoot out!
Hey, what did you just do?
I hacked it.
What? You're not human? Tell me what's going on here.
I'm DI.
Forget it. This can wait. We got bigger problems.
Wait, why'd you tell the baby to shut up? No, explain, baby.
Captain? Are you okay? Captain? Captain!
Wait, where are we going? Come on.
Damn it! Contact Earth.
It's no longer boss baby, it's bot baby. Hold on. Controls. Wait, how do I change the... Oh, there it is.
How am I supposed to do that? It's locked.
I can open it.
Do it, bot baby. That's it?
Suit integrity compromised. Maintenance required.
Repair. Rapidly repairs suit integrity and restores wearer's HP.
For your safety, access is restricted. Please utilize the repair cartridge. Suit
Alright, I got it.
fully restored. Initiating unlock.
Hold on.
This place at last.
Mr. Hack the World. Gaming and drops, who are you? I'm the GOAT. Wait, I have like little paddles. Like little... How is that possible? That's so perfect. Oh shit. Passing through more blue open nodes enhances hacking, increased damage, keeps enemies exposed for longer.
That's right.
You're not gonna get us in trouble, are you?
No. Why would I?
I only take them out without hacking. I'm not sure I can really count on them.
Can't get Mr. Guns, right?
Dodging and jumping consume thruster gauge.
Can't believe I'm getting carried by a bot kid.
Okay. This is an interesting battle.
Okay, better stay up there, and I'll get us to that tram.
Interesting combat mechanics, I will say. Bro's getting carried. I mean, I'm doing the carrying. I'm carrying boss baby. Okay. DEI Hitler, bot baby. Wait, is the baby Hitler? Is this baby Hitler? Am I saving baby Hitler? But like AI version of baby Hitler?
What's that?
Got it.
Activated. Rerouting destination to the shelter. Structural integrity of boarding dock below acceptable parameters. Sealing access tunnel.
Ceiling? How am I supposed to get back to my ship?
Why is everyone saying you're so good at gaming? What the fuck? Are these bots? Oh my god. Is it because... Do I have unironic bots in the chat? Spamming you're so good at gaming?
What the hell happened here?
It's Erica Kirk. This is her origin story. Oh god. Gaming frogs died, so they're bots now?
Okay, your turn. Just, what are you?
I am
Bro, can I just say, who needs bots when my community also behaves like bots? They literally, there was a bot spam of people saying you're so good at gaming, and instantly there's like normal community members also spamming it. Okay. And I know it's normal community members spamming it because they're mistyping. He doesn't know what. Oh, did you? I don't understand. Did you guys, they're just glazing. You interrupted her at the same moment that Hugh did earlier. Remember when you rage quit the Elden Ring DLC? Okay, well, I'll fucking stop. We just think you're good at gaming. Bro, there's never change, chatters. Chatter is like, this Wembayama edit goes crazy. It's like, bro, you think we're doing that right now? You think this is a good opportunity? Chatter was like, this is the time, bro. This is the time. Yo, you gotta watch this Wemby edit, bro. He fucking destroyed Denny Avdija. You gotta watch that shit, dude. You feel me?
EI-03367, a state-of-the-art pragmatic
67.
created here at the Cradle. I possess basic life-saving protocols.
Okay, that's enough. I don't need the user's manual.
She's 6'7", baby.
All right, next question. What the hell is going on here? And why are these things trying to kill us?
I don't know.
State of the art, huh? Can't believe they're all gone. Guess I'm on my own now. Hey,
I am DI-03367, a state-of-the-art pragmatic...
hang on a second. Don't you have a name or something?
I said I am DI-0...
Okay. Look, how about we call you Diana?
Diana?
Yeah. From now on...
Why'd they make this bot a baby?
How's that fit? I'm Hugh. I don't do babysitting, but I'm gonna need your help, and,
Hugh. Diana.
Yeah.
Hugh. Diana. Hugh. Diana. Hugh. Diana. Hugh. Diana. Hugh. Diana. Hugh. Diana.
Diana?
Diana!
One pragmata and one adult male detected. Welcome to the emergency shelter.
Oh, she's a pragmata? Whatever the heck that means. It's a dad game?
The filament repair portal.
Automatic repair. That's convenient.
License level 0. Reactivating primary functions.
Damn, I'm level 0. Ass.
Shelter. Looks like we got some backup power here. Let's see about getting patched through to Earth. Why isn't this working?
01110011000111000.
So, relay channels are locked down. About the comms tower.
Here we go.
Look at this. The tram line leading to the solar power plant is still running. If we get the main power back up, we can ride the rail all the way to the tower. What do you think? It's not even that far. Hey, Diana. Diana?
Yeah? What?
See this spot? You think we can get here in one piece? I guess you wouldn't know that, would you?
Nope, but I have an idea.
Really?
Yeah, we'll go, and if you don't get hurt, that means it's safe. Let's go.
I don't understand why she also has the personality of a baby. The shelter is a place away from prying eyes and enemy interference where you can safely upgrade and unlock abilities and adjust your loadout. You can also use the tram to travel around the cradle.
Well, let's try our best, Hugh.
Yo, I'm gonna need your support.
It's pretty fun talking like this. Let's talk a bunch while we have the chance.
Did I just get paid to talk to the baby? I can't update the firmware on anything. Unit printer. Terminal for acquiring and upgrading various items. Exchange Luna filament. Yo, is this Uncanny Valley for you? Need to know. Oh, what's this? New. Oh, I got the pay to win. What the hell? Bro, that's crazy. I can make her a little ninja. What about myself? Can I make myself a little ninja? Oh, okay, sick.
How do I look?
Hey, not bad at all.
That's sick. That's tough. That's tough. Yo, that is tough. Immersion ruined? Wait, why?
Read Earth memory replicator.
Bro's going to space Japan. Here, we'll make her into a little fluffy.
Check me out, Hugh.
Look at you go.
Oh yeah, that thing.
What thing?
All the suits here. Hugh, what kind of clothes?
Favorite? This is more like a uniform than anything. I'm not wearing it to look cool. Just gotta get the job done.
Really? That's boring. Let's find something that suits you better.
Bro, this baby knows how to do puns? That's a punny ass baby.
Hugh, why did you come to the middle?
Work. I got bills. We lost contact with the folks here, so I thought it was just gonna be signal interference or something.
It'll be okay, Hugh.
Aw.
Space storms mess with signals all the time. So your guess was pretty...
If you're trying to make me feel better...
Pun mogged? Okay, how do we get the frick out of here, dude? I got bills to pay, baby. Stop with this nonsense.
Okay then. Guess we should make for the power plant.
Feed her computer virus? Okay, y'all are ruthless. This baby is too cute. It's definitely gonna die. I agree. There's nothing I can add. I'm 0. I'm literally level 0. I can only go to the power plant. Time to eat your Stuxnet, baby.
Why is it so dark? Guess no one's home.
I think this whole sector's in emergency mode.
Oh, what's this? Repair kit. Okay, don't need that. Save the baby from liberal woke surgeries. Warning, anomaly detected. This power plant is entered emergency mode. Creative power output currently limited 35%. To restore full functionality, restore the main administrator under the administrator supervisor. Blah, blah, blah. Upgrade components. Let's go. All right, I assume they're going to start attacking me soon.
Looks like we have a power switch nearby. Let's go find it.
Turning point bot baby. If you're not nice to the baby, me and the other chatters are going to unsubscribe. We have talked about this behind your back.
Of course, emergency mode. Not sure what I was expecting.
I'm not a fucking animal, chatter. Why would I be mean to the baby? Literally already unsubbed? Wait, was I mean to the baby? Whoa. I love getting carried like this. Lockdown procedures. Just operate the terminals located in active sectors. Disengage the locks. Most problems sort themselves out. It's come to my attention a simple mistake. I got caught on the hologram. Spread around the cradle. I enjoy my work. Doesn't foster a positive work environment. Knowing everything I can be. Subject to criticism of joke. I reckon to inform you. Upon joining the cradle, you agree to contract knowledge in all areas. Okay. Chat is weird as a fucking robot. I agree. Low consensually, I kind of agree. But because they made it such a cutie patootie, it's hard for me to...
Backup generators.
It's hard for me to not feel a sense of kinship. It already got me. It already got me. This is how the bots take over. They're just cute.
The top floor, huh? Floors aren't there.
Oh, fuck.
Not bad. It's over.
Why did it attack us? Did you do something bad?
Just doing my job. Does that count?
Whoa, what the hell? Yeah, the baby imprinted on me. Is this Japanese Dead Space? Yeah, jump, dodge. Wait, what do I do here? Easy. Yeah, it's Dad Space. Oh, fuck.
Good work.
Wait, what is that thing? What is that? What does that do? Okay, we gotta go here, I think. It disables the lasers. Oh.
Walkers are pretty crazy. From handling small stuff to knocking out big tasks. They got it covered.
There are no kids here, but if there were, they could probably handle them too. And with Edith managing the lot, they're always there when you need them.
Man, what should we do? It's just so much easier.
Chat, why are you spamming? You're so good at gaming. This is so strange. Look at this, bro. Half of these motherfuckers are like 9 months subscribers. What is happening? Ammo is scarce. Be efficient and utilize hacking plus headshots for higher damage output, especially when fighting multiple enemies. Is this positive reinforcement? Like, I don't understand. A 9-month subscriber has never seen you game before? Oh my god, that's probably true.
To let the walkers handle it.
Well, I mean, there's still plenty of work that only a human can do. Like thinking up new innovations or new business ventures to explore. But anyway, enough slacking. Time to get back to crunching those lab results.
I don't even need the repair kit because I'm so goated. What is this? Oh, in there.
The heck is this?
Maybe it's a lunafilament printing error.
Whatever it is, it's in our way.
Oh, I bet that's a unlockable trait, right?
What now?
It's taking aim! Kill! Move!
It's over.
I cooked his ass. Whoa, what the fuck? Ow.
Emergency lockdown for this area has been disabled.
That's one. Upgrade. Upgrade component.
Emergency lockdown for all on-site locations has been disabled. Please complete a manual reboot of the power plant controller to fully restore operations.
Double locks, huh? Starting to feel a bit unwelcome here. I wonder if Cradle staff have easy access.
Maybe? I'm not sure.
What do you know, baby? This makes no damn sense. You know so much, yet so little.
Don't look now. We got company. What? My fault? Yeah! Let's do this!
There's more!
Hey! You're not bad at this.
Really?
Come on. We're not done yet.
Okay. I'm cooking these fools, bro. Like low key, low Kurt. I'm cooking these fools. Escape hatches. Emergency exit allowing travel to and from the shelter leads to. Let's go, Hassan. You can do it. Okay, guys, stop spamming. Nah, you're mid game. The baby is cheering for violence and bloodshed, and you're teaching it to take a life. That's true, dude. Look at this. Look at this shit. What the fuck is happening? I've watched you daily for almost a year and a half. This is the second or third game stream. Why are people so weird about this game? People aren't weird about this game in particular. In my community, they're just weird about gaming because I never game. So when in the brief moments that I do, you know, as you probably noticed, 10,000 people will leave, and then the remaining 20,000 will be extra weird about it forever. The war has broken our brains. I'm scared, Haas. Gaming frogs don't know how to act. They act weird.
We can use this to go back to the shelter.
Huh. Good to know. When things get crazy, we can head back for a breather.
Okay. Wait, did I touch it? No. Right? I cleared it, right?
Emergency lockdown for this area has been disabled.
There we go. First one down.
Wait, how the fuck? Oh, it's a platformer too. Oh shit. I didn't even realize that there's a platforming component to this game. I thought it was just a baby game. Oh, new gun. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, that's fire. That's fire. That's fire. Is it a shotgun?
Use that one up close.
Like this.
Whoa, what the fuck?
Oh, fuck. Oh, this freaking thing is tough as hell.
Way stronger than walkers. Up you.
God damn it. I lost my weapon. Did I fuck that up? Should I have used the grip gun? R1 is dodge. So bad. Okay, calm down, first of all. Let's heal. Okay, how do I get out of here?
Emergency lockdown for this area has been disabled.
That's two.
How the hell do I get out of here? You can jump over the stops.
Hello.
Yeah. Look at that. Oh shit, I went up already. I didn't even realize because Kaya got here. Rotisserie chicken time. How do you mark objectives? Oh, it just automatically marks?
Targeting sensor.
Oh, good.
Oh.
Shit.
Move, you.
Oh, I thought I dodged it. Oops.
Leave the shooting to me.
You can air dash if you dodge in the air? Okay, good to know. Whoa, another gun down there. Bro, there's a massive platforming component here, it seems. Oh shit, I can get that. Oh fuck.
That one's not that good at long distances.
I know, baby. I know. I know, boss baby.
Emergency lockdown for this area has been disabled.
2 more to go.
Hack the world. Hack the planet. Why don't you ever wear your real daughter as a furry backpack? You mean Kaya? Too heavy. Tactical unit that fires a spherical electromagnetic net. It expands on impact, immobilizing enemies. Oh.
You stop him, and I'll...
Emergency lock for this area has been disabled.
That's, how many now? He's again. Like a damn rat in a maze.
Oh shit. Oh, what the fuck?
Let's just get this over with.
Oh shit. No! What the fuck? Why isn't it? Oh, because it's not hacked. Wait, didn't work? Oh, I died. Oh my god, was I one tap? Okay, well, that'll do it for today. Hack first, shoot second. Why do you work out if not to use Kai like a backpack? Change difficulty is wild. I will not be doing that, but it's a good point to end today's broadcast on. Okay. All right, everybody. Not even 7 hours. Damn. Okay. I've spoiled you guys silly for years and years at this point. I'm an old man. Okay. Anyway, you got a little bit of gaming in 2026. Took months, but we got there. All right, anyway, I love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow, as always. All right, peace.
Starting off the day, all the chatter's trickling in. Hostile people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. Stun lock to the stun lock to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. son and Esmond chatter loves, giving Grinning's grace. Zoran winning and Wasi woke to back with the force. The Rogan of the left to me, a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon, just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon, just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lawns real soon, just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do Jet Vice real soon, just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you, just you